Can't believe I agreed to do this. Oh, come on. Don't be a coward. We're going into the school now, get to the printing room, steal the semester's exams, and leave. It's that simple. And you're sure you hacked the school system, and the surveillance system is definitely off. And yes, everything is off. The cameras, the internet connection, the electricity, everything. Now let's go. We climbed the main gate and got into the school building. It was pretty dark, and honestly, I was terrified. But I couldn't say anything to Michelle. She was my sister, and as a cheerleader, she was gorgeous. But she was so weak-hearted. Everything was going according to plan. We got into the printing room, found the exams in the first drawer, did our happy dance, and were just about to leave when we heard a voice behind us. Well, look who is here. Is she who I think she is? I think she is who you think she is. This girl knew everyone's secret in the school. The girl who knew my secret. She could expose me in front of Michelle. We both turned around, forcing a smile. Layla? Emily? She shut the door, dragged a chair, and sat on it like a queen. I didn't expect any guests tonight. You stay here every night? Oh no, only on the weekends. What do? Communicate with ghosts? I could see the anger on her face. She stood up and took a deep breath. She's joking! You know her. Don't take anything she says seriously. Her face lit up and she batted her eyelashes at me. I will forgive her only for you. You sweet, sweet girl. She came up to me, put her hands on my face, and kissed me. Oh, I've waited for months for this moment. Oh, 1 second. I should write this in my diary. She took out a notebook from her bag and started writing. She was humming a familiar tune. Suddenly, Michelle started screaming and calling for help, but I was sure no one was going to hear us. The room had no windows, and the school was practically in the middle of nowhere. And now there was no signal, no internet connection, no electricity, all thanks to me. Layla didn't move and kept calmly writing in her diary. When she was done, she brought another chair. Come, Emily, come, sit next to me. If you ever leave your place, I swear I'm gonna... I got up and sat next to Layla. Then she took out some snacks from her bag and shared them with me. We're not going to share anything with Michelle. She's a bad girl. I nodded my head in agreement. I had to figure a way to leave this place. So I said, I need to go to the bathroom. Babe, you can go. You don't need my permission. I didn't even lock the door. Did you see me doing it? Michelle and I both stared at each other and quickly ran to the door. We tried to open it, but it didn't budge. We pushed against it, kicked it, and tried everything, but nothing worked. Why are you doing this? Being the principal's daughter doesn't give you any authority to sneak into the school and spend nights here or trap us here. Actually, being the principal's daughter means that the school is my kingdom, you moron. Calm down, please. Just ignore her. Can you please open the door for me? Babe, I told you, I didn't lock it, I swear. But don't worry, I have a solution. She took out a bottle of juice, drank it all at once, and handed it to me. Here, take this. You can do it behind the closet. I'm not going to sneak up on you, I promise. Oh God, this girl was crazy. I said it was fine and that I could wait. Michelle sat on the floor and held her head in her hands. I'm hungry. Give me some food, Layla. Say please. You wish. Stop it, Michelle. Just say it. Please. Give me some food. Please. 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 Happy now? She gave her food and she started eating like a hungry monster. Layla looked away disgusted. I tried to reason with her. I really appreciate that you like me, although I'm not as good looking as Michelle. Oh no. I'm sapiosexual. I find intelligence so attractive. Yes, I do think you're so smart too. And I believe a smart girl like you knows that she should open the door now and let us go. She got up looking furious and said, Oh my God! I said I didn't lock it. Are you stupid or blind? Immediately, I tried to calm her down and tell her she was right, but she whispered in my ears, I know your little secret. Then she pushed me to where Michelle was sitting. I don't like stupid people. Go sit next to your stupid sister, you stupid creature. Can't believe they say you're a genius. Michelle got really angry and said, Oh yeah? Why should we obey you now? You're stuck here just like us. So shut up or else. Layla looked terrified and started crying annoyingly. She stood up and started kicking and pushing the door. I swear, I'm gonna tell Daddy when I'm out of here. I was about to tell her to not even bother opening the door when suddenly the door flew open. Michelle and I ran to the door, pushed Layla out of the way, and went straight to the main door. It was locked. We checked the classroom's doors, and they were all locked. The bathrooms, the teacher's room, the principal's office, everything was locked. We were stuck in the hallway. Michelle started screaming again. The echo was the only reply. Michelle ran to Layla, screaming, "If you don't open the doors, Layla, I'm gonna!" I ran after her and managed to stop her from attacking Layla. She collapsed on the floor and started crying. I'm sorry. I locked all the doors when the power was out. I was afraid someone was going to hurt me. I locked them and threw the keys under the doors into the empty rooms. So, you chose to lock the doors and trap yourself instead of running away, you airhead? I stood between the two of them. I didn't know what to do. I even felt sorry for her. I don't know why, but she seemed lost and helpless at that moment. I looked at her when I noticed it. The picture above her. It wasn't there when we first entered to get the exams. This was my school, and I was sure this picture was never there. I asked Michelle if she saw it before, and she said no and told me to leave her alone. I took a close look at that picture. It was the principal. He looked younger, holding a gold cup, and the number 1993 was engraved at the bottom. Layla, did you hang that picture? Layla stopped crying and fell silent. I told her to speak, but she didn't reply. I ran to the printing room and looked for her bag. I took out her notebook and started reading. Oh my God! Put it away, Emily. I was shocked and speechless. What's going on? Michelle stood there silent. Let's talk! There is nothing to talk about, Em. Now the three of us are stuck here, and there is nothing we can do about it. Okay. Bring Layla, and let's sit here in this room and stick together. The two of them joined me, and the three of us sat there in complete silence. Layla took some more food out of her bag, and when she was about to take her first bite, she fell asleep. You like her? She wrote that in her notebook. You used to go to her house and sing under her window? Is that the same song she was humming? Oh my God, who are you? Why didn't you even tell me that you were into girls? Tell you what, that I loved her from the bottom of my heart, and she kept rejecting me because she was so into my sister? Yeah, that must have been hard. So, you do have feelings? Sing to her? To her? Girl, she's crazy! Oh, stop it. I like tough girls. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Such a crazy girl. I also felt sleepy. I leaned to the wall and closed my eyes. Why did she hang that picture there? I was a light sleeper. I woke up in the middle of the night when I heard some noise. I saw her looking through the drawers. What are you doing, Layla? She froze. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted something to read. I got up, headed to her, and snatched the paper from her. I almost passed out when I saw what was written on the paper. The number 1993 was written all over the paper. I yelled at her and demanded to know what was going on. But Layla said, Honey, I know your secret. I'm the one who should be yelling at you right now. So shut up or I'm going to tell Michelle everything and I'm sure she will finish you off in a flash. I gulped. This girl was evil. I can't believe I felt sorry for her just hours ago. She got back to her place and fell asleep holding her bag tightly. I stayed up all night. I couldn't sleep thinking about everything. The picture, the number 1993, her notebook, and God only knew what else her bag contained. When Michelle woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was run to the main door. It was a translucent glass door, and Michelle started screaming and kicking it. Then Layla came and joined her. I stood behind them. There is no use! No one is going to hear or see you. Then Layla turned to me. Oh yeah? Why did you want to get the exams, huh? You're a genius. You can get A+ easily. Why did you do all of this? Think about it, Michelle. What is your sister up to? Oh my God, was she going to say it? Michelle froze and stared into my eyes. You can have me but cannot hold me. Hard to gain me and quickly lose me. If treated with care, I can be great. And if betrayed, I will break. I looked deep into her eyes. Trust. I was going to ask her why she mentioned trust now and if she knew anything about my secret, when the annoying Layla said, Oh, you're her? Oh my God, you're her! Who? The Great Buffalo, the famous writer on Wattpad. That's her last riddle. She just posted a part of her novel last night. I can't believe it's you, Michelle! And she started hugging her and touching her face like a psycho. Now that you know, please, we should keep it a secret. I'm not planning to reveal my identity. Yes! Yes, babe! Come on, let's go inside. I still have some food. Let's feed our amazing rider! While they walked beside me, I looked at Michelle in disbelief. The Great Buffalo? Really? I followed them. Okay, since everyone has a secret here, obviously, I think we should all start telling the truth. No more secrets here. Oh, I have a huge secret. I know a way to get out of here. Seriously, Layla? And you waited until now? Don't yell at me, idiot. Yes, and I'm not going to say anything until Michelle tells me what will happen in the last part of her novel, Stuck in the Printing Room. Wait, what's the name of the novel? Stuck in the Printing Room? Michelle? Did she plan all of this to get inspired to finish her stupid novel? Layla told me to shut up, and Michelle totally ignored my question. They both started discussing her novel, and Layla handed her a pencil and a notebook. Layla was all over her. One minute she was hugging her, and the next she was giving her a shoulder massage. I got disgusted and got up to leave. When Layla said, "Oh, by the way, Dad told me there is no school for the following 2 weeks at least because of the virus. They made their final decision last night." I turned around looking super angry. "And you waited until now to tell us, you psycho?" I was about to attack her, but this time Michelle came to her rescue. "Calm down." She said she has a way to get us out of this place. Don't upset her. "Get your hands away from me. I don't trust you anymore. Which side are you on?" "I'm with the one who will get me out of this creepy place." I didn't reply. I knew she was right. I thought we would be leaving this place in 2 days when school started on Monday. But since it was now more than 2 weeks, I had to do something. Fast. Just finish your novel, woman." I left the room and started wandering around. I needed to be away from these two. I reached the janitor room, and I knew it was locked, but I just wanted to try again out of boredom. I opened the door, and it opened. I was shocked and quickly ran into the room to open the window. I saw a group of boys playing soccer in the yard behind the school's building. I was about to shout at them and ask for help when I backed off, closed the window, and got out of the janitor room. I can't leave now. I have something to fix first. I looked at the principal's picture and threw the baseball at it. I broke its glass. Michelle and Layla left the room when they heard the noise and looked shocked. "Oh my God! You broke Daddy's picture! How dare you, you fool!" "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "I swear, when I'm going to tell your secret to everyone, I'm going to ruin you." "You know what? I really don't care if you..." "Cut it out, idiots! My brain doesn't work under pressure. Quietness is my inspiration. So, shut up, both of you, if you want me to finish my great novel and get out of here. Whatever." And Layla put her arm around her. "Oh, sorry, babe. Let's go inside. I'm going to give you a leg massage as you write." I continued my walk in the hallway, looking at the pictures on the walls. I noticed a picture of the principal during one of the school's math competitions. It was also taken in 1993, but this time, he was wearing a ring around his finger. Did he get married in 1993? What's the secret about this year? No, wait. He is divorced now. Not really. I mean, Layla's mom just ran away and disappeared years ago. Just like that. Oh, that explains why this girl feels lost. I bet she misses her mom so badly. I sat down on the ground, feeling really tired. I hadn't slept all night, and before I knew it, I was fast asleep. I woke up hours later because of Layla's loud screeching. I went to the printing room and saw Layla holding the notebook crying loudly, and Michelle standing there like a scared mouse. "That's how you finished the novel? You made them break up? He travels abroad? She gets sick? Then he passes away? Then she passes away after him? What, Michelle?" "Listen, people pass away sometimes." But Layla's face went pale, and she passed out immediately. We both stared at each other. "Give me her bag." I went through her stuff until I found it. I knew she would have it. "It's the device I created, Michelle." "Oh, how did she steal it?" This girl is a genius. "I just have to enter the code, and it will cancel everything. The power will come back, the internet connection, everything. Remember the code?" "Oh yeah, 2020. The best year ever." I entered the code, but it said error. We looked at each other terrified. She changed the code. Then I remembered. I knew exactly what to enter. 1993. And it said access granted. And the power was back. We both jumped with happiness. "You genius, I love you." "I love you too, sis. The greatest buffalo I have ever met." I have no idea who that is. What? She was faking it? She wasn't that writer? Well, she wasn't as dumb as I thought she was. We both laughed. Let's charge our phones. We took Layla's charger and charged our phones, then called the police. They arrived in minutes and saved us. Layla was still on the floor, and the nurse started taking care of her. She woke and screamed, "Bring them back to life, Michelle!" "I can't, babe. It's impossible." She looked shocked and passed out again. When we were about to leave, Michelle stopped me, and with a serious look on her face, she said, "Are you going to tell me now what your secret is?" Oh no. I should have prepared myself for this. How was I going to tell her this? It's about the exams. What about them? I write them. You what? She looked really mad now. The principal and I are partners. I write the exams for him before the day of the exam arrives. Oh, so you're telling me that you already knew what questions were going to be included in the exam and never told me before. Why? And you still planned for all of this and involved me in all this craziness? Why? I needed to test my device and live this adventure and learn something from it since, Run for your life. Michelle started running after me in the school's yard, and I ran like a cheetah. We are still running until the moment you're watching this. No, we're not. Just kidding. Please don't hate me. Thanks for watching my story.
Hi friends, I'm Jana from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store. "This strawberry ice cream is too pink."
"My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one."
"This is melting. I want my money back." It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend.
New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey.
I saved up from the ice cream shop.
Okay, but call us every day, okay?
Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at? Nothing. Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! Elena. Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone. Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone. Who even are you? I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room. My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room? I know, it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay. Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers, I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly, someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my God, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my God, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, I mean, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, you know. Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. You know, I actually liked things better when we didn't have money. Really? Yeah. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped. All my dad does is work and fight with my mom. I don't think it's the same. They care about you, right? Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, they're getting away!" One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes! Not so fast, girlie. The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts! You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do. Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely. Give us our daughter back. Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened. Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow! Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jaina, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes. Police, hands up! And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go.
constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped? You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared. We love you so much, Jaina. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you. I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that.
Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself.
"Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine."
I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me." She was talking about my mom. I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
"Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us."
"Oh my God, you're so sweet."
"You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole."
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
"Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you."
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. "Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me?" "No." "Olivia, do you want to go shopping?" "No." Olivia. No! But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever. Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt.
I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather.
But then I had an idea.
Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops! I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else.
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise.
I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here?
Susie? What are you doing here?
You forgot my name? What's wrong with you?
But I still recognize you after all these years.
That's something.
Oh, my baby.
No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, baby.
I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money?
No.
Clothes. Who do you think I am? A thief?
Yeah.
Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail.
Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you. I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you?
Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money.
It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, But then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
and saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day, he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad! In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me. Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books! Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that. Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that. May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie! How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What do you plan on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I gonna do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because
you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, My heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow, cheesy much? I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life, and I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever. But instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay.
Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No, please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you.
Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true.
Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person?
I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you. His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster. Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person?
No conditions?
Well, only one. Can I kiss you already?
He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee. I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it! Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi everyone, I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 in the morning, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling. Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't gonna be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost expected to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like Spain more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
A break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc, etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead, she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre, and Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we kinda got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait! I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please.
Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game! Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow! I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was gonna kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's for my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine, I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent.
You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't gonna last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around, and with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this.
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad, this is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lie to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest, and they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault. That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away, but now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much, but if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh! You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car!
Told you he's slow. I don't care, cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are? Always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you...
Hey, I'm Miley from Venice. Before you listen to my story, please click like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, my parents were just busy in their own world, and they sometimes forgot I existed. When I was 3, my parents were getting ready to go out for their anniversary dinner, but minutes later, they walked out the door and left me home all by myself. I ran to the window and started yelling out loud, and that's when they came back running. Oh God, what are you still doing here? You're making us late.
But you forgot me, Mommy.
Come on, no time to talk. Hurry up.
This kind of stuff happened all the time. Then once when I was in 4th grade, I invited them for my annual day function. I was playing the role of a princess and was super excited for Mom and Dad to see me. But like always, they didn't show up. Ugh, I was so pissed. The other kids were taking pictures with their family while I was standing there all alone. And I finally lost it. I decided to walk back home by myself. As I was passing a sandwich stall, I saw a girl a little younger than me trying to steal a sandwich.
Hey, no, you can't do that. Stealing things is bad. But I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten for days.
I saw tears in her eyes, and she did look like she was having a rough time, so I offered to pay for both our sandwiches. Her name was Lucy, and when I asked her about her family, she told me the most shocking thing.
I don't have a family. I lived in an orphanage, but the caretaker was so evil. She made us work a lot and didn't even give us any food. So I ran away.
It broke my heart to see her so sad, and I asked her to come with me. I have parents, not the best, but at least I can promise you a home. Besides, I've always wanted to have a sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hugged me. Later, when we reached home, I asked Mom and Dad to adopt Lucy, but they refused straight to my face.
But Mom, I really want a sister. You guys barely have time for me, so...
So you picked a thief from the streets? Not happening. They took Lucy back to the orphanage, and I cried my heart out. I wouldn't even eat or sleep, and I'd run off to the orphanage and wait for Lucy outside every day. Seeing me this way, my parents finally gave in and agreed to officially adopt Lucy. And I was the happiest. And in no time, we were like real sisters. Soon after, Lucy was starting school with me. And even though she was nervous, I promised I'd be there for her all the time. But the moment we entered, we fell in the eyes of Diana, the meanest girl in the school.
Hey, Miley, is that your new adopted sister? Ew, what garbage dump did you pick her up from? She stinks like a skunk's butt. Shut up, Diana, or I'm gonna kick your butt right now.
Ugh, cut it out, Miley, and send her back. I don't think orphans like her belong with us rich people. My mom told me they're just the filth of society. That was it. I pushed her away and she fell to the ground. But when I turned to Lucy, she was already gone. Later when I went home, I hugged her. It doesn't matter what anyone says, okay? You're my sister and I'll always love you. After that, I took a necklace from my pocket and put it around her neck.
What's this?
Open it.
OMG, it's our pictures. You're the best, Miley. I love you.
And I really loved her too. Days passed and I was always there to watch over Lucy. No one was gonna mess around with her as long as I was around. Then one day in 8th grade, we were given a math test when I suddenly looked up to see Lucy passing some sheets to Diana through the window. What the crackling crabs? I didn't want her to be caught by the teacher, so I kept quiet. But later when I went to the cafeteria, I saw Lucy at a table surrounded by Diana and her minions. What was this witch up to now? What's going on here? Leave my sister alone, you witch.
No, Miley. She's my friend, and we're just having lunch together.
Friend? Are you crazy? She's a bully. Stay away from her. Ooh, it looks like someone's really possessive. And it's not like I threatened her to hang out with me. She wants to be friends with the cool kids. What is she talking about, Lucy? You come with me right now. You're not staying with these girls another second. I tried pulling Lucy away, but she brushed off my hand roughly.
No, I'm not going anywhere. And please, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm not a baby.
I couldn't believe my ears. My sister was fighting me for some bully? Later when Lucy came home, I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen.
She's not bad, okay? She saved me from other mean girls in the washroom once and asked me to join her gang. Now I'm cool like them, don't you see?
She's turning you into a bad person like her. I saw you helping her cheat today, Lucy, and that's not cool. But my words had no effect on her. And after that, she started hanging around with Diana all the time. She'd be carrying around Diana's books, bringing her food, wiping the table clean for her. It was so annoying. She even missed my birthday and went shopping with Diana. And when I saw her pictures on Diana's account, Lucy was carrying loads of bags after her like a maid. Why was she such a doormat? A few days later during recess, I walked into the girls' bathroom and to my shock, I found Lucy ripping a little girl's notebook and throwing them in the toilet while Diana and her minions were watching. What are you doing, Lucy? Have you lost your mind? Drop that book right now. Ooh, here comes the bossy older sister. She just wants to tame you and put you on a leash like a dog. Do you want that, Lucy? Or do you want to be your own master? Listening to Diana's words, Lucy looked at me and ripped the book in half.
She's right. You're not my mother, Miley. You're not even my real sister, so don't tell me what to do. Got it?
How dare you? I always thought of you as my sister, but I think I made a mistake. I should have left you in that orphanage and never brought you home. You're a monster. I tried to pull the little girl out of there, but Lucy jumped on me and we broke into a wild cat fight. Just then, one of the other girls shouted that a teacher was coming, so they all ran away, leaving me on the floor. I was so done with Lucy now. That stupid bully was no longer my sister. Lucy would sneak out of the house at night all the time, and I couldn't care less. But then one morning, she didn't come back home. And when I went downstairs, Mom was furious. That devil child. She's at school and was caught trying to steal something. What? No way. We immediately drove to the school and saw Lucy sitting in tears in the office. Diana was there too, looking bored. The security guards had caught Lucy stealing final exam question papers from the principal's office. But I didn't want to do it. Diana made me do it. Seriously? I don't even know your name. And how could I make you do anything? You're just some loser. And I wouldn't even keep you around to wipe my shoes. Ugh, this witch. But there was no proof against Diana. So she walked free and Lucy was expelled. As she ran out of the office crying, I tried to stop her, but she pushed me aside.
You just want to say I told you so, right? Well, don't. Just leave me alone.
I didn't follow her. She'd brought this on herself. And maybe when she was less upset, she'd realize it. But when I went back home, I was shocked to find that all of Lucy's things were gone. She'd just left without a word. I tried looking for her for weeks and months, but didn't find her anywhere. Soon after, I left for college where I met John. We fell madly in love and got married soon after. My married life was perfect. But a few years later, I discovered that I could never have children. Both me and John were devastated by the news. And as years passed, things started to get worse. On our 5th anniversary, I cooked John's favorite dinner, and waited for him to come home, but he didn't show up at all. And the next morning, the doorbell rang, and I found 2 kids about 3 years old holding a letter addressed to me. Miley, please forgive me, but I can't take care of these kids anymore. I've lost all my money and I'm in debt and I have to leave. Please don't look for me. I stared at John's handwriting in complete shock, and now he was running away and leaving them with me? Oh my God, that jerk! I immediately took the kids to the police, and it turned out they were my husband's kids, and their mom passed away some time ago. The cops decided to send these kids to the orphanage, and that instantly reminded me of Lucy. My heart sank thinking how awful her orphanage was. And without thinking, I suddenly yelled, "No, I'll adopt them." And in no time, the kids moved in to live with me. Their names were Dan and Dean, and they were adorable. The first night, I fell asleep next to them. A few hours later, I woke up to crazy sounds. I rushed downstairs and saw them banging on pots and laughing. Quiet! Are you both babies or devils? They both dropped everything and ran towards me.
Sorry, we play.
I instantly melted. Later, I took them out shopping for toys and clothes. When we came home, they were both full of smiles and even kissed me. It just warmed my heart like nothing before. My life felt perfect. A few years passed, and the kids forgot they had another mother before me. Then once when Dean was in the 3rd grade, I found him crying in his room. Oh, honey, what happened? He told me there was some guy in his class who was bullying him. He even had bruises on his face. Oh, baby, I'll talk to the principal and his mom, and you'll be fine. Mom's got you. The next day at the parent-teacher meeting, I waited for the kids to point the bully's mom out to me. When they did, I went ahead and tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, is that your kid?" I turned around, and my jaw dropped. Miley? Lucy? Oh my God. We just stared at each other in shock, and then I spoke. "Was it your kid who bullied my son?" "What? Not possible. My son is an angel." "Oh, really? Then why does he steal my kids' lunch and hit them? Is that what you're teaching him?" "How I raise my son is none of your business, bossy pants. If my kid gets hurt, it is my business. Keep your kid away from them." I walked off quickly before she made a scene. But on our way back home, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucy. She looked so different and pretty, but I didn't have anything to do with her now. A few days later, the kids insisted on me taking them to the school carnival. When we got there, they ran off to have fun with their friends, and I got busy with the other mothers. But moments later, we heard a loud noise, and my heart jumped when we saw a huge fire had broken out in one of the tents. I started looking for the kids and found Dean immediately, but Dan was missing. I was shouting his name and looking everywhere, but what I saw next shocked me. Lucy was there, and she was walking out of flames with Dan in her arms. Oh my God, what happened? Is he okay? I hugged Dan tight and then saw Lucy's hand. It was all burned by the flames. I stayed by her side as the medical team bandaged her hand, and then I spoke. "Lucy, I can't ever thank you enough for what you did. But why'd you risk your life for my kid?"
"'Cause he's your son and you love him."
"And I owe you a lot for what you've done for me." And then my eyes went straight to the locket she was wearing. It was the same necklace I'd given to Lucy ages ago. You kept it all these years? Why?" She remained silent, but tears fell from her eyes. And I just hugged her. "Oh, Lucy, why did you run away? I looked for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. I was just so ashamed of myself, all the things I did, and I was horrible to you. I thought I'd ruined our relationship forever, and I couldn't face you anymore. But I've missed you so much. You picked up an orphan like me from the streets and loved me like family, but I threw it all away. I'm so sorry, Miley. Please forgive me." "Already done. You're my sister, and I'll always love you. Come here."
Hi, my name is Leanne, and boy, do I have an extraordinary story to share. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a really happy childhood as the only daughter of 2 loving, wealthy parents. We lived in a beautiful mansion with huge gardens, a pool, and practically a zoo in the backyard. My parents would take me traveling with them around the world, and my favorite thing to do was taking pictures. Everywhere I went, the camera went with me. Life was great until one day it took a tragic turn. When I was 8, we were on our private jet to the Bahamas when suddenly the plane started shaking violently. The pilot and other crew members were shouting and running about, and I just knew something was very wrong. Minutes later, I felt a strong blow and everything went black. I opened my eyes when I felt something wet on my face. I nearly died of fright when I saw that it was a gorilla licking me. I thought she wanted to eat me. I ran away from there like a bullet. But after running around in circles a few times, I realized something. I was stranded on some deserted island. I had no idea what happened to my parents, and I felt really alone and afraid. I was terribly thirsty and tried drinking the seawater, but it was so salty, I spat it out instantly. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Well, not a human hand, because it was the gorilla again. I was about to flee when I saw her offering me a coconut. I gulped down the coconut water greedily. Thank you. That's when the most incredible thing happened. The gorilla took me by the hand and led me with her. I felt so scared, and my heart was beating like crazy. The gorilla stopped and brought my hand to her chest. She actually calmed me down. I smiled slightly, and I swear she smiled back. We arrived at a forest clearing with a beautiful waterfall, and I gasped. There was a whole herd of gorillas of all sizes. They welcomed me, and over time, I became one of them. I walked like them, ate like them, and even started communicating like them. Life was good. And as years passed, I began to forget my previous life. There was only one problem. Grumpy. He was my older gorilla brother, who clearly hated me. He was always daring me to do dangerous things and setting up traps for me. But luckily, Mom always came to the rescue. One time, though, he went too far. He dared me to step on a thin branch to reach some fruit. The branch snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, seriously injuring myself. When I woke up, Mom was holding me and sobbing. They laid me on a mattress of leaves and gave me coconut water to drink. I recovered over time, but I found out that the herd had kicked out Grumpy for his mischief. One day, we heard a loud, strange sound, and we all went running out to the forest. To my shock, I saw something familiar. A helicopter was landing on the island. 4 people got out, and I saw 2 of them had weapons, which they were pointing straight at us. Terrified, all the gorillas started running away. But just then, I saw one of the men pointing a gun directly at Grumpy, who was all by himself. I dashed forward and stood with open arms between Grumpy and the man. At that moment, I heard a really familiar human voice. Leanna, is that you? Oh my God, don't shoot, she's my daughter. Oh my God, she was my mom. Mom ran towards me and hugged me tight. Leanna, remember me, baby? 10 years ago, we had an accident, and we've been looking for you ever since. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm Dad, Leanna. We never gave up hope, and here you are, all safe and sound. I knew who they were, and I could even understand them, but I'd just forgotten how to speak like them. Ooh, 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 ooh. They looked at me like I was crazy. But then, they started leading me away to the helicopter. When I realized they were taking me with them, I pulled back. They gently kept telling me I had to come home with them, but I refused. But they weren't willing to leave without me. One of the men picked me up while I bit, kicked, and screamed. My gorilla family rushed forward to help me, but he just put me in a cage and the helicopter quickly lifted off the ground. Mom joined me inside the cage and held me close as I cried and fought. But I tired myself out and fell asleep. And just like that, after 10 years, I'd been found and was back with my loving parents. I should have been happy, but it wasn't that simple. I only knew life in the jungle now. My parents tried to return me to normal, but I continued to behave like a gorilla. I ate like one, scratched myself, and slept on the floor. That's when my parents decided to get me a tutor, Mr. Drotaire. And he looked like a mean old man.
I train and teach brats for a living. I'm sure I will succeed with you too. For everything you do well, I'll give you a banana. And for everything that you get wrong, well, you'll see.
That man made my life miserable, and my parents had no idea. Anytime I did something wrong, he went mental and screamed at me. He'd make me stand with my face towards the wall for hours while he kept calling me a stupid savage. Oh, I just hated him. But I tried to learn fast so I could get rid of him. After months, when I joined my parents one day for breakfast, they couldn't stop staring at me. I was perfectly dressed, with my hair combed, and I was eating with a spoon. When I asked my mom to pass me the sugar in perfect English, both of them burst into tears and started hugging me.
Oh, Leanna, you look so pretty.
Just perfect. Now that you're back to your old self, love, it's about time we sent a press release announcing your safe return. So many people helped us look for you and prayed for you. They will be so happy to hear the news, and we shall organize a grand party in your honor. I was glad to see my parents so pleased with me, and a party sounded nice. A few days later, Mom took me to the mall to shop, and I was so surprised by everyone's reactions when they saw me. I didn't even know I was famous. Crying women hugged me and Mom and said they were so happy for us. People asked me to take pictures with them and wanted my autograph. It was crazy. I felt overwhelmed by everything, but I stayed quiet and smiled for the cameras. But the truth was, I really missed my life on the island and my gorilla family. On the day of the party, I had hairstylists and makeup artists working on me for hours. I wasn't even allowed to eat much because I had to fit into some ridiculous ball gown. Okay, it was beautiful, but I was starving. As I walked down the stairs, I was suddenly blinded by the flashes of so many cameras. I felt like a wild animal in a zoo, with people gasping and staring at me. Just then, Mom came forward and took my hand. "Smile, sweetie. Everything's okay. You're doing great." I tried to reply, but I couldn't. I just wished I was anywhere but here. Suddenly, a boy whisked me off to dance, and he kept talking nonstop. And then another boy asked me to dance, and then another and another. I was beginning to feel nauseous. As I stopped to rest, a pompous-looking lady walked over to me, along with Mr. Drotaire. Gosh, why was he even invited?
Oh, how can anyone be so beautiful? Everyone said you were a wild beast. People really love to gossip, don't they, Mr. Drotaire? You've taught her right. Oh, yes, I have. Miss Leanna is my star student, and she has turned out even better than I expected. Well, darling, I'd like to introduce you to my son. He has a very good heart and a very big pocket. I'm sure your parents will be so pleased if you two hit it off.
I don't know if it was her shrill voice or Mr. Drotaire's evil smile, but I just exploded. Literally, the buttons on my dress started to pop. One of them hit the screaming lady straight in the eye, and I felt pure joy. One by one, I took out all the hairpins that were practically stuck in my brain and let my hair go loose. And like the gorilla that I am, I jumped onto one of the hanging lamps, making sure to kick Mr. Drotaire on my way up. From the lamp, I jumped to another and then leapt onto the stairs. I turned around and mouthed, "I'm sorry," to my shocked parents, and left. As I burst out of the hall, I ran headfirst into someone and fell down. As he helped me up, I saw he was the most gorgeous guy. He introduced himself as Rocky, the chef for the party tonight. "Oh, I would have loved to taste your food, but I won't be attending the rest of that party." As my stomach loudly growled, just at that moment, Rocky asked me if I'd like to join him for a private dinner. And, well, I couldn't say no to that dreamy face. It was the most amazing time I'd had since I'd returned. Rocky was funny and sweet, and being around him felt so easy. Of course, the news of the disastrous party was everywhere. My parents didn't say much to me, but I knew they were disappointed and embarrassed. I decided I wouldn't be seeing any people for a while, except Rocky, whom I'd started seeing quite often. Even though being around him made me feel happy, I couldn't keep ignoring how much I missed the jungle. And I decided to talk to my parents. But before I could, they came to me one day and said they had something to show me. We're not sure if you remember, but before the plane crash, you used to love photography. We thought this would cheer you up. And on all the walls were framed pictures that I'd taken as a kid. On the other side of the room, there were cameras, tripods, lights, basically my very own studio. Wow, you guys, this is amazing! Thank you! I really love you both so much, and I know you'd do anything for me. But what? Why are you unhappy? I told him that I missed my gorilla family and my life on the island terribly. But they are monkeys, and you are human. Mom, they are gorillas, and they took care of me as their own, and I love them. Leanne, sweetheart, what do you want to do? I want to go back. Mom burst into tears and protested and fainted. But Dad supported me, and after much talking, they both seemed to understand that going back was the right thing for me. And now I had another very hard goodbye to say. I told Rocky that I'd be leaving, and he looked stunned. Leanne, you're just breaking my heart. Maybe I can come with you. I mean, I could try. Oh, Rocky, I couldn't ask you to do that. You belong here. You're a brilliant chef and will go on to do amazing things. I know it. And I will never forget you. With tears in his eyes, he pulled me in for a long kiss, and fireworks exploded in my head. I ran off and didn't look back. When I landed on the island, I was so afraid my gorilla family wouldn't even recognize me. But they came running straight at me and knocked me over with their hugs. I was so happy to see them. Weeks later, I saw a boat coming onto the shore one evening, and I nearly fell back in shock to see that it was Rocky. Oh my God, what are you doing here? You were wrong, Leanne. I don't belong there. I belong wherever you are. And now, yes, the end of the story has arrived. At least for you. For us, this is just the beginning.
Hi, I'm Tuli from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
Can you turn that stupid music down? It's giving me a migraine.
Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine. Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Tuli, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Tuli. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Tuli, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off. That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache. But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month, please. I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league.
Watch your mouth, Thule.
But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Oh, why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was. But I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you.
You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk to me.
Hi, I'm Julia from New York City. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I can remember, I've never had a day of peace in my life thanks to my older twin sisters, Tina and Sophia. They were 10 years older, famous models just like my mom, and they loved annoying me. On my 6th birthday, Mom gave me a pet piglet, but it went missing a few weeks later on Thanksgiving. I was devastated as I sat down for dinner that night. Julie, you see that turkey? That's your piggy.
What? Yeah, Mom said they ran out of turkey, so she cooked your piggy instead. You're lying! No!
I started bawling like a baby till Mom rescued my pet from my sister's closet. They were grounded, but the memory haunted me for years. I could never enjoy another Thanksgiving. Things just got weirder as we grew older. Tina and Sophia got more famous, and I became their geeky little sister with a thing for science and sugar. By 13, I weighed twice the kids my age. One time, Mom invited a French photographer to take family portraits.
Wow, Tina, that is a beautiful pose. Sophie, yes. Hold that. Juicy, juicy.
Julie.
Whatever. Pull in your tummy while you smile. A little more. More. Okay, now smile. Press it, smile.
I was trying when Tina tickled me a little, and I let out a huge fart. Oh my God, Julie, you stink up the place. You baby cow. When the photos came out, I was so red, it looked like someone had slapped me 20 times. So embarrassing. I exercised and lost most of the extra weight, but my sisters never let me forget that incident. Worse, kids in my school constantly questioned me about my famous sisters, and I hated that. My older brother says that Tina bathes in milk. That's why she's so pretty. And Sophia brushes her hair with a comb made of feathers. Tell us, please. Is all this true? I got so annoyed, I jumped on one of them and pulled her hair. Tina's breath stinks and so do her clothes. And Sophia brushed her hair last winter. It's all makeup, you moron. Now leave me alone. Turns out it was our teacher's daughter, and my stunt landed me in detention. But I didn't care as long as I got some peace. So, yeah, life wasn't great. But it wasn't all bad either. I was at the top of my class, and at 17, I even landed a prestigious summer internship at the Natural History Museum. On my first day, I got up an hour early to get ready and reached the museum before my time. But the place was massive, and I got totally lost. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Are you the new intern?
Yeah, I'm Julie. Pleased to meet you.
Late. You're late. You were supposed to report to me 15 minutes ago.
Before I could even apologize, the boy started walking away.
I'm Pierre, your supervisor, boss, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so tell me, why is the sky blue? Too slow. How do airplanes fly? How old is the Earth? Do you know anything besides makeup?
4.543 billion years.
What?
You asked me how old the Earth is? I know my science, okay? But I guess you don't know how to talk to people. Maybe learn that first.
You're right. I'm sorry. I had a tough morning and I took it out on you. How about we start again? Hi, I'm Pierre, and it's nice to meet you.
Over the next few days, Pierre and I hung out a lot. He was my age, the son of a diplomat, and he'd only recently moved to New York. He was also really smart, and we'd often spend hours discussing science stuff. Slowly, I even started liking him a little. One day, I was cleaning up a fossil when my shirt got caught and ripped. Pierre rushed to my side and gave his shirt to me.
You're bleeding.
Huh? Oh no. Dang it. Pierre hurried back with first aid, and as he was tending to me, I couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was.
There, all done.
Thanks. I feel much better. Much better. Oh, God. You must think I'm crazy.
Nope. I think you're cute. And also, I think you should go out on a date with me.
Really? You do? The next day, Pierre took me out to the most amazing restaurant, and we had the best time ever. Soon after, we started dating officially, and things were perfect. That was until one night. Pierre and I were closing the museum, and my sisters stormed in with some friends and started messing around with the museum artifacts. What are you guys doing here? You're always working, so we thought you could use some fun. Oh, are you the guy she keeps texting? Dude, she makes the funniest faces when she's on the phone. Like she wants to poop, but can't. Let me show you. Can you stop embarrassing me and go to a club or something? Where's the fun in that? My sisters and their friends just ignored me as they went around taking selfies. But then the museum security heard the noise and chased them away. I was given an earful, but at least the situation was under control and nothing was damaged. But the next morning, I spotted Tina wearing a dinosaur tooth around her neck. Oh my God, Tina, you're not supposed to take that. It's worth $40,000. Why would a rotten old tooth cost this much? Here, you can have it. I immediately wanted to leave for the museum to put the tooth back before someone noticed, but just then, the police knocked on my door. Apparently, the museum staff had seen the CCTV footage, and my sister had already been caught on tape. The twins would have been arrested for stealing, but I called Pierre and asked if his dad could help. He told me once his dad was on the museum board of directors, so I had to take a shot.
He saw the video footage too, and he's really mad.
I know it's a huge favor, but I'm asking, please, if he could just help me out this one time. I'll even apologize in person.
Actually, there's this fundraiser that he wants me to attend. Maybe you can come along too and talk to him.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Pierre pulled some strings and the police let off my sisters. And for the first time, they were sorry. The fundraiser wasn't as bad as I thought, even though his dad was really cold even after I apologized. And soon, Pierre started asking me to all the events he got invited to. And things were exciting for a while. I enjoyed dressing up and going around with my handsome boyfriend. But between studies and work, I was getting burnt out. One evening, I didn't have anything, so I raided Tina's closet. Oh my God, who died and left you this hideous dress? It's yours. Must be something I bought to give to a homeless person. Listen, kid, no matter what you wear, you'll always be a dork. Don't change too much to fit in, okay? Did you hit your head or something? Anyway, I'm off. I had no idea what Tina meant, but I was terribly late, and when I got there, Pierre was outside waiting for me.
Where were you? Everyone is asking me, and why are you wearing that? Don't you have something designer? Aren't your sisters models?
What's wrong with my clothes? Besides, I'm exhausted and I'm here. Before Pierre could reply, someone told us that his dad was looking for him and we went inside. I was standing in a corner feeling angry and tired when I spotted one of the world's most famous marine scientists, Dr. Keller. Oh my God, I am a huge fan, sir. Your work in the space of dead turtles is groundbreaking. And that piece on how sharks are misrepresented in shark movies is amazing.
You've read that paper? No one ever has. You should come by my office sometime.
I'd love to. I even have something I'd like you to see.
Julia, there you are. I want to make you meet someone.
Before I could say anything, Pierre dragged me to the other corner of the room. What was that?
I just saved you from the worst conversation of your life. You should thank me.
Thank you? A world-famous scientist just invited me to his office, and I was discussing my research with him when you dragged me away.
Dr. Keller is a bit of a cuckoo. He invites everyone to his office because he's bored all day. It's nothing special. Give me a break.
So you think I'm not actually good at what I do? You know what? Save your breath. I've had enough. I'm leaving, and yeah, maybe we should take a break. And with that, I stormed out. Pierre tried calling me later, but I ignored him. And over the next few days, he tried everything to get my attention. He would drop cards in my backpack, leave chocolates, show up with a car full of roses, and when nothing worked, he came up with the ultimate surprise.
I spoke to Dr. Keller. He's agreed to meet you next week. Get that research going.
You did what? I can't believe it. Oh, thank you.
Does that mean we're good?
Pierre, I like you, but we belong to different worlds, and I really can't afford distractions.
I understand, but at least we can be friends, right? And I can help you finish your research paper. That's the least I can do after everything you've done for me.
Pierre was a smart guy, and I could really use his help. We started working day and night, and I often caught him stealing glances at me. By the time we were done, I was exhausted out of my wits.
Maybe you should rest. I'll make the final changes and see you at Dr. Keller's office.
You sure? Oh, that'll be amazing, and thank you for your help. Pierre kissed me lightly on the forehead, and I had butterflies in my stomach. I knew he still liked me, and I liked him too. Maybe I'd give us another shot. But right now, I had bigger fish to fry. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling really confident and showed up early. I was sitting at the reception waiting for Pierre to show up, when suddenly, I saw him leaving with Dr. Keller and my final research.
Okay, I'm gonna be late. Good job on the research, Pierre, and welcome to the team. Your dad will be proud and happy. Oh, hi, Julia. Are you here for Pierre?
Actually,
yes. We decided to celebrate together, if you liked my research. I wanted to say something, but I was speechless. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Pierre walked toward me, but something inside me snapped, and I slapped him hard. So this is why you didn't want me talking to him at the party, and why you helped me with my research. So you could steal it and claim it as your own. Never in a million years did I think you'd be such a snake, Pierre. Crushed, I ran away as fast as I could. How could I be so stupid? Years of research and hard work gone down the drain. When I got home that day, my sisters could immediately tell something was wrong. They sat me down, and I told them everything.
Ugh, why do you even care about this stuff so much? Because I do, okay? It's what I want to do in life. How would you feel if someone took away all your hard work and claimed it as theirs?
We wouldn't know. No one can be as pretty as we are.
Okay, I'm done with this conversation.
Sorry. Wait. Sit. We know it's devastating that Pierre used you and then threw you under the bus, but that's life. Now, you can either cry about it, or you can move your butt and start from scratch. The choice is yours. Whatever you choose, we're here for you.
My sisters were right for once. I couldn't let this one blow take away my whole future, so I decided to plunge myself into my studies. Pierre tried reaching out 1,000,000 times, but I was done with that lying jerk. I graduated top of my class and went to Harvard. Slowly, I started building my research from scratch and things started looking up. But for some reason, I could never completely understand or forget Pierre's betrayal. Maybe what I was looking for was closure. A year later, my sisters and I were vacationing in Costa Rica when a familiar figure approached me.
Julia, is that you?
Pierre? You. Take another step and I'll knock your teeth in.
I just want to apologize. I know what I did was horrible and unforgivable, but I had my reasons.
Really, dude?
Yes. My dad is a horrible person, Julia. He told me if I couldn't show him that I can make it as a scientist, he'd have my butt kicked back to London and force me to become a politician. I thought if I got a chance to work with Dr. Keller, I could impress my dad and he'd finally let me follow my passion, so I
backstabbed me, stole my research, cost me the chance of a lifetime?
Yes, but if it's any consolation, I never joined Dr. Keller. I just couldn't do it.
Listen, I don't care about you or your dad anymore. I trusted you and you betrayed me. Nothing you can say or do will make this right. And if you really want to follow your passion, stand up for yourself. Lying and cheating won't get you anywhere. Now save your face and let's not talk again. Ever.
But
You heard her. Now leave. Pierre left with a pouty face and both my sisters jumped on me.
Look at our baby cow, all grown up.
Get off me, you two. We love you. Yeah, love you too. Now stop smothering me.
Most people have a person in their lives that they can go to with their problems. Not me. It's just my mom and I don't even like her much. It wasn't always this way. When I was young, we were close. My mom, dad, and I were always goofing around. Mom and dad were always together. The hardest memories are when I think about how happy we all were. That changed when I was 10, just after my dad left. He started becoming more and more distant. He didn't show up at home until late in the evening. Eventually, he stopped coming home. He didn't say goodbye to us. I was crushed by that. All he left was a letter. I still remember my mom reading that letter to me. I was big enough to read, but she wanted to read it to me. She said that his handwriting was really difficult to read. My dearest boy, I love you. These past few weeks haven't been easy for me. I've been offered a job working for the Argentinian government. I will be in charge of keeping the country safe from bad guys. It's what I've always wanted to do, but it comes at a price. What I will be doing must be a secret to you and your mother. If people find out about my family, you will be in danger. I can't come back home anymore, and you cannot come to visit me. But don't worry, I will continue to write you. I will even call when I can. Love you always, Dad. I cried when she finished the letter. My mom instinctively gave me a hug. Halfway through that hug, she pulled away. Little did I know that it was the last time that she would ever hug me. From that day on, whenever I cried, she avoided me. And whenever I tried to hug her, she retreated away from me and changed the subject with a flash of a smile. The next few months were tough. I did everything I could to get my mom's attention, but she became more and more distant. I wasn't willing to give up though. Mother's Day was coming up. I spent weeks preparing a handwritten card, along with a treasure hunt around the house for my mom. I saved up every cent that I had to buy her the perfume that she liked, even going into the city alone to buy it. It was scary, but I did it all for her. I believed that if I made this Mother's Day amazing, I'd get through to her, and we'd go back to some kind of normal. Mother's Day arrived and my mother was out of the house early, before I was awake. She arrived at 10 p.m. that evening. I was waiting up for her. "Happy Mother's Day, Mom," I said, giving her the gift. She gave me a weak smile and said thank you. "I've had a long day, kiddo. I'm going to sleep now." She left me standing there, alone, wondering what I had done wrong. I was broken and hurt. From that day on, things changed between us. Every so often, I got a postcard from my dad from Argentina. The postcards contained nothing personal, only famous quotes. Things like, "Don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant." When I was young, I thought these were wonderful pieces of wisdom that my dad had discovered, but I soon realized that he'd found them on a quick Google search. On my 11th birthday, he called me. He sounded different, but I was excited to speak to him. He wished me a happy birthday. "Thanks, Dad. How are you? How is work going in Argentina? I miss you so much. When are you coming home?" I had so many questions, but my dad didn't have many answers. He stuttered out a few answers and then said he had to go. I put down the phone, beating myself up. All my questions had chased him away. By the time I was 12, the postcards stopped. They were replaced by emails. My dad wrote once a month, always the same. "Hey, how are you? How's school going? Everything is fine here. The government won't let me say what we're doing, but I'm well." He'd end off with a famous quote, and I'd wait for a month to pass before I got another email. My excitement would slowly wither from reading each of these emails. I finally worked up the courage to speak to my mom about how I was feeling. But the moment I brought up my emotions, she changed the subject and found something to keep herself busy with. It was clear that my mom was too busy to listen to me. Again, I wondered how I could be so foolish to think that my mother and father actually cared about me. I was about 13 when I stopped looking for his emails. I stopped reading them. It didn't matter anymore. In my mind, they were spam now. My mom was much busier now. She had taken on another job and she was hardly ever home. She hired a babysitter to take care of me in the evenings. The babysitter and I became good friends, but I soon outgrew her care. I could take care of myself now. I was growing up quickly. As I grew older, things got even worse. I became more and more invisible to my mother. She would only notice me and speak to me when it was absolutely necessary. It made me angry, so I made it necessary for her to speak to me. I started fights at school. The teachers called her in and suspended me. On the drive home, my mom would shout at me and I'd blame her for everything. The heat of those arguments was exactly what I was searching for. It was warm and it showed me that she genuinely cared. It was amazing, but it didn't last long. After a while, she stopped coming to school when I fought. "I'm too busy," she would tell them. When I turned 14, I decided to go against everything that she said. Whatever she wanted or said, I would do the opposite. That's when I started hanging out with the bad boys in the neighborhood. She'd warned me to stay away from them, and that's what drew me right to them. It was fun hanging out with them. They had this kind of carefree life. They did whatever they felt like doing. We spent our afternoons playing practical jokes on the old ladies in the neighborhood, laughing as they chased us away with brooms from their homes. These boys were a lot like me in so many ways. Their parents didn't have time for them. That brought us closer together. Soon, we became our own family. We looked out for each other. It was great to have people care for me again. A year later, my friends and I were bored of the practical jokes. We needed something more thrilling. We started sneaking into people's houses and looking through their things. It was exciting knowing that we were always seconds away from being caught. But even if we did get caught, it was okay. We had a code of silence. We were brothers and we'd always look out for each other. Soon, the sneaking turned into breaking into houses. We kept pushing the boundaries, looking for more ways to get the biggest thrills. Up until that point, it was a game that I enjoyed playing. It was when one of my brothers fell for a girl that things turned ugly. As much as he adored this girl, she wanted nothing to do with him. We laughed about it. "Move on, there are plenty of fish in the sea," we told him, but he wouldn't. "She disrespected me," he said, "and I'm going to teach her a lesson." Hearing him say those words scared me. Seeing the anger in his eyes told me that this time was different. This wasn't a game. We tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. Worst of all, he wanted us to help him teach her a lesson. After reminding us of our brotherly code, we agreed. That night, I couldn't sleep. My stomach was tied up in vicious knots. I didn't want to go ahead with the plan, but I didn't want to upset my brothers. More than ever, I wished I could talk to my mom or my dad. But here I was, alone. What had my life come to? I barely made it through the school day. I was so distracted by my brother's plan. We waited for her in an alleyway near the school. The girl passed this way on her walk home. My job was to lure her into the alley. I saw her walking by and called her. She saw me and smiled, and she started to walk towards me. I lost my nerve. I couldn't do this. Run! Get out of here! I screamed. I felt relieved to see her run. But my brothers weren't happy. They made me pay. They beat me up and told me that I was dead to them. I was no longer one of their brothers. We'll get her without you, he said to me as they left me lying in the alley beaten and bruised. I didn't sleep well that night and skipped school the next day. My mom didn't know and didn't care either. I kept hearing my brother's words in my head. We'll get her without you. I knew that they were serious, and I knew that they were angry enough to seriously hurt her. I had to do something about it. I went to the police station and told them about my friend's plan. They took me inside the station and sent me over to a detective. He took my statement and asked me lots of questions about the names of my friends and the girl, where we went to school, etc. Then he asked me to give him a minute. I need a cup of coffee. The detective's desk was a mess of files. I decided to help him out. While fixing them up, one of the files caught my attention. I recognized the name. It was my father. I opened it up and there he was. It turns out he wasn't in Argentina. He was here. I took a photo of his address and finished up my interview with the detective. He told me that he'd call my brothers in and give them a good scare. I walked to my dad's house. My mind was racing with so many ideas. Why hadn't my mother told me that he was here? I knocked on the door. It took him a minute to answer, but he did. He was surprised to see me. Son, he said. He was a bit of a mess. It looked like he had just woken up. He was unshaven and his clothes were stained. It's me, Dad. What are you doing here? Did they send you back from Argentina? He was confused. Argentina? You work for the Argentinian government, I said. The work you do protects the people. My dad told me to be quiet. He pulled me into his house. It was an even bigger mess than he was. You're right, son. I escaped, and they're out to get me. That's why I'm hiding out in this dump. I'm going to need your help. Is your mom still around? I nodded. I need $10,000. Call your mom and ask her to send me the money. The more he spoke, the more I could tell that he was lying to me. I listened for a while and told him that I'd come back. I went back to the detective and asked him about my father. I'm sorry to hear that he's your dad. He's a con man. He's been pulling cons for 15 years now. In and out of jail for the last 7. I couldn't believe it. My head was a blur, filled with all the lies I'd been fed, from my mother and now my father. I felt ashamed, angry, and confused. I was waiting for my mother when she arrived home. It was after 10 p.m. and she was exhausted. She didn't want to talk, but I didn't give her an option. I told her I'd found my dad. That was someone trying to take advantage of you, she said. But I could tell that she wasn't expecting this. I'd caught her off guard. I kept pushing her for answers. Everything you told me was a lie. She tried to distract me the way she had always done. As she walked away from me, I said the one thing that had been in my heart all of these years. The one thing that I hadn't said out loud because I was too ashamed to admit it. What did I do for you to stop loving me? She stopped then and turned around. She began to cry then. The tears coursed down her face. For the first time in years, she was seeing me, actually seeing me. I never stopped loving you. I was trying to save you, she said. From who? I asked. From me. She slumped into the corridor, shaking her head. I was a mess. It's the reason why your father left. He told me that I was too demanding, too clingy. I asked too many questions about where he was and what he was doing. He told me that a doctor friend of his had diagnosed me as crazy if I kept behaving this way. I'd lose you to social services. Eventually, he left. He told me that I was the reason you would grow up without a father. And if I knew what was good for me, I'd leave you alone before I chased you away as well. But that wasn't all. Before he left, he gave me a letter to give you. I remember that letter, I said. But you don't know that what I read to you was a lie. I didn't believe her. I didn't believe any of this. I asked her to show me. Reluctantly, she did. The letter said, "Son, got to go, Dad." I read it over and over, and now I started to cry. That was all he had to say? My mom nodded. I couldn't let him break your heart like that. So I made up a story. I sent you postcards and then emails. I even paid someone I work with to call you and pretend to be your father. My mom explained that the real reason my dad left was that his victims had finally caught up with him. More than 20 people showed up at the house demanding the money that he'd swindled from them. I took on the second job to pay these people back. By next month, I would have paid back every cent that he stole. We both went quiet for a long time. It was a good quiet. It felt warm and honest. Why didn't you tell me? I eventually asked. Your father was very persuasive. He made me believe that I was a bad mother, that my care was actually obsession, and that I would chase you away with my intensity. For years, I've blamed myself. It was safer to tell you a story. It was safer to keep you far away from me. I watched her now, the woman that I had come to hate for reasons I couldn't understand. Now, with her defenses down, crumpled into a heap, I saw the woman that I had loved, the woman who had loved me. All the years of hating her washed away in that moment. I walked over to her and gave her a hug. That hug was like a bridge, connecting me to that 10-year-old version of me. We sat like that for a long time. I hugged her while she cried, and she hugged me back. The next day, we went to the police station and spoke to the detective. My mom had enough evidence of my dad's scams to get him arrested for good. He had spent every cent of the money he had stolen, but that didn't matter. My mom stopped working her second job after she'd finished paying my dad's final debt. We used the free time that she now had to reconnect. The detective was true to his word. He scared my brothers so badly that they stopped messing around. They even stopped talking to each other. They never spoke to me again, but I don't care. Silence has a way of destroying beautiful things. The truth is so much better. The end.
I sat looking at the screen in horror. It showed the question my entire life depended on. How many people work at My Story Animated? I closed my eyes and strained as I tried to remember. I knew this. Think, Hope. This is your favorite channel. You should know this. Suddenly, it came to me. I knew, and I excitedly yelled the answer out loud in the silent room. 80! The host said, "That is correct." I jumped from my seat and broke into a dance as everyone cheered. I'd just won $1 million. Just then, my parents and Stephanie, my sister, joined me, screaming for joy. Dad said, "You've done it. You brilliant, brilliant child. You've made us all rich." Hi, my name is Hope, and this is the story of me becoming a millionaire. Little did I know, the minute I got that check would change my life forever. When we received the money, our parents moved to a gorgeous mansion, and I officially became their favorite child. One person wasn't happy about all of this, though. Stephanie, my sister, a famous influencer on Instagram. It was like the minute I got rich, she made a pact with the devil to destroy my life. One day, as Mom ordered our new chef to make me a special breakfast, the butler came in with the mail and said there were flowers for someone. Stephanie, who was working on her newest vlog, quickly snatched them, saying they must be from one of her fans. Okay, guys, this morning there were flowers in the mail for me again. This is the biggest bouquet I've ever gotten, and there's a note here too. I'll read it. "Your beauty has me captivated. I saw you and I knew I would never look at another. I love you. Hope." What? I jumped toward her to grab the piece of paper, but she ripped it up. I was joking, guys. Everyone knows I'm the prettier sister. Anyways, these flowers are half dead, and I think I see bugs. I'll throw them out. Dad threw down his fork and knife and stopped eating. How dare you behave like that with your sister? She won $1 million. They could have been for her. But she said, they were mine. I'm the pretty one. A few days later, I saw a guy mowing the lawn across from ours. I had to admit, guys on this side of town were H.O.T. I noticed he was looking at me, so I waved at him, and for a minute, he looked nervous. Then he started coming over. As soon as he reached me, he handed me a beautiful rose and said, "Hi, I'm..." The door of the house suddenly opened and another boy walked out. He took one look at me and rushed over. "Nathan, are you done mowing the lawn? We don't pay you to hit on our gorgeous neighbors." Nathan turned red. I was so embarrassed. I'd called him over, and now this rude dude was insulting him. Nathan just smiled and winked at me. Then he turned and ran back. "I'm getting to it, man. Chill." By then, the other guy had walked over to me. He grabbed my hand, shaking it far too enthusiastically for my liking. "You're Hope, that millionaire girl. I'm following you on Instagram. You looked so beautiful on TV. I'm Jake." Steph and Dad saw us from the window and joined us. As soon as Steph heard this guy was following my account, she tried to cut in and introduce herself, asking if he'd seen her on Instagram. But Jake totally ignored her. She looked furious. Uh-oh, here she blows. But thankfully, Dad cut in. "I'm glad you've all met each other. We met him when we came to check out this place. I hope you two will get along well since you'll be going to the same school." Jake grinned and winked at me. "I think we'll get along just fine, sir." Oh, great. I shuddered thinking about hearing this weirdo talk like that for a whole freaking school year.
The next day before school, I was roaming our huge new yard when I noticed an envelope in the mailbox. I ran and snatched it up, looking to see who could have left it. I saw Jake from across the road. "Hey, did you see who left this?" He blew me a kiss and shouted, "Read it alone." I went inside and opened the letter. "Dear Hope, ever since I saw you, I can't think of anyone else. I've written a poem for you. I saw you once by the lovely sea. My world so sad, felt full of glee. I looked at you, and I knew I love you deep, and I love you true." Jake had written me a poem? That was the most romantic thing anyone had ever done. Who would have thought Jake could write something so beautiful? I ran to Steph. "Look at this, sis. My first ever love letter. You know who I think sent it? Jake. Maybe he's not as bad as I thought." To my shock, she just snatched the letter and started screaming. "Get off your high horse, Hope. Stop acting like the world worships you now that you have some stupid money. I can't believe you're trying to embarrass me because one stupid guy wrote you a stupid note." That was so mean. How could she say something like that? You're just jealous because Mom and Dad like me more now. But luckily, Mom pulled us apart and yelled at Stephanie. "Stephanie, behave yourself. If you can't be as useful as her, at least appreciate what she's done for us. She's paid for this huge mansion. You're all just eating out of her hands because she's rich now. Disgusting." But Mom just pushed us out of the house for school. School! Stephanie had already made friends because of her Instagram, but the only person I knew was Jake, who may have been both a stupid jock and a secret poet. But as soon as I walked into class, all thoughts of Jake and his notes disappeared when I saw him. The guy who was mowing the lawn, Nathan. The minute our eyes met, he rushed over to me. "Hi, I never got to properly introduce myself. I'm Nathan, school jock by day, gardener, and waiter by night." I laughed, and I half expected him to make a remark about me being a millionaire, but he waited instead for me to introduce myself. Did he not know I was the new millionaire girl everyone was talking about? "Oh, hi, I'm Hope." Nathan said, "Okay, Miss Hope. I'm sorry if what I say freaks you out, but you look gorgeous." For a minute, I didn't know what to say, and he pulled out a seat next to his. "Sit with me?" I couldn't believe this guy was being so obvious about liking me. The girls around me were clearly jealous. That evening, there was a huge party at one of the seniors' house, and Nathan had invited me to go with him. Steph couldn't stop talking about it. "I'm going to make the best vlog ever, and sponsorships will pour in." Just as we were about to leave, Mom jumped in. "And just where do you think you're going?" Stephanie said. "Ugh, Mom, the party. Now let's go. I've got a vlog to make." Mom looked mad and said she couldn't go. "Those peanuts you make from Instagram aren't worth anything now. Go upstairs and study." Then she turned to me and said, "Have fun, sweetie. We won't wait up for you." I felt bad for Steph. I would have helped her out, but just then, a car honked outside. Nathan was here to pick me up. At the party, girls kept swarming up to Nathan like bees to honey. But then again, he was eye candy. Suddenly, he put his arms around me and asked me to dance with him. Luckily enough, the music turned slow and Nathan and I were gliding around the room while everyone stared at us. "Hope, I have to tell you something." My heart hammered in my chest. This was it. The moment I'd been waiting for since I first saw him. But out of nowhere, a pair of strong hands pulled me away from Nathan. Jake said, "Babe, I've been looking everywhere for you. Dance with me." Oh my God, Jake? Did he seriously pull me away from Nathan when he was about to ask me out? I wanted to kill him. I pushed him away and said I'd catch up with him later. I went looking for Nathan, but it was like every guy in the school decided to ask me to dance just then. I had to practically yell that I wasn't interested and made my way through the crowd looking for Nathan. He didn't leave, did he? But then I saw him. Except he was dancing with another girl. No! I ran over to him, but when I saw who he was dancing with, I almost passed out. Stephanie. She said, "Hey there, sis. I saw you dancing with Jake, so I thought I'd give this cutie some company." I said, "Nathan, I'm sorry, he was just..." She said, "Oh, stop it, you. Stop playing with this poor boy's heart." I told him everything about Jake. In fact, I told everyone. I immediately saw what she was doing. She was streaming it live. I said, "What? No, Nathan, don't listen to her." I turned to tell him the truth, but he was gone. "What's your problem? You've gone too far, Steph." The next day at school was hell. Nathan wouldn't even look at me, and everyone else kept calling me a two-timer. At lunch, I saw Stephanie grab her tray and sit right next to him. I glared at her. "Why don't you just sit in his lap, you idiot?" Steph turned in my direction as if she'd heard my thoughts and stuck her tongue out at me. Then she put her head on Nathan's shoulder. The witch. That was the last straw. I jumped up and got onto the table. Everyone around me gasped. I said, Nathan, I know you think I've been playing with you, but that's not true. The truth is, I really like you. And if I didn't, would I be standing in the middle of the cafeteria asking you this? Will you please be my boyfriend? For a few seconds, no one moved. But then suddenly, everyone started cheering and telling him to say yes. Someone even shouted, you gotta go easy on her, man. She's gorgeous. I turned to Nathan, hopeful, but he just pushed Stephanie away and rushed out. I was devastated. To make matters worse, Jake came up to me and said, he's just the poor gardener anyway. You should date me. I'm rich like you, my millionaire babe. I was so mad at him. It was all his fault Nathan hated me. I pushed Jake and turned to run home, only to bump right into Nathan. He was smiling at me. I said, Nathan, I thought you'd never talk to me again. He said, and never hear that sweet voice again? I just had to get something. It was a gorgeous silver necklace. He put it around my neck and said, you're the moon, and I'm forever a star in your orbit, Hope. I was so happy. I hugged him right in the middle of the school. I heard people cheering around us. I looked around to see practically half the school. When I got home, I was still blushing and grinning like an idiot. But the minute I walked in, my smile faded. Mom and Dad were sitting in the lounge looking grim. As soon as I entered, Mom jumped up and started to cry. Mom said, how could you do this to us, Hope? Falling for a poor homeless boy. He'll run away with all of it. He'll ruin us. For a minute, I had no idea what she was talking about. But then she showed me her phone. It was a video of me and Nathan hugging. How did they find out so soon? Just then, I saw Stephanie sitting in the corner of the room. She caught my eye and grinned. Of course she had a hand in this. I said, Mom, Nathan is not homeless. His parents aren't poor. He just works so he can help pitch in for school. Stephanie said, she's lying, Mom. Dad, you saw his car. It was tiny. He's just after her money. I tried to protest and said, he doesn't even know I'm rich. He didn't recognize me at all. But no matter how hard I tried, Stephanie just yelled louder that Nathan was lying to me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran to my room. I needed to think straight. I felt like I was a character in one of the videos from my favorite YouTube channel, My Story Animated. My experience with dating a billionaire girlfriend. But there was no way Nathan was lying to steal my money, was he? The very next day after school, he slipped a note into my hand. The envelope read, follow this heart. It'll bring you mine. Then he took me to his favorite spot in the city, and sitting next to him, I couldn't care less about what Mom and Dad said. Nathan really cared about me. Somehow, we would make it work. As we came back, Nathan said we would visit his mom before he took me home. She's been really ill. Dad and I were really worried for months, but I've managed to finally get my hands on the money I needed for her treatment. You're like a good luck charm for me. I blushed hearing that. How could someone be so handsome and still be so sweet? Answer, they can't. As soon as we pulled into his driveway, everything changed. There seemed to be a crowd outside his house. There was Jake, looking furious, and two people who I assumed were Jake's parents. And behind them was Stephanie, grinning like the idiot that she was. Her camera was out and I knew we were being streamed live. Nathan said, what now? To my utter horror, Jake started shouting about how Nathan was a thief. He said Nathan had stolen his wallet. I said, that's ridiculous. And Steph, put away that stupid phone. Jake said, oh yeah? Then what was this doing in your room? Then he waved his wallet in Nathan's face. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Nathan said, no, that can't be. I don't know how. But just then, Nathan's dad stepped up and said, don't lie, son. We saw them pick it out from a pile of clothes. I've never been more disappointed in you. I tried to defend him again when suddenly Stephanie showed me something horrible. Stephanie said, guess what else we found, sis? My diamond bracelet. I hadn't even realized it was missing. I turned to Nathan in horror and said, how could you? Is this how you plan to pay your mom's bills? I could have given you the money, you just had to ask. Then I turned and ran away. I felt pity for Nathan, but I was devastated. I never thought he'd stoop so low. The next few weeks after school were horrific. At school, it seemed like everyone had seen Steph's stupid video and everyone was avoiding Nathan. It broke my heart to see him alone and sad, but I didn't know what else to do. Worst of all, now Jake was always by my side. I couldn't even think of talking to Nathan with Jake around. I really missed Nathan. So one day, when I finally managed to shake off Jake, I went to Nathan's mom's house. I wanted to see him just to give him another chance to explain himself. Maybe he wasn't really guilty. His mom was on the porch, so I didn't even have to ring the doorbell.
She told me where his room was and said another girl had just dropped by minutes ago. Curious, I tiptoed to his room. His door was slightly open, and what I saw almost made me pass out. Stephanie said, "Nathan, baby, she didn't even trust you. You knew Jake set you up. You could have gotten out of it, but she didn't even let you try. She thinks you're after her money. Date me instead." It was Stephanie. She was trying to hug Nathan, who kept pushing her away. "Get out of here. Jake couldn't have put her bracelet there. I'm done with both of you. Get out." With that, he suddenly pushed the door open for her and jumped back, horrified. For a minute, our eyes met. "Hope, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I understand now why you hate me." And then I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard Stephanie giggling. "Oops. Eavesdropping, was she?" If I thought my heart was broken before, it was smashed to pieces now. And I was the culprit. I'd let down the love of my life, and now he hated me. And it was all Jake's and Stephanie's fault. I ran all the way to Jake's house and banged on his door. He said, "Babe, I was just thinking about you." I slapped his face. "I never want to see your face again. I know what you did to poor Nathan. I don't care how many love notes you write to me. Don't ever freaking talk to me again." Jake looked stunned for a minute, but the next second he burst out laughing. "What love notes? Did you think it was me? Oh, you're smarter than that. I just saw that loser gardener leaving the note there, and I pretended it was me. There was no way I was going to stand by while you dated him. Now that the romance is over, do whatever." He slammed the door in my face. For a moment, I stood there. Just then, I heard him behind me. "I saw you once in a crowded room, and I felt 1,000 flowers bloom. I looked at you, and you at me. My heavy heart was finally free." I turned and looked at my secret admirer in shock. Nathan! Hi there, I'm June, and today for My Story Animated, I'm going to tell you about the bizarre story of how my family convinced me I was in a coma for a year. It all started on my prom night. I was on top of the world. My life was perfect. I had everything I ever wanted and was excited to graduate and start living my adult life. That night, I was glowing. It was no surprise for anyone that I would be the prom queen. And when they announced it, I cried anyway. It was the perfect ending for the perfect high school experience. I was used to being a queen, and I deserved my crown. But as I was climbing the stairs to receive it, I heard a crack. And before I could react, it collapsed to the floor, swallowing me inside. The last thing I remember was hearing the screaming of the others in the room and feeling pain in my entire body. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My parents and my younger brother were there. They rushed to my side, but they looked gloomy. They looked at each other before I heard my mom saying the last words I ever wanted to hear. She said, "You've been in a coma for a year." I looked at my family seriously at first, but then I started to laugh. "You're kidding me, right?" I looked around the room as I said, "Where are the cameras?" It had to be a joke, but they didn't laugh. They looked concerned. My mom said, "Look, honey, it's a lot to process, but..." "No, there's not. There's nothing to process because you're joking," I replied, although I wasn't laughing either now. They glanced at each other in silence, and my mother started to cry, and it clicked. What? A whole year? What about my prom and my crown and my plans for college? What about my boyfriend? Where was he? I couldn't understand. I couldn't think. I felt suddenly dizzy, and a second later, I threw up. This was not happening. I demanded my mom to give me my phone at once, but she said that the doctor recommended not to deal with the outside reality right now. A whole year had passed, and I needed to take things slow. When I asked about my boyfriend, they said he left for college on the other side of the country. When I asked about my college plans, they said I lost my scholarship. When I asked about my friends, they said they didn't know any, that no one had come to visit me in the past year. And that wasn't even the worst part of it all. When I told them to take me home, my dad said that because they had to pay hospital bills for a year, they now had many debts and they had to sell the house and move to a cheaper neighborhood. We were poor now? This was the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. I would have to go to community college. I threw up again. How could they do this to me? I hated them. But when I shouted at them, my mother began to cry again. My brother got really close to my face and said, "Hey, selfish prick, if anyone is to blame for this, it's you. You had an accident and it was your bills that they had to pay. You should be nothing but grateful to them."
I crossed my arms and looked at him as I said, "I'm the victim here. You should be there for me." But he almost shouted, "Look around. We are the only ones that are here for you, so suck it up." As I was in the car on my way to the new, disgusting neighborhood, I couldn't stop thinking about my brother's words. He was a jerk, but he was right about something. Where was everyone? My friends? My boyfriend? I didn't have any flowers in my room or loving letters. I had nothing. I had no one. We arrived at the new house, and it was minuscule. I wanted to throw up again. I couldn't bear to be poor. I hated poverty. And now I would have to live it myself. I got inside and went to my room. At least I would have my things, right? But as I got in, there was nothing there except an old bed and an old desk. "Where's my stuff?" I shouted, trembling. But my mom said they had to sell everything. My TV, my computer, my sound equipment. So I said, "What about my pictures, my notebooks, my cheerleading prizes?" And she said we had to throw everything away. None of us kept anything. There was no room for it in this house. This was too much. I yelled, "I don't care about your stupid things. You shouldn't have thrown my things away. You shouldn't have even touched them. I hate you. I hate you." I slammed the door and cried on that little bed for hours. Why was this happening to me? I didn't deserve this. Everything I ever did was for the good of others. I was always there for my friends. I helped with the chores at home. I was thankful for the things I had. I was a great student. I am a loving sister. As days passed and I slowly realized how lost and alone I was, I got time to do a lot of insight. Since we were in a neighborhood away from the city now, and Dad used the only car we had for work, I started to go out for long walks. And one day, I saw a group of teens that were hanging around in the park. One of the girls told me to sit with them. They were skating and playing soccer and having fun. Without asking questions, they invited me to play soccer with them. I was really good at sports, so it was my opportunity to show off. But I sucked at it. I got a number of punches of flying balls I couldn't dodge, and I also fell off the skate a couple of times. But instead of laughing at me as my old friends in school would have, they helped me and taught me. I spent hours with them. They seemed like really nice people. I had no idea I could have so much fun without spending money. I got back home and I saw Mom preparing dinner. So I asked her if she needed any help. I didn't know how to cook and I was quickly messing everything up. But instead of punishing me, Mom started to laugh. She pinched my nose with flour and we started a food fight. My brother saw us and came to participate. We teamed up against Mom, and so Dad had to come and help her. The vegetables were flying from one side of the kitchen to the other. We were having so much fun. For the first time in my life, I felt free and happy. I was laughing so hard that my stomach ached. My family was so cool. As days continued to pass, we got used to a new routine of having dinner together. I even learned to cook many different dishes. The doctor said that many patients use cooking as a therapy, and I realized they were right. This was a great therapy. I spent time with my brother, too. He continued to go to school while I stayed home. The doctor suggested taking things slowly, and even though I had lost a year and wanted to start college right away, he said it was a bad idea. One of our neighbors was a single mother that was taking care of 5 children. She wanted to sell some items from her home to get money for the kids. We went over there with Mom, and I realized she wouldn't be getting much money for the things she owned, and I felt guilty for my past again. Then she said that those kids weren't even hers, that she was offering her house as a transit foster home. What? She was selling her stuff to help kids that weren't hers? I didn't understand, so I asked her. But she smiled and said she had everything she needed. Everyone in the neighborhood knew what she was doing, so she got donations all the time. Some of the things were piling up, so she wanted to sell them to buy other useful things for the kids. I looked at the kids playing outside. They were cute and loved and happy. This woman had an amazing heart. And then guilt punched me in the face again. My family had lost everything because of me, and instead of thanking them, I shouted hurtful words. I used to have so many useless things, clothes I didn't wear, old toys I never played with. They would do so much good to these kids. The following day, I helped our neighbor to build a website for the things she wanted to sell. I also taught her how to use email and the social networks. It felt good to do the right thing for once. But then, something strange happened. As I created an Instagram account for her, I got tempted and opened my own.
The doctor said it wouldn't be a good idea for now, but I couldn't resist. And that's when I saw it. The date. It didn't show a year ahead, but weeks. I got so confused. I started to see my old friends' stories and my boyfriend's. Everyone was talking about summer and the college they were going to go to. What was going on? What was going on? I started to open web pages frantically. Wikipedia, news sites, they all showed the same date, the same news. Only a couple of months had passed since the accident. I grabbed my stomach and threw up, again, in the neighbor's house. So embarrassing. I got out of the house and rushed home. I yelled at my mom so hard. I was so angry. How could they do that to me? They made me sick. My dad and my brother appeared from their rooms, and they stood by my mom. I shouted at them. How long was I really in the hospital? And my dad said, 2 weeks. 2 weeks? My mind started to ask frantic questions. What about my home, my room, and my stuff? And Dad said that everything was still there, that they rented this house for the cause. The cause? Was that what they thought this was? My mom got closer to me and said, I'm sorry, we didn't know what to do. We were losing you. I looked at them and said, that's ironic because that's exactly what happened. You just lost me. June, please, my mom begged. But I was furious, out of myself. Take me home, now, I said. As we were in the car, my mom continued to cry and apologize. She said it was for my own good, that I needed to get a glimpse of reality. But I couldn't listen to her. I was mad. I got inside my room and sighed as I saw all my things were still there, that I had my life back. I took my acceptance letter for college and pushed it against my chest. Classes had already started, but I still had time to go. I opened my closet and saw all of my clothes. For a moment, I thought about those poor kids at the neighbor's house, but I didn't let that affect me. On the very next day, I got dressed and drove to college. But I wasn't feeling as excited as I thought. The car, my clothes, my expensive backpack, everything made me feel guilty. Donating just one of those things to the woman would help the orphans hugely. I tried to concentrate on my classes, but for the first time, I felt like an outsider. So, for the first time, I decided not to focus on myself solely. The people in small groups talked about their vacations and how much fun they had together. It wasn't some needless flaunting. They were all people, just like me. I took a deep breath. I was here. I have this opportunity. I could spend my days feeling sorry, or I can do something about it. But I needed to make sure of something first. Instead of driving home, I went to my old boyfriend's home. He opened the door and froze as he saw me. Were you part of this? I asked, but he stood silent. Of course he was. A traitor, exactly like my family. I denied in silence and turned around to leave, but he stopped me and said he was sorry, but that he also saw me as a terrible person, a selfish person. He said he'd tried to make me see it for a long time, but I wouldn't listen. I didn't know what to say. I had so many different memories of our time together. I went back home and straight to my room. I started looking at the pictures on my walls. I looked happy, but he didn't. He looked sad and worried in the pictures. How come I never saw that? Was I really that selfish? I looked at the other pictures, the ones with friends, and they were all the same. No one smiled in my pictures. No one smiled around me. I remembered the orphans again and how happy they were that I had made a cake for them. I also remembered the teens at the park. They did laugh with me. For no particular reason. It was the simple things that made the difference. I'd been so self-absorbed in my own world that I never paid attention to anyone else. Not my friends, nor my boyfriend, not even my family. Things would have to change, and I was happy to know I still had time. If I had died in that accident, my life would have meant nothing. But I was alive, and there were a couple of things I could still do. I opened my closet and started to take out everything I didn't use. After just 1 hour, I couldn't believe how big the pile was. I hadn't taken out even half of it. Then I put all the clothes in bags. I also took with me all those old music players and pieces of technology I never used. I got in the car, and with all of it, drove back to the woman's house. The kids came out to greet me and hugged me. I started to cry as I hugged them too. The woman invited me in and asked me what was wrong. I told her my whole story, including the part of me being a terrible person. I didn't leave out any information. But I was still very angry with my family. Their actions weren't justified, no matter the results. And then the woman said the wisest words I've ever heard. She said that we should only put love in our hearts, not hate. Whatever my family did, they clearly did it for love, and that's what matters. This was an amazing woman with an endless loving heart, so I'd better take her advice. Afterwards, I went back home and told my parents I would go to community college and that I wanted to keep on helping the woman with the orphans. I also told them that their actions really hurt me, but that my past actions definitely hurt them too. And I thanked them for not losing their faith in me.
Hi, I'm Eden from California. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I was little, I hated my parents. They ignored me 24/7 because they were famous actors. They were always shooing me away while they signed autographs for their fans and talked on the phones with their agents.
Can't you read me a bedtime story? Just this once?
Eden, just take something from the shelf and look at the pictures.
Luckily, I had someone at home to be with, so I didn't lose my sanity. My Aunt Zoe. Aunt Zoe was kind of a teenager. She wore heavy makeup and tight clothes and was obsessed with social media.
Time for our morning selfie, baby girl.
My aunt was my live-in BFF. But one day when I was in 10th grade, my parents decided to ruin my life. I woke up and smelled smoke, so I ran downstairs to see what was burning. But I didn't see anything. Instead, my parents were just sitting on the couch and told me the worst news ever. They made Aunt Zoe move out.
Don't worry, you two can still keep in touch. But your mother and I have decided it's best if just the three of us are in this house.
Why? Because she's too helpful around the house? Because she actually cares about me, unlike you two? Do you smell that smoke, Eden? My sister was cooking breakfast this morning and started a fire. She's a child trapped in an adult body. We love her, but we can't live with her. I was boiling with anger. I refused to speak to Mom and Dad for days. But one night, I agreed to go with them to a celebrity after party, but only so I could get dressed up and get free refreshments. At one point, I was standing by myself when this famous teen actor came up to me.
Hey there, gorgeous. Just say your name and I'll make an autograph out for you.
I really don't want it. Maybe go make another girl's dream come true. I started to walk away, but the guy pulled me close to him.
Stop fighting your desires, princess. You deserve this.
With that, he leaned in as if he were about to kiss me. I shoved him off so hard that he fell backwards onto the refreshment table, smashing it in half. Uh-oh, I hadn't meant to hurt the guy, but everyone started freaking out and rushing to him as they called the ambulance. All the party guests went ballistic at me. My parents and I got kicked out of the party, and me assaulting the celebrity was all over the news. My parents were furious.
You've completely ruined our reputation. Now everyone thinks we have a maniac for a daughter and no one's hiring us. Apparently, Eden has violence issues we didn't know about.
Violence issues? That's gotta be a joke. My parents were serious. They registered me for an anger management group every week for 4 months. It was the dumbest thing ever. And everywhere I went, people would stare at me. One morning, I decided to lock myself in my room for the day to have a break from everyone. Then suddenly, I saw my door lock moving, and Aunt Zoe burst in with a police officer.
Eden, your parents are missing.
What do you mean missing?
They were last seen shooting a movie in the Joshua Tree Desert. Now there's no trace of them.
I felt my heart pound as I thought of Mom and Dad lost somewhere in the desert. I had barely talked to them in the last week because we were fighting, but now I felt horrible. Listen, baby, I don't want you to worry about anything. The police are going to search for them. I'll move in and take care of you in the meantime. I hugged my aunt tight. I was so grateful she was by my side. She spoiled me extra that week with breakfast buffets in bed and trips to the spa. The house was 10 times messier than usual, and Aunt Zoe threw multiple midnight parties during the week. But I had missed her so much. Then one day, I was at school and went to the library to study for exams. But as I was wandering through the aisles, I felt someone watching me. I turned around to see the crazy actor who tried to kiss me, staring at me through the open bookshelf.
Hey there, princess. You happy to see me?
Oh my God, what are you doing here? Did you track me down?
I did in fact track you down, because even though you tried to kill me, my heart is still screaming for you. I've never met a girl who's played so hard to get before, and I like it.
He walked around over to me and stood inches away from my face, and I just lost it. I slapped him hard across the face, and he cried in pain. Listen, you psycho creep. If you don't get lost this second, I'll call the cops. And I'll hurt you for real this time. If I were you, I wouldn't take any chances. I stormed off and decided to get coffee with Aunt Zoe to cheer myself up. Before we went out, though, Aunt Zoe insisted on wearing Mom's clothes. She has so many designer dresses I'm in love with. I don't think she'd mind, would she? No, I don't see why she'd mind. Actually, I have to tell you something important. Once we were settled at the cafe, I told my aunt everything that had happened. But to my surprise, she shrugged like it was no big deal. You know, sweetie, maybe you should date him. He's super cute and he's like a huge star. You could be famous just like your parents. I'm sorry, are you suggesting I date someone who tried to kiss me, turned everyone against me, and stalked me? You're overthinking this, Eden. Dating a star like that could change your life for the better. But maybe you're too young to understand. I was shocked. How could she be so blind and insensitive? I knew I wasn't overreacting. But if nobody wanted to support me, then so be it. I would take matters into my own hands. I called the cops that day and told them the situation. And thankfully, I was able to get a restraining order against the guy. I wanted to cry of relief. But when I got home, I heard laughter coming from upstairs. I walked up to see what was going on and saw my parents' bedroom door was wide open. And inside was Aunt Zoe. She was wearing Mom's clothes again and talking to the mirror. The weirdest thing was, she was talking in Mom's voice. No, thank you. I can't believe this is my 3rd Golden Globe. Oh, you're a fan too? Oh, you guys are so sweet. I can't take it. Aunt, what are you doing? Just having a little fun, playing a little dress up. Was there something you needed? I felt really confused and weirded out. What did Aunt Zoe mean she was playing dress up? I decided not to dwell on it and got right to telling my aunt about the restraining order. I'd hoped she'd be happy for me, but instead, she looked super pissed. I can't believe you'd do something so stupid, Eden. Do you know what I would do to be wooed by a celebrity like that? To be seen with him in magazines and to be famous? Poor me. A star actor tried to kiss me and tracked me down to profess his love. Ugh, cry me a river. Yeah, he tried to ruin my life. Aunt Zoe ignored me and walked out of the room. Did she really think fame was more important than my own safety? She was insane. And the dressing up as Mom in the mirror was strange, too. Maybe Aunt Zoe just really missed my parents and was acting out. Things were awkward between us that week, and Aunt Zoe started acting weirder. Not only was she dressing every day in Mom's clothes and talking in Mom's voice, she started going by Mom's name. Eden, you're not allowed to call me Aunt Zoe anymore. You have to call me Aunt Savannah. And Aunt Savannah is off to an acting audition. How? You're not an actress. What are you talking about? Aunt Savannah is a star actress. Aunt Zoe pulled out her phone, which was opened to Mom's email account. She had been talking with a bunch of directors pretending to be Mom. If they notice I look different, I'll just tell them I had a little plastic surgery. Aunt Zoe started laughing as she walked out the door. She was totally out of her mind. What was happening to my aunt? That night, I was asleep in bed when a loud machine woke me up. I ran downstairs to find Aunt Zoe shredding hundreds of pictures of my parents. Are you shredding pictures of Mom and Dad? It's something that has to be done. They're obviously not coming back, which means we have to perform a ceremony to say goodbye to them. All of a sudden, Aunt Zoe scooped up a pile of shreds and put it into a pot of boiling water. I'm putting their old pictures into a soup that we're going to eat. Then they'll really be gone for good. And I'll be the one who'll live here now. That is the most twisted thing I've ever heard. And you know what? I know I'm going to find my parents. The police were able to help me with that stalker actor, and I know they'll help me with this. And if you're gonna act this crazy, maybe you shouldn't live here anymore. I fled from the kitchen and out the front door to the police station. I just didn't feel safe around my aunt at that moment. I spoke to the cops and asked for an update on my parents. I also told them about Aunt Zoe's weird behavior. Eden, don't worry. We're gonna continue searching for your parents. Also, I think it's best I find you somewhere else to sleep tonight. Your aunt sounds mentally ill and you should stay away from her right now. I knew the policewoman was right, so I slept in a shelter nearby and went back to the station the next day. And when I got there, Aunt Zoe was waiting for me, looking furious.
You little brat. You had me worried sick about you. Well, I'm sorry, but you were acting like a crazy person and I just couldn't be around you. Suddenly, Aunt Zoe ran up to one of the cops and hid behind them. Do you hear how mean my niece is being to me? She wasn't always like this. But ever since her parents went missing, she's turned all her anger on me. As her legal guardian, I want her to go to a psych ward so she can get proper help. I love her, but I can't live with her right now. I couldn't believe the words I was hearing. Luckily, the cop didn't believe Aunt Zoe and sent her to another room so they could do an investigation. I stayed with the police while they continued the search for my parents. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted my parents back, and I wanted my aunt back. I stayed at the police station until midnight, feeling totally numb. Then suddenly, the door opened and the cops came in with my parents. I burst into tears and hugged them for the longest time. I don't understand. What happened to you guys? Your dad and I decided to drive to the movie shoot and we got lost in the desert. Luckily, we found some campers who were able to feed us. But still, we're so sorry we scared you. Before I could answer, the cops came over with a serious expression on their face.
We just wanted to update you. We caught Zoe and put her back in the asylum.
What do you mean, back in the asylum? My parents were dead silent and looked at each other.
Eden, we know you love Aunt Zoe, but she's never been a mentally well person. The reason she moved out was because we sent her to the psych ward. She's always been jealous of your mother's success, and one night, she tried to set our bedroom on fire and hurt us. That's why you smelled smoke that morning.
I was horrified and completely heartbroken. My aunt had been my favorite person in the whole world, but apparently, I never really knew her. God, I feel so stupid. I'm sorry I got mad at you guys when you kicked her out. You were only trying to keep me safe.
Oh, darling, we don't blame you. We've neglected you for so many years, and as crazy as my sister was, she did take good care of you. But we're taking time off from work now. We're ready to give you the love and attention you deserve. We are so sorry about everything. We love you, Eden.
I love you guys too.
Hey, it's Juniper, the rhyming whiz. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved poems. It all started with my amazing grandma and her incredible library. People would line up just to catch a glimpse. But when I turned 13, something really bad happened. My grandma left us, and because of a big business loss, my parents had to close down the library she loved so much. It was heartbreaking to see her special books being sold off. I felt so sad and lost without her and the library. Life went on, but one day, I spotted a real gem, my grandma's collector's edition book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I knew I had to get it to honor her memory. OMG, OMG. Mom, Dad, I need to have this. Please, please.
It's pretty expensive. I know you want this because it once belonged to your grandma, but honey, we can't afford this. And you're just 16. Do something fun, like some TikTok dances. Isn't poetry like watching grass grow? I knew Mom and Dad would never understand my love for poetry, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I took every job I could, from mowing lawns like a boss to delivering newspapers. I was working hard. One day, while I was sweating like crazy, Mrs. Peterson, our neighbor, approached me with an offer I just couldn't refuse, to babysit her toddler son, Tim. But I was a bit unsure. While Tim was as cute as a button, his older brother Jim was a handful. We were in the same class, and that dude had a special talent for getting into sticky situations with his failed magic tricks. But beggars can't be choosers, so I accepted the job. So there I was, babysitting like a pro, changing Tim's diapers and trying to keep Jim out of trouble. And one day, Jim called for help, all tangled up in chains while attempting a magic trick. I helped him out of the tangled mess, all the while laughing my heart out. You really need to be careful with your magic, Mr. Magician.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But you know, it's all part of the magic charm. How about being my assistant? Every magician needs one.
One day in the library, I was reading a poem, and Jim looked over.
What's so fascinating about those words?
Poetry is like a secret language of feelings and thoughts. It's like life in a nutshell, bro. You should try it. And he did. For the first time, I had a friend who showed interest in poetry, and I appreciated it. One day, Jim and I were hanging out at the bowling alley, and he went to get me some water. Right then, something totally unexpected happened. Aaron, of all people, came over to me. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was literally racing with excitement. But what he said next shocked me.
What are you doing here with Jim the Dim? Shouldn't you be with someone like me?
Did he really have to? No way I was gonna just stand there and listen to him diss my bestie. Hey, don't call my friend that.
Just look. He's so dumb. He couldn't even figure out how to get water without making a total fool of himself. What an idiot.
Whatever. At least he's not a jerk like you. Bug off, Aaron. Once Jim finally returned with a water bottle, he could tell something was up just by looking at my face.
Hey, what's going on here? Is he bothering you? Back off, loser. Can't you see we're having a little chat here?
She is my friend. If you're bothering her, you're bothering me too.
That's right. We're a team, so just back off and let us enjoy. Aaron's face turned redder than a chili pepper at a hot sauce convention as he walked away, and I realized he's definitely not the guy I thought he was. I mean, sure, he's hot, but I should have known better. The dude's got a black belt in meanness. Lesson learned. Next time, check for both hotness and kindness before developing a crush. But the next day at school, when I saw Jim, I was stunned. He had a black eye. What the what? Who did this?
It's nothing. I fell from...
Don't you dare give me that fell from the stairs. Spill the beans. What happened?
I got into a fight with Aaron.
He did that? Oh, I am so gonna teach that jerk a lesson. Saying that, I ran to the parking lot where I knew Aaron always hung out with his goonies, and the moment I saw him, I threw a punch at him that left him stunned.
You'll regret this, Juniper. I'll make you pay. How? By hitting a girl? You're worse than I thought you were, Aaron.
Back off, Jim. It's between Juniper and me now. So, Junie, you think you're tough?
Yes, she is. Want to see how tough she is? Let's settle this with a rap battle. Yeah, I know you've been preparing for it. So, Aaron, are you up for the challenge? 'Cause Juniper destroyed you here, and she's gonna destroy you there, too.
Bet I will. I'm not afraid of you, Aaron.
We'll see about that. But just so you know, if I win, you'll have to go on a date with me.
No way.
Oh, you will. And if I lose, I promise I'll apologize to Jim in front of the entire school. Fair deal, right?
Bring it on. As Aaron walked away with his friends, reality hit me hard. I had just agreed to a rap battle with Aaron, and if I lost, I'd have to go on a date with him. While I would have been thrilled about the idea before, now that I knew Aaron was a jerk, I had zero interest. Jim, I don't know if I can do this.
Juniper, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. But think about it. The cash prize is a whopping $5,000. We can split it. You can finally get those poetry books you've been dreaming of, and well, I can perhaps get that PlayStation 5. My mom's been denying forever.
His words sparked a glimmer of hope within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could pull this off. All right, let's do this. And so, we went all in, writing and rehearsing like crazy. Aaron and his crew seemed just as determined, and we saw them often practicing at the nearby park every day after school. One rainy afternoon, as I was on my way home, I was about to slip in a puddle, but Aaron caught me just in time.
Careful there.
I didn't need you to rescue me. Even though I didn't want to, we both ended up finding shelter under a small roof, and there, I felt a bit uneasy. It was a tight space, and we had to stand close, making the situation all the more awkward.
I never thought I'd be stuck in the rain with my archenemy's BFF.
I don't know why you think he's your enemy. Jim's an amazing guy. It's you who's a grump all the time.
Just like everyone else, you also probably think I'm just a jerk.
Duh.
You think you've got it all figured out, huh?
Well, I've got it figured out that a tough guy act you put on, it's to keep others away. You know, you don't have to be a meanie all the time.
Whatever. It's just that things at home aren't good. Everything feels like a mess.
Well, everyone has problems, Aaron. I guess it's time you realize that and perhaps show people the goodness in you.
You're weird. You know that?
Takes one to know one, I guess. As Aaron and I kept talking, I realized he wasn't so bad after all. Once the rain finally eased up, we both went our separate ways, but I couldn't help but feel a newfound understanding for Aaron. As the days passed, I saw a new side of Aaron, and it amazed me. One time, I spotted him helping a stray dog find its way home, and another time, he even shared his lunch money with a classmate in need. One day, I noticed Aaron leaving school in a hurry, forgetting his phone. I chased after him on my bicycle and found him at a hospital, sitting in a room and crying. Hey, Aaron.
What are you doing here?
You left your phone at school. Is everything okay? You seem upset.
It's none of your business. This is my mom. She's been in a coma for a long time.
I come here every day to see her.
Oh my god, I had no idea. I hope things get better for you.
Yeah, thanks.
From that day on, I saw Aaron in a totally new light, and when I told Jim about how Aaron's mom was sick, without revealing the part that I spoke to him, he just rolled his eyes.
That guy's a phony. Don't believe everything you hear, Juniper.
Jim hated Aaron, but I guess I had started to have feelings for him. One day, at lunchtime when Jim wasn't around, Aaron approached me.
Hey, Juniper. Want to catch a movie together? Barbie's playing. I heard it's hilarious.
Sure. Why not? But just as friends, right? But Barbie? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I know you'll love it. If you love it, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm talking too much. See ya.
Day of the movie arrived, and I had come up with a plan to watch Barbie with Aaron without Jim knowing. I told Jim I was feeling sick and needed to rest, which wasn't entirely a lie because I felt butterflies in my stomach at the thought of spending time with Aaron. At the cinema, Aaron and I laughed our hearts out at the silly scenes in Barbie. It was so fun. But as we left the cinema, I was in for a surprise. Jim was standing there looking heartbroken and hurt.
Juniper, you lied to me. I thought we were supposed to be best friends, and here you are with Aaron of all people?
It's not what you think, Jim. Aaron is a really nice guy.
Juniper, please. This guy, he's a snake. Hey, dude, I'm standing right here. You better shut that mouth. You shut up and stay away from Juniper.
Before I knew it, Jim threw a punch at Aaron and knocked him on the ground. I was shocked. Are you crazy, Jim? What's gotten into you? You hurt him badly.
But Juniper, you're my friend. You're supposed to be on my side.
Jim, I'll be friends with whoever I want. I can't stay around you. It's like I don't even know who you are. I then helped Aaron up and walked him home. He could have pressed charges against Jim, but he didn't, which was very kind of him. In the days that followed, Jim tried to contact me many times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. It felt like everything was spinning out of control, and I needed some time to sort out my feelings. So, on the day of the rap battle, instead of participating, I messaged Jim that I wouldn't be joining. All he replied with was a simple okay. Feeling torn and anxious, I decided to at least visit the rap battle to see Aaron perform and support him, but what I saw there left me shook. Jim was trying his best, but Aaron, he was killing it, and not in a good way.
Hey, Jimbo, you lost your friend. Now you're on your own. My tricks played well. She fell for my lies. What a surprise. To the cinema. Took her. She didn't know. Faked about my mom. Perfect sorrowful show. She thought I'd changed, but it was just a facade. Remember that call? I tipped you off. So odd. To gain her sympathy, I took a punch so tough. Now she's on my hook. My power to show it's enough.
My emotions went wild as I heard Aaron's hurtful words. Seeing Jim's pained expression, it hit me hard. He was right about Aaron's tricks. It all clicked. He had done the whole nice guy act to distract me from the rap battle. He messed with the wrong girl. Without even thinking, I jumped on the stage next to Jim. Jim, my buddy, you know I got your back. Through thick and thin, we never lack. Fake friends leave, but we stand tall. Bonds unbreakable, never gonna fall. They're just haters, but we're the real deal, and that's all. As for you, Aaron, you're a fake, always playing games. Lies, manipulation, it's all the same. Emily Dickinson said, tell the truth but tell it slant. But your lies won't fool me, they won't enchant. With Jim, I stand firm, your tricks won't grant. Hearing this, Jim jumped up and down and hugged me tight.
I knew you'd come.
I had to. Now come on, let's win this thing. Jim and I were doing amazing. We were spitting verses in the mic like we were on fire. In the end, it was us against Aaron and his gang, and I decided to bring my A game and finish him once and for all. But before I could speak, Jim took the mic and left me totally blown.
You call my friend naive, but let me retort. She's like a rainbow, shining bright, never short. Like twinkle, twinkle, little star, she'll reach for the sky. While you're stuck in the dark, telling lie after lie. Life's a journey, not a devious scheme. In the little engine that could, she follows her dream. She'll rise and shine while you're left in the dark. With no true friends, no real spark.
The rap battle ended. Jim dropped the mic, leaving Aaron speechless. OMG, how did you do that?
Learned from you, Juniper.
In the end, we totally nailed it and won the cash prize. As Aaron tried to get off the stage, I quickly called out his name. Hey, Aaron, remember the deal? Apologize to Jim in front of everyone. Come on, yeah, come back on stage. Aaron's face turned red as a tomato, and like a kid who was punished, he took the mic and apologized to Jim. Now that was a mic drop. Once we left the venue, Jim took me straight to the bookshop where my grandma's book was.
Get that poetry book you've always wanted.
But it's not just my money, we both won. You get part 2.
No, I wanted to win just for you, Juniper.
OMG, you're the best friend ever, Jim. Remember, true friends got your back, no matter what. Fake people and lies can't break real friendship. Trust your buddies.
I can't believe you made this, my mom said, looking disgusted. I was sitting in my playroom one afternoon, just finishing off a painting of my mom's favorite yellow flower. I made it for you, Mommy, I said, handing it to her. And what am I supposed to do with this garbage? She asked. I started to cry as my mom tossed the painting into the fireplace. You draw like an idiot. What do you expect? Ugh, just go to your room. You're acting like a 5-year-old. But I am 5, I cried as my mom left me all alone in the room. This pretty much sums up the relationship I have with my mom. While this memory is still stuck in my head forever, it wasn't even close to the worst thing I can remember her doing. See, my mom treated me like complete trash. Literally, I slept on a blanket in the living room and only ate the leftovers from her meals. She was a crazy psycho, and to make things worse, she didn't have a career back then. Her only job was torturing me as if she were getting paid for it. Her crazy ways chased my dad far away from us. He sent us enough money to live off of and left me all alone with this monster. It's not that she hated all kids, though. In fact, this kind of made it a bit worse. When I was in 6th grade, my friend came over and my mom opened the door. Oh, you're friends with this stupid creature? She treated my friend better than me. She even let my friend sit at the dining room table for dinner. My friend thought my mom was cool and funny, and they both kind of teamed up on me. When I confronted my mom about why she acted the way she did, she simply said, "Be more like your friend, and maybe I won't hate you." I really tried to make her like me, I promise. I did good in school, never got into trouble, constantly did all the chores, and bought her gifts. One day when I was cleaning her room for her, I really thought my life was going to turn around for the better. Spoiler alert, I couldn't have been more wrong. Under my mom's bed, I found a gift box. My birthday was that weekend, so I just assumed it was for me. I was so excited. On my birthday, she took out the package and started walking towards me. I was crying with happiness, thinking it was for me. When she asked why I was crying like an idiot, I explained that this was the first time she'd ever acknowledged my birthday. She started to laugh. Not in a nice way, but like a supervillain. Your birthday? This is for a friend, you fool. Her birthday party is today. I guess you didn't get the invitation, she said. Later on Facebook, I saw that my friend actually had a party and invited everyone but me. She even invited my mom. I spent my whole birthday crying in my room, all alone. When I was in the 11th grade, my dad stopped sending us money. He had a new wife and a baby. He sent me an apology note and said that he would see me soon, but I knew it wasn't true. I figured my mom would find a job, but she did something crazy unexpected. See, I came home one day and saw this beautiful woman sitting in my living room. I asked her what she was doing in my house, and she said in a foreign accent, "Oh, your mom was right. She does have an ugly daughter," she said. I yelled at her and told her that she had to leave. That's when my mom came in and asked what all of the screaming was about. I tried to tell my mom how the stranger was making fun of me. Her response? "That's no way to treat my girlfriend. You really are rude," Mom yelled. Girlfriend? She ran over and put her arm around the gorgeous woman. My mom explained how she had realized she was a lesbian and she'd fallen in love with a graduate student she met at the park. The girl's parents were incredibly rich, and apparently my mom took the opportunity to get with her. I didn't know how dumb that girl was. She was 15 years younger than my mom, and they seemed to have nothing in common. Nothing in common besides making fun of me, of course. I thought my mom was bad, but having both of them constantly making fun of me was so much worse. They called me names, stole my stuff, and embarrassed me in front of my classmates. I remember this one time in particular, my mom and her girlfriend drove to my school after class. They made it seem like they were going to pick me up, which was not something they normally did. When I got near the car, her girlfriend threw a soda on my white shirt, and they laughed and drove away. Everyone in my school saw, and not a single person came to help me. I just ran home, crying the entire way. I may not have had friends or family, but I did have one thing: education. I know a lot of people hate school, but class was the only time I ever felt like a person. There was one person who made it particularly special: my math teacher, Mr. White. He was super nice to me, and I did very well in his class. He said, "You're a brilliant kid. I'm sure your mom is proud of you." Oh yeah, exactly the opposite. I continued to do super well in his class. In the beginning, it was because I really liked math.
As time went on, I think I worked so hard in his class because he was easy on the eyes, if you know what I mean. He wasn't the most attractive man, but he was young and nerdy, and most of all, super nice to me. When he asked me to compete in an international math competition, I immediately agreed. A private trip to NYC with my biggest crush? Sign me up. I figured my mom would be happy to get me out of the house, but apparently she was happier to see my dreams crushed. She told me no, and it didn't matter how much I begged her. I wrote my teacher a sad email explaining that I couldn't come. What happened next started out like a fantasy. See, around 7 p.m., we heard a knock at the door. I ran over to answer it, and it was him. I'd never seen him outside of a suit and tie, and I have to say, he was actually really attractive. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one to think so. My mom was all over him. She was only wearing her pajamas and had no shame touching him and leaning over him. As it turns out, I wasn't the only one getting a little jealous seeing their love getting attention. My stepmom was furious. She kept trying to pull my mom away and cover her up with a blanket. It was also obvious that Mr. White wasn't very interested in her, and he kept nervously stepping back. Eventually, my stepmom snapped and yelled, "Honey, you're embarrassing all of us. Leave that poor kid alone. You have a wife." My mom flipped out and growled at my stepmom. "Shut up, stupid." As their fighting continued, Mr. White slipped outside. So much for our getaway. Things only got worse with my mom and stepmom over the weeks following. Their fighting just made it even more difficult for me. When they weren't yelling and throwing things at each other, they would make my life miserable for no reason. The only thing I had to look forward to was Mr. White. I was falling hard, maybe a little too hard, because I started dreaming about him. One night, I had a dream that he and I got married. Pretty embarrassing, right? At least dreams are private, right? Well, the next day, my mom had an evil grin and called me over to talk to her. She pulled out her phone and showed a video of me sleeping. I thought it was creepy, but it was about to be the worst thing ever. "Oh, I love you, Rick White. I really do. I want your babies." She had heard me sleeping and recorded me. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one in love with Mr. White. She blackmailed me and said that I needed to make the teacher come over more often or she would expose me. It was pretty difficult to convince my teacher to come, but I kept making up situations like, "Oh, I need help with this assignment," or "Oh, I want extra credit." He showed up again, and every time he did, my mom would put on her prettiest dress and bright red lipstick. It was the same cycle of him coming, my mom obviously flirting, and her wife getting jealous and angry. When my stepmom asked why I kept inviting him, I broke down and told her the truth about the video. All she said was that she would take care of it. I thought that meant that she would delete it, but I was so wrong. The final time my teacher came over and my mom started flirting, my stepmom whipped out her phone and showed the video of me to my teacher. I could have died right there of embarrassment. My mom got so angry, she threw me right out of there. I was crying hard, but Mr. White was oddly nice. He explained to me that we didn't need to talk about the video. He knew I was having some home problems after he met my parents. He wanted to let me know that I could stay with him if I wanted to. Embarrassed or not, I went with him. I started fantasizing about playing house with him, but I was a little shocked when he showed me my room. It was in the basement. At least it had a bed, which was a step above my last arrangement. To make matters worse, I wasn't alone. I would be sharing the room with Sally. She was another stray that Mr. White had taken in. She didn't go to our school, but we were about the same age. She purposely played her music loud all night and made a mess of my things. She was trying to make my life miserable, but the joke was on her because I already knew what hell was like, and she was a piece of cake so far. I tried my best to look past everything that had happened. I worked very hard and studied for finals. It was kind of difficult with my mom sending me hundreds of threatening texts a day, but I made it work. In fact, my grades were even improving. Mr. White constantly told me how proud he was of me and what an amazing student I was. He told me that Sally could learn a thing or two about my work ethic. She was not happy about that. It was pretty obvious that Sally was jealous of me. See, she was one of those people who acted out for attention, and Mr. White didn't respond the way she wanted. On the day of my huge final exam, she turned off my phone so the alarm didn't ring, and I missed school and the exam. I was so disappointed and devastated. I knew Mr. White wouldn't be happy about it. That night, someone knocked on the door. It was my stepmom. She said she needed help with her English exam because spending all these months with my mom had affected her performance. I should have turned her away after everything she'd done, but I was better than that. I agreed to start teaching her the next day. A second knock at the door took me by surprise. It was none other than Mr. White. Before I could explain what had happened, he went off on a rant about how Sally already explained how I skipped school and did all these horrible things. He wanted to believe that I was a good girl, but it was clear that I was just a rebel. I had only one strike left before he kicked me out. He shut the door in my face before I could explain the situation. I figured it wouldn't be a problem because I was a good student. I was about to be shocked again by Sally's creativity. See, the very next day, when I had my stepmom over for lessons, Mr. White came in and threw me out. Apparently, Sally had told him I was sitting alone in my room with my girlfriend and was making noises, and she was scared. We both knew what she meant to say. That night, I was sent packing all alone. I stayed with my stepmom in her studio apartment for a few days, but it was awkward, and it was time to address the elephant in the room. I decided to go back to my mom. To my surprise, she wasn't angry and didn't say anything to me. I decided to focus on my studies, and I got the scholarship, but Mom was absent almost all the time. Mr. White contacted me and said he wanted me back and that Sally had actually become a problem and he'd realized I was better. There was something creepy about the way he said it. I also thought it was such a jerk move to take kids in and out as he pleased. How long would his kindness last? I said, "Sorry, I'm happy with my life now, and I'll be going to college soon." I was moving to college the week after when Mom suddenly came home with a guest. I couldn't see them, only hear them. The man said she has to leave. Mom burst into my room and said, "It's your dad. He wants you to leave now." It turned out that Dad had left Mom because he didn't want kids, and he thought a new baby would be different, but he hated his new life. He knew I was old enough to move out by now, so he had shown back up to reunite with my mom. I didn't know where to go. I went to my stepmom's and found Sally there. She had started to live with my stepmom after the teacher kicked her out. She was my stepmom's new teacher and helped her with her English. Sally was furious when she saw me, and we got into a huge fight. I couldn't have this horrible fighting be in my life again, so I walked out. I slept that night on the steps outside of the house. In the morning, Mom called and told me, "Your dad and I have decided to have you back, but under one condition. You have to get a job and pay me back every cent I spent on you." I was about to say yes when I looked up to see a job poster. Accountant wanted. I knew it was my chance. I said on the phone, "Screw you guys." I applied for the job and got it. I even managed to enroll in college and found the love of my life. We moved into an amazing house, and I thought my life was finally perfect, until one day the bell rang. It was my mom. She said that she was broke and Dad had left her again. She needed a place to stay, so against my better judgment, I let her move in. For 3 days, she behaved nicely, but on the 4th, I saw her in her pretty dress and red lipstick trying to flirt with my poor husband. She was batting her eyelashes at him and laughing the way I remembered only too well. Was she already doing this to me again? I couldn't stand it anymore. I'd had enough. I opened the door and kicked her out. If she was going to behave like that, she belonged on the streets, and that's where she could stay.
My phone had been buzzing nonstop with messages from boys in my class, asking my plans for the summer. I put it aside as I decided what I was going to wear to my university admissions interview. Anyway, I already had a pretty great boyfriend, Louis, and I had much more important things to focus on than these random boys. Hi, I'm Mia, and my life in high school was just perfect. I had all the boys in class buzzing around me, telling me how gorgeous I was. That's probably because of my Italian genes from Grandma. It turns out I inherited something else from her too, and my life became a nightmare overnight. The day of my interview, as I waited outside the dean's office, I felt excited and anxious. It was time. I saw 2 men coming out of the office and walking my direction. I looked at their faces, and suddenly I felt terror grip me. They had the faces of demons, and they were staring right at me. I panicked and got out of that office as fast as I could. I heard one of them laughing, saying, "I told you that beard makes you look scary. Look what you've done to the poor girl." Scared out of my wits, I ran home to tell Mom. When I walked into the living room, I cried out, "Mom, you won't believe what happened." Just then, I noticed a devil woman sitting next to her on the sofa. Mom asked me to say hello to her new friend, and I just went crazy. I screamed, "Mom, get away from her! She's going to hurt you!" Mom looked horrified and angry. "Mia, what is wrong with you? Go to your room. I'll deal with you later. Go now!" After a while, she came to my room where I was hiding under the sheets, and I told her about the interview and what I'd seen. She sat down slowly on the bed, her face pale. She said, "This is impossible. They said it's one case in millions." Completely confused, I asked, "What are you talking about, Mom?" She told me that my problem was called prosopophobia, which means fear of new faces. The what phobia? Mom explained that Grandma suffered from the same condition. She saw monsters and demons in the faces of strangers. I had just always assumed she was senile. Her symptoms started to appear when she was older. That's why she lives in a special care home, and only people she recognizes can visit her. My head was spinning. Would I become a prisoner just like Grandmother? All I could think about was Louis. So I called him and told him about what had happened to me. He came over straight away, and I burst into tears when I saw him. "I can't believe this is happening! What am I going to do, Louis?" He held me close and said he would help me get over this. Maybe it was just my nerves? I always feel relaxed at the park. I need to be around people so I can feel normal again. He promised that he would go with me every day. The first day was straight from hell. Each time I looked up, I saw bloodthirsty faces. I could hardly bear it. But Louis stayed close to me the whole time. One day, Louis told me to sit tight while he got us some ice cream. And suddenly I heard a familiar voice. He said, "Hey, gorgeous. Fancy bumping into you here. Want some company?" It was so good to see someone who didn't look like a monster, even if it was this annoying guy from school. Laughing, I said, "How many times do I have to tell you I have a boyfriend?" He said, "Well, you look like the kind of girl who could have two." Ew, so sleazy. Just then he said, "Oh hey, meet my cousin." And before I could say anything, a strange guy popped up in front of me. He said, "Oh, you're the girl he's always talking about. Ciao, Bella." "Demon!" I screamed. "Get away from me, you hideous ogre!" He said, "What are you, crazy? I literally have hundreds of girls watching my Insta stories every day just to see me brush my hair." Louis came running back and took me away quickly. I was really shaken and refused to go anywhere for a couple of weeks. Louis came by to see me a few times, but he seemed distant. I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was getting tired of my condition. One day I texted him that I'd like to try going to the park again, and he came to pick me up. While we were sitting on a bench, a woman called out his name. Louis told me not to look around as there were many people there, and he said he'd be right back. But he kept me waiting for a really long time. By now, my curiosity was getting the better of me. I squinted my eyes so I couldn't see anyone too clearly, and turned around. There was Louis, sitting on a bench not too far away, with some leggy blonde in a red dress. When he finally came back, I asked him who she was. "Oh, just my elderly neighbor. She only wanted to say hello." I felt really angry, but stayed quiet on the drive home. That was definitely not the voice or the legs of an old woman. When I went back home, I saw Dad's car parked outside. I walked into the living room and he hugged me tight, saying he'd been out of town and had come to see me as soon as he could. He said, "Honey, why don't you come stay with me for a while? Maybe the change will do you some good." Dad lived on the opposite side of town, and I was pretty sure Louis wouldn't come and see me there. And I really wanted to find out if he was cheating on me. The next day, I just decided to confront him. I asked Mom to drive me to his place. Just when we were a couple of houses away, Mom and I saw him exchanging a long kiss with that blonde girl from the park. And then they both got in his car and drove away. Mom was beyond furious. How dare he! Never in a million years will he be so lucky as to find someone as beautiful and smart as my Bambina. If he ever comes around our place again, I'm going to box his ears. I was hurt and shocked. But more than that, I was angry. I wasn't going to spend any time being miserable over this jerk who was making a fool out of me. When we got home, I packed my bags and told Dad to come pick me up. I needed to get away for a while. Louis kept calling and texting me the next day, and I finally picked up his call. I said, "What?" He said, "Whoa, who woke up on the wrong side of the bed today? You want to try going to the mall, babe?" I said, "Can't. I've moved to Dad's for a while. Why don't you ask that old neighbor you were kissing outside your house yesterday?" There was a shocked silence on the phone, and then he started laughing. He said, "Looks like your condition is getting worse, babe. Are you hallucinating now?" I said, "Louis, you're a horrible, cheating liar, and we are done." He said, "Oh yeah? I'm kinda tired of your whole attention-seeking drama anyway. Good luck. Hope you get rid of your imaginary friends soon. Maybe then we'll talk." I hung up and threw the phone on the bed. How had I not known all along that he was such a child? I tried to keep myself busy, but it was hard with me stuck at home with 0 friends. And I'd also missed my shot at going to university that year. Dad said I had to focus on getting better. I could always try again later. but I had no clue how I'd ever be able to live a normal life again. Mom called me one day to check up on me and suddenly asked if I remembered Mike from my last school. Of course I did. He was probably my first ever crush. I had journals with Mike and hearts scribbled all over. Mom said she'd bumped into him the other day and he'd asked about me, and she'd told him all about my condition. He said he wants to connect with you, so I gave him your number. I was kind of excited to hear from him. Sure enough, a day later, he sent me a message. Hey, it's Mike. I hope you're doing okay. It's been so long since we've seen each other. And from then on, we started talking every day. My heart would skip a beat every time I got a message from him. I was totally falling for Mike. When it was time for me to leave Dad's place and go back to Mom's, Mike said he'd love to come and see me. There was nothing I wanted more than to see him, but I was so afraid I'd see him as a monster and it would ruin everything between us. The next evening before his visit, I was pacing the living room nervously when the doorbell rang. Mom smiled at me and went to open the door. My heart was pounding and I thought I was about to faint. What would I see instead of Mike's face? I closed my eyes as soon as I heard him enter the room. I felt him gently take my hand. His grasp was strong and warm, and he smelled so good. He said, "Hey Mia, open your eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of." I did, and jumped back a little when I saw his face was covered with a mask and his eyes with sunglasses. He said, "I thought if you get to know me better, it'll be easier for you to see my face as it really is. Until then, I'll keep the mask and glasses on." We started dating, and I'd never been happier. We would go to the park or for a walk by the beach, and even though I still couldn't look up at anyone directly, I felt less afraid with Mike. One day, Mom was really tired and needed groceries for dinner, so I offered to go by myself. She refused, but I insisted that I'd been feeling so much better lately, and I wanted to face my fears. I kept my baseball cap on and made sure I didn't look at anyone directly as I picked up the things I needed. When I made it to the counter and the cashier handed me my change, I made the huge mistake of looking up at his face. Oh my god, he's terrifying. I felt like the walls were closing in around me. I had to get out of here. I left my grocery bags at the counter and dashed out of the store. I couldn't stop crying and was trying to catch my breath. I leaned against the wall and with shaking hands, I started to dial Mom's number. Just then, a familiar voice called out to me. "Long time no see, Bellissima. What's wrong?" "Louie." He tried to hug me, but I pushed him away. Just then, to my relief, I heard Mike's voice. "Hey, you okay? Is this guy bothering you?" Louie turned to him and said, "I'm an old friend, jerk." "Mia, what's this freak in a mask?" I took Mike's hand and said, "He's my boyfriend, Louie." Suddenly, Louie started cackling. "Seriously? This guy? Babe, you deserve to be on the arm of someone who's as pretty as you are. Hit me up when you dump this loser." I didn't want to stand there listening to him for another minute. I took Mike's hand and walked away. He said he'd drop by to see me, and when Mom told him I'd gone out alone, he followed me to check up on me. As we walked back home, he said, "Mia, what did the doctors say when you told them about your condition?" I said, "I never went to see a doctor. I already know I have the same phobia as my grandma, and there's no cure." He looked shocked and said he couldn't believe I never asked for help, and that we should go see a specialist as soon as possible. Soon enough, he made an appointment with a doctor, and he and my parents came along with me for the appointment. Once we told the doctor everything, he said that my condition was probably triggered by stress. He said that even though it was a very rare condition, he'd read cases of patients overcoming the phobia. "The condition is not really as scary as what you're experiencing. You're letting the fear take over and your mind is exaggerating everything. You have to train yourself to believe that this is not the reality." When we left the doctor's office, I started to feel hopeful that one day, if I kept trying, I would be normal again. Mike squeezed my hand and said he would do everything he could to help. The next day, I got a message from a friend at school, inviting me to a reunion at her place. I decided I'd go. I'd already know everyone there, and there would be no new faces for me to be scared of. Mike was more than happy to go with me, and couldn't stop telling me how gorgeous I looked. I felt like my old confident self tonight. I knew everyone, and it felt so good not to be freaked out by people. They all looked at Mike weirdly, though. I was by the table getting some food when Louie walked over. He said, "Wow, is it just me, or are you just getting more beautiful by the day? I've missed you." And before I knew it, his hand was sliding down my waist and he was pulling me in for a kiss. I pushed him away with all the force I had, and he landed on the table and knocked all the food over. I screamed, "What is the matter with you? Stay away from me!" Everybody was staring at us in stunned silence. Louie looked humiliated and furious as his friends helped him up. I grabbed Mike's hand and we left the party. I was still really worked up when we got home. Mike held my hand and tried to calm me down, and I felt a bit better. I was about to get out of the car, but he didn't let go of my hand. He said softly, "You look so beautiful tonight. I really want to kiss you. My heart was racing. I said, Mike, I want that too, but I'm not ready to see your face yet. He said, well, maybe you are. You won't know till you try. The doctor said you're letting your fear exaggerate things. I pulled my hand away angrily. All my anger and frustration bubbled over. You think I'm making this up too, don't you? Just like Louie. Nobody really understands what I'm going through. Just leave me alone. I burst into tears and ran inside. The next day, I felt terrible for what I'd said to Mike. I knew I'd been unfair, and he had done nothing but support me. I called him a couple times, but he didn't pick up. While I was crying and watching a video on my favorite YouTube channel, My Story Animated, about a girl who kept mixing up faces, the bell rang. No one was home, and I ran downstairs, hoping it was Mike. It was Louie. I shouted, seriously? What do I have to do to get rid of you? He said, listen, I just came to apologize for last night. I have a surprise for you. And before I could even react, 4 girls came in right behind him. I screamed when I saw their faces. They looked like banshees straight out of a horror movie. I cried and curled up into a ball with my eyes shut when I heard the door bang open. Mike shouted, what do you think you're doing, you lunatic? I couldn't help it. I looked up. I'm getting a restraining order against you. Don't ever let me catch you near Mia again. Louie scrambled away like a scared rabbit while Mike came to me and hugged me. I held on to him, crying. Mike said, I'm sorry, Mia. I shouldn't have tried to force you to do anything you weren't ready for. I only want to help you get better, as long as it takes. I said, I don't know if I can overcome this. I feel like it's going to control my life forever. Mike said, people aren't all bad like Louie. The world is full of good people, like me and you. Look at the good side of people. No one wants to hurt you, Mia. His words were so reassuring. I instantly felt better. Mike told me when I was ready, he'd take me to the amusement park. We'll have great fun. Think about it. I know you can do this. Yes, I'll do it. Sitting here and not doing anything scares me more than seeing monsters. The next day, Mike took me to the amusement park. As we entered the park, hand in hand, I felt a marvelous strength in me. I raised my head, believing from deep inside me that I'd overcome my fear. I looked around me. Everyone's faces still seemed distorted, but this time, it was different. I was still a little scared, but the fear wasn't controlling me. I could control it. As we sat on the Ferris wheel, I looked over at Mike and felt like the luckiest girl in the world to have someone like him by my side. I whispered, hey Mike, I think I'm ready to see your face. With a deep breath, he took his mask and glasses off. I gasped. I'd never seen a guy with such beautiful green eyes and that gorgeous dimpled face. I started crying. I can see you. I don't see a monster. I see your face, Mike, he said. I knew you would. He pulled me close and we had the most magical kiss high up in the sky.
Hi, my name is Anna. Before I was born, there were 2 things my parents loved more than anything in the world: their restaurant and their yacht, both named Bella. And that didn't change after I was born either. But soon after, their restaurant wasn't doing so well. When Dad knew Mom was pregnant with me, he said, "It's so expensive to raise a baby. We'll have to sell something. This child is already bad luck." Ultimately, they sold their precious boat, and they never stopped crying about it. Oh, if only we didn't have Anna and had Bella with us right now, we'd be having breakfast at sea. And I'd be sunbathing on the deck. Having a child just ruins everything. They never celebrated my birthday, but when I was turning 5, they decided to have a party and called all their friends. When I ran to the table excitedly to look for the cake, I felt confused.
Why does this say, Happy Birthday, Mom?
Because I gave birth to you on this day. What did you have to do? Nothing. It was a really boring party because there were no presents for me and nobody was paying me any attention. Instead, they all wanted to talk about their fancy new yachts. My parents were so embarrassed because they didn't have anything to talk about. Later that evening, Dad said to me, "I wish we'd put you up for sale instead of my boat." That same year, my little sister was born, and on the same day, Dad unexpectedly found an oyster washed up on the beach with a rare gray pearl inside. He sold it for $50,000, and the money really helped them make things better at the restaurant. What a blessing this baby girl has been for us. She's brought us such good fortune.
And because of that, my parents decided to name her Bella, like everything else they truly loved. We love you so much, Bella. We tried with Anna, but it's easier to love you because you're just so perfect. They made me do all the chores around the house while they drooled over the new baby. I even had to change her stinky diapers because both my parents refused to. After a few weeks, they got really busy at the restaurant, and I was left in charge of Bella most of the time. I'd feed her, bathe her, rock her to sleep. I started teaching her my name. Anna, I'd point to myself. Bella would just look at me, and then she'd laugh and clap her little baby hands. But things changed forever when Bella turned 1. My parents came home from work one night, and Mom started yelling at me for not having dinner ready. You own a restaurant. Can't you just eat there? We sell that food, you moron. What should I expect from someone as stupid as you? I guess we'll just go eat out somewhere. Come on, Bella. But Bella didn't want to move. She slapped my mom's hand away and started to cry. With her little toddler fingers, she pointed at me. Anna! My parents looked shocked. Bella had just said her first word, and it was my name. Anna! 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 What have you been teaching her? Mom was so mad that Bella's first words weren't, I love you, Mom and Dad, and I hate Anna. Dad picked her up, but Bella kept kicking and screaming for me. Fine, we'll bring your stupid sister. I walked out with them and Bella stopped crying. She smiled at me and I smiled back. After that, Bella always had my back and I always had hers. When I was in the 3rd grade, my parents took Bella to a boat show. They left me behind to clean the house, of course. When they got home, Bella ran to me and gave me a present. I was so touched. I love you, Anna. It was a little red toy boat. I hugged her tight. When Bella turned 4, she had a phase where she wouldn't eat anything except hot dogs and ketchup. Her favorite part was when I squirted ketchup all over the hot dogs. Ready, Bella? Ketchup party! The funny fart noise the bottle made always made her laugh like crazy. When summer break was over and I went back to school, my parents had to hire a babysitter for Bella. One day when I got back, I could hear screams from one of the rooms. Just then, Bella came running out, holding a ketchup bottle and squirting it everywhere. Ketchup party! Behind her, the babysitter came out drenched in ketchup from head to toe. That's it! I quit! Just as she was storming off, my parents walked in looking horrified at the mess. What on earth is Bella doing? Did you teach her this? No, I did not teach her to spray ketchup all over the house. Mom caught Bella and snatched the bottle from her, glaring at me. I don't know how, but this is all your fault. Clean this up right now and stop poisoning our little Bella's mind. Just as she was dragging Bella to the bathroom, she slipped on some ketchup and fell on the floor. Angry as I was that I had to clean up everything, that made me feel a little bit better. When I was old enough, my parents made me work at their restaurant. I thought it would actually be fun waiting on tables and meeting new people. But what was I thinking? They just handed me an apron and rubber gloves. You'll be washing the dishes. When I asked them to pay me, Dad glared at me. We already pay you by giving you a bed at night and a roof over your head. Don't be so greedy. To make matters worse, they'd make me pay for any food I ate there. But I became friends with the head chef, and I'd eat the food he gave me secretly in the back alley. One time, he came out to hand me a bowl of mac and cheese, and just then, we heard someone coming and he dove behind the garbage can. It was Dad. Where did you get that, Anna? I took it out from the garbage. Do you want some? He looked absolutely disgusted and was about to walk off when he spotted the chef. I knew it was you. Thief, you're fired. Of course, a few years later, when Bella started working at the restaurant, Mom and Dad got her the cutest uniform and let her greet the guests as they walked in. The restaurant is named after her. She should be the face of it. No, you named her after the restaurant and your stupid boat. Oh, my boat. Every time I look at you, I miss that boat. Now get back to work. Of course, Bella could order anything off the menu, but she still always had my back and she'd sneak me half her meal. One night when I was eating lasagna at the back of the kitchen, Dad suddenly walked in and he accused me of stealing. As he snatched my plate away, Bella came running in. I gave it to her, Dad. She works hard and she deserves it. No, she doesn't, Bella. You work hard for your meals, not your ungrateful sister. That was the final straw. I was done being insulted by them. The next night was one of the busiest ever, and the kitchen was chaotic. I had Dad screaming at me every 5 minutes. Anna, hurry up. We need clean dishes. I stopped cleaning them and just gave the dirty ones back to the chefs. They were so busy they didn't notice, and the fresh food went out on filthy dishes. One even had a used napkin on it. The customers were so grossed out, a lot of them left without paying. A food critic was at the restaurant that night, and he threw down his napkin as he screamed, "This is an insult. This would never happen in France." And he stormed off with my parents following him and saying sorry again and again. Of course, he wrote a horrible review. Bella and I found it really funny, though. We would burst into laughter every time we read it. Bella is the most disgusting restaurant on earth. Eat your meal from Bella or straight out of the trash can. Same difference. The reviews were so bad that customers stopped coming altogether. Eventually, my parents were forced to sell the restaurant. I hope you're happy. Now we can't send your sister to college. What are we going to do for money now, Anna? Did you think about that? Think of all the people who lost their jobs. You should feel awful. But no one lost their jobs, Dad. Everyone got rehired by the new owner. In fact, I'm also still working there, and I got a raise. I skipped off before Dad exploded. I knew I wanted to go to college, and living by the sea had always made me want to study marine biology. I got a loan, worked part-time, and put myself through college. I graduated at the top of my class and got a research job. I would spend days at a time out on the water, and I loved it. With the money I'd saved up from work, I eventually bought a cute sailboat. I could see my parents turning green with envy. I offered to take them around for a spin, but they refused to go with me. When Bella hopped onto the boat excitedly, she asked, "Have you named it yet?" "No, but what do you think about the Annabella?" Her face lit up. "I really like that." And just like that, the Annabella set sail for the first time. A few days later, Bella came to me with a poster. "We should enter this contest." It was a sailboat race coming up in a few weeks, and there was a grand prize of $100,000. You think we can win? I know we can. As we were practicing one day, I was shocked to see my parents had a sailboat too. Dad yelled out to us, "Guess what? We entered the contest too. Borrowed the boat from a friend." "But why?" "Oh, he thought it would be fun to beat you. We spent years on the water before you were born, Anna. You'll never win against us." It was the morning of the race, and Bella and I were getting everything ready when we noticed that something very important was missing. Our sails. How were we going to race without them? The race started, and everyone got off to a huge head start. I could see my parents pointing and laughing at us from the water. "Good luck without your sails, Annabella." Of course they'd sabotaged us. Just then, Bella came panting behind me, dragging some disgusting sails. I found them in the garbage. They smell so gross. We set them up, caught a big gust of wind, and took off. We were pretty far behind the other racers, but Annabella was a speedy little thing, and we'd been practicing a lot. We quickly caught up to the rest of the pack, but our parents had a big lead. The finish line was fast approaching. We'll never catch them. We're too heavy. I turned to see Bella strapping on a life jacket. "What are you doing?" "Win this race, Anna, for me." And with that, she jumped over the side. I knew she could swim like a mermaid, so I wasn't too worried about her. I immediately picked up speed after she jumped off. I turned around to glance at her once, and she yelled at me, "Catch-up party!" What was she talking about? I was right behind my parents' boat, and the finish line was only 200 yards away. That's when I saw a big squirt bottle of ketchup on the floor of the boat. "You'll never catch us, Anna. You'll always be a loser." It's time for a ketchup party. And with that, I got close enough and aimed it straight at Dad's face. He couldn't see anything, and his boat ended up getting stuck between two rocks. I could hear Mom and Dad yelling, but I went even faster and crossed the finish line. Bella ran up to me and gave me a huge hug. "We won! We won! We're rich!" A few weeks later, the Annabella and its victory was trending on the internet. We were invited to race all over the world. Eventually, we bought a bigger boat with our winnings. And even though my parents had always been so mean to me, I bought them a boat too, to make up for the one they'd sold all those years ago. And I keep the red toy boat Bella got me as a present right by the wheel at all times.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I'm from New York City. And this is my story of how being short, like really short, leads me to have a unique, crazy life. So, I had a really crazy mother who was mad about shopping. Shoes, clothes, makeup, perfumes. She stopped at nothing. One day, when I was 2 years old, she left me at the mall because her hands were full of bags.
Where's Jane?
What?
You took Jane with you while shopping, right? Where is she?
Oh, my hands were full of bags. I might have just left her at the mall. Plus, she's too tiny and short for her age, so it's easy to forget her. Short and ugly. I wonder who she looks like. My dad was furious. I already knew your shopping was a problem, but this is the last straw! So he took me and left Mom for good. For a while, Dad and I lived happily in a small apartment. But when I was 8, Dad discovered that he didn't have much time to live, so he decided to leave me with his first wife. He took me to her huge mansion, hugged me really tightly, and left, and I never saw Dad again. Dad's first wife didn't have any children of her own. She was always dressed in black and never smiled. She looked just like a creepy widow, so I started calling her the widow. But there was no denying that the widow was rich. Practically everything in her house was made of gold, even the spoons. On the first day of my new school, the widow sent me off to school in a limo. And at school, the widow had the butler distribute free ice cream for a month so everyone would be nice to me. At first, it was crazy fun, but on my 10th birthday, even though I was surrounded by friends, I broke down into tears. I missed my parents so much. And then I noticed that no one brought any gifts for me. When I asked them why, some boy yelled, "Because we don't like you, you dwarf, and your breath smells bad." Suddenly, the widow showed up from behind him and put her hand on his mouth and dragged him away. What was going on? So, everyone in school liked me only because of the widow's money? One day, when my so-called best friend announced,
"Hey girls, let's go get some ice cream. Jane's buying."
I lost my cool. "No, I'm not. You want it? Go get it yourself. I'm not your debit card."
Look at this dwarf being so mean. It's not even your money, Jane. You're a charity case.
They all angrily marched away, and after that, I was a loner. Not only that, it was really annoying that I never got picked during gym class, and I really wanted to play basketball. So one day, in 6th grade, I ran straight onto the court, snatched the ball from another kid, and started dribbling it away. I was small, but fast. Just then, the substitute gym teacher came running onto the court, blowing his whistle furiously. And next thing I knew, he had picked me up and was carrying me away.
"We have a kindergartner on the loose! Don't you know you could seriously get hurt, kid?"
He just wouldn't listen and took me to the principal. He sure looked dumb when the principal told him I was in the 6th grade. But I was still banned from playing. It was too dangerous for me. One day, when I was in 9th grade, right before my exam was about to start, my teacher came up to me and put her hand on my forehead. "Jane, dear, your mom said you aren't feeling well today. You can go home and rest." "But I'm not sick." "Yes, you are, sweetie. You have a horrible fever." And the teacher just dragged me out of the room. After the exams, when I looked at my report card, I was shocked. I got an A+ on an exam I didn't even write, and all the rest as well. The widow then threw a fancy party where she literally distributed money. Worst of all, the party was full of my teachers. Ugh, talk about boring. The only person at the party my age was Andrew from school, the son of one of the teachers. I always had a crush on him, and now he was making his way to me. My heart began to beat like crazy. I do, Andrew, I do.
How does it feel to take something you don't deserve, just because you have money?
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Everyone in class already guessed your mother bought those fake grades for you. Aren't you ashamed? How could you have possibly topped when everyone knows I'm the smartest?
I never asked her to do it. She's not even my mom. It's not my fault.
Yeah, your grades are better than your height. Dwarves can't be the smartest.
I stood there, shocked, and I decided it was time for me to tell the widow to change. But she said that she didn't mean any harm. She just wanted to help me get into some college, as it was my dad's last wish. I begged her to let me do it on my own. Eventually, she agreed. Sadly, that didn't pan out as I'd planned. I wasn't doing well in school at all. And without the widow's money, the teachers weren't so nice anymore.
Why is your handwriting so big when you're so short?
Are you so bad at math because it's hard to understand things with your teeny tiny brain? I flunked horribly and was held back a grade. My ex-best friend smirked and said, "Keep flunking and you'll finally reach a grade that suits your height. Can you just leave me alone?" "Oh, I heard wearing a pink hat while studying helps your brain work because the brain likes the color pink. I tried it, but it didn't work. Guess I'm already a genius."
Or that you don't have a brain. As I left for home that day with angry tears in my eyes, I ran straight into someone. Andrew. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Listen, just back off. I have enough troubles without you. But Andrew did not back off. The next few days, he really started chasing me all over school. There was just no escaping him. Wherever I went, there he was. What's wrong with you? I'm trying to study. Stop stalking me. I'm just worried about you. Let me help you with your grades. Why? I appreciate it, but you really don't have to feel sorry for me. I don't feel sorry. I understand you want to rely on yourself, and I respect that. I'm just offering to help, and also trying to make up for being a jerk. Well, I knew he was a math whiz. If anyone could help me, it was him. From that day onwards, every night, he snuck in from my window to help me study. But he was so distractingly cute and funny. We were becoming super close. The night before the exam, the door flew open and the widow barged in. She started yelling at me. Boys ruin everything. This is probably why you don't get good grades. You're so distracted all the time. Then she dragged him to the window and told him to leave the way he came. He isn't my boyfriend. He's my private teacher. He's helping me with math. But she wasn't listening. So Andrew climbed down the tree outside the window and left. The next day, I passed the exam and was over the moon. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. I did it! I passed the math exam on my own! Then, before I knew what I was doing, I kissed him. And what an utterly stupid thing to do that was! Because the minute our lips touched, he froze. I was so embarrassed. I let him go and stepped back. I'm so sorry. Jane, I had no idea that you felt this way about me. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, but I was just looking out for you. You know, like a little sister. You're just not my type. Wait, what? I never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Without another word, I just turned around and fled. And that was my real first heartbreak. I refused to go down for dinner that evening and shut myself up in my room. A little later, the widow knocked and came in. Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Jane? I burst into tears and told her everything. You were right. Boys ruin everything. From now on, I'm just going to focus on me. I'm going to get a university scholarship and leave this stupid place. And for the first time ever, the widow hugged me. It was really awkward, but also kind of nice. I'll send you to any university you want. You just focus on studying really hard. And that's what I did. I really focused on my lessons. And at home, the widow started to help me out too. She also had her chef make me really healthy food and gave me multivitamins regularly. She helped me out with all my college applications, and for the first time since Dad, I felt like I did have a parent. As I was about to graduate high school, our student counselor called me one day to her office to give me some really amazing news. You got into your dream university, Jane! Congratulations! I squealed in excitement and hugged her. In my excitement, I knocked over my bag, and my bottle of vitamins fell out. Just then, the counselor picked up one of the pills, looking confused. Jane, why are you eating these? Oh, they're just multivitamins. No, they're not, Jane. These pills are given to kids with ADHD to improve focus. No one should be taking these unless a doctor prescribes them. I couldn't believe it. Why would the widow do this? I rushed home and barged straight into her room, throwing the pills on her bed. Why have you been lying to me that these are vitamins? Why are you feeding me pills I don't need? Are you trying to poison me? The widow looked stunned. Then she said, Jane, just let me explain. I was only trying to help you get better. Oh, so you thought I'm so dumb that I needed pills to make me smarter? I only want what's best for you, Jane. That's all I ever wanted. And then I said the words I would regret for the rest of my life. Well, in case you forgot, let me remind you, you're not my mom. You're just a pathetic old widow, and you don't deserve to have kids. And with that, I stormed off to my room. I didn't speak a word to her for the next few weeks, and then I left for university. I felt bad for the things I'd said, but I was too angry to take them back. I was doing really well at university and met a wonderful guy, Dave. He was the only person I'd ever met who didn't treat me like I was dumb, and he never made me feel little in any way. One day, while we were on a date, I got a terrible phone call. It was a doctor from some hospital saying the widow had been found unconscious in her home and was really unwell. Dave drove me straight to the hospital, and when I went to her, it broke my heart seeing her so pale and weak. I sat down by her and started to cry. Please be okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean those awful things I said. I love you. You're my mom. Just then, her eyes fluttered open. She gave me a weak smile. Jane, I'm so glad you're here, dear. I'm sorry, too. You were always so tiny. I became really overprotective. I see now that you didn't need that at all. I moved back with Mom to take care of her, and soon she fully recovered. I graduated with honors from university, and I was so happy she could be there. After university, Dave and I got married and had 2 beautiful kids together. We named our son after my dad, and our little girl after the widow, her godmother.
Hi, I'm Natalia from Spain. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. My twin sister Chloe and I were raised by a single dad who was a Formula One racer. Our mom fell in love with her gym trainer and ran away with him a year after we were born. After that, Dad threw himself into racing and parties, so we were mostly raised by nannies. But Dad spoiled us rotten with the most expensive gifts. Chloe and I wore designer clothes even as toddlers, and our toy room looked more like a toy store.
Dad, my friend got this doll from Japan. I wish I had that too.
Dad booked the next flight to Tokyo and bought 365 of those, one for each day of the year. And when Chloe saw them, she wanted the same dolls too. So Dad had to make another trip to Tokyo. Even though we lived a life of luxury, I sometimes really missed having a mom, especially when I'd see other kids at school with their moms. Once in the 2nd grade, I participated in a speech competition at school. I'd always been very confident on stage, but when I saw my topic, I froze. Natalia, come on, I know you can do it.
Moms are great. All my friends have moms who do their hair and take them to the park. I wish I had a mom too who would paint my nails and have tea parties with Chloe and me, but...
Just then, my voice choked up and tears started running down my cheeks. My teacher jumped on the stage and said my performance was the best. The audience agreed by cheering me on, and Chloe was the loudest. Chloe and I were always close, but sometimes I felt she loved me too much. She wanted us to do everything together. She also wanted to dress like me, order whatever I was eating at any restaurant, and she followed me like a puppy in school.
Chloe, why don't you go play with your friends? But you're my friend, and you're my twin sister, so I want to be with you. Yeah, but we don't always have to like the same things and stick together like glue. Fine, I won't stick to you then.
It was our 10th birthday soon, and Dad threw us a grand joint birthday party. But for the first time, Chloe wasn't wearing the exact same dress as me, and she'd even insisted on having her separate birthday cake. And even a couple of hours into the party, not a single friend of hers had shown up.
Sweetie, are you sure you told them the right day?
Yes, I did. It's just hard to make friends 2 days before the party, you know? Chloe, forget those kids. Let's just cut our cake together like we always do. No, thank you. You want us to do our own thing, right? You got it, sis. I don't even want to look like you.
And suddenly, Chloe grabbed a pair of scissors and chopped her waist-long hair. The party was kind of ruined after that, and everyone left early. Later at night, I went to Chloe's room and found her crying. Chloe, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings.
It's not that. My hair, my beautiful hair. I look so stupid.
It'll grow back before you know it. Come on, there's still 2 hours before our birthday ends, and I want to spend it with my favorite person. We're eating cake and dancing a lot. Life was good, but then it all came crashing down in 10th grade when Dad met with an accident on the racing track and he slipped into a coma. Chloe and I were still in shock when we got to know that our mom's sister was coming to stay with us. Aunt Mona sent us birthday cards every year, but we'd never talked to her or met her before. And 2 days later, she arrived and pulled us both into a hug. My poor darlings, I'm so sorry for what you're going through.
Really? Why? You're practically a stranger.
Honey, I know you're upset right now, but we're family, and we'll get through this together. Suddenly, all the tears I'd been holding inside started pouring out. Shh, sweetheart, it's going to be okay. Aunt Mona kept holding me tight, and it felt so wonderful. Stop being a crybaby, Natalia. We'll get through this ourselves. Dad's gonna be fine soon. Yes, I'm sure he will be. I wasn't talking to you, and we don't need anyone babysitting us. Chloe, stop being so rude. But Chloe just gave me a dirty look and left the room. I'm sorry on her behalf, Aunt Mona. It's okay. I know you're both going through a rough time. And please, call me Mona. I instantly fell in love with her. She was the mom figure I'd been craving for all these years. She'd braid my long hair every morning and tell me stories about her and Mom's childhood. But Chloe didn't warm up to Mona at all. She never missed an opportunity to talk back to her and deliberately messed up everything Mona asked her to do.
Chloe, can you please pass me the jug?
Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped from my hand. As Mona walked out to clean herself up, I turned angrily to Chloe. You totally did that on purpose. Why are you being such a brat? Because I can't stand that woman. I'm sure she's after Dad's money. Why else do you think she's here? What? You have no proof. Just then, Mona walked back in and we stopped talking. A few weeks later, it was our birthday, and Mona said she'd planned a surprise for us. She asked us to get ready, but when it was time to go, Chloe refused to come along. Don't be like this, Chloe. Mona has planned something for both of us. I'm sure it's gonna be something tacky and stupid. So thanks, but no thanks. Well, I'm gonna go with her, with or without you. It seems like you've made your choice. Thanks for ruining another birthday. Gosh, this girl was impossible. I told Mona that Chloe had a headache and we left without her. We got an amazing spa treatment, went shopping, and had a great time at an amusement park taking crazy rides and eating food truck snacks. I kept taking pictures throughout the day and sending them to Chloe to show her what she'd missed.
So, I hope you had a good time, Natalia.
It was wonderful. I truly enjoyed myself for the first time since Dad's accident. Thank you. Don't be so quick to thank her, Natalia. The money she's blown today on everything is Dad's. All she did was book those expensive spa appointments for herself and you. Smart move, Mona. That night, Mona didn't join us for dinner, so I went to her room where I found her crying.
I know you probably won't trust me, Natalia, but the money I spent today isn't your dad's. I used my money to pay for everything.
I trust you, Mona.
But Chloe, I don't know why she's so bitter. I just don't know how to deal with her bratty behavior anymore.
She just needs a little more time to cope with everything that's happened. She'll come around. When I went back to our room, I saw that Chloe had pasted a sketch of Mona on the wall, and she was throwing darts at it. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Mona called me bitter and bratty, and you just listened? Yeah, I heard everything. Well, what did you expect after the way you've been behaving? You're wrong about her, and you should apologize. Over my dead body. And I ordered a cake for both of us to cut at dinner. But since you obviously preferred Mona's company over mine, I cut it alone. Since that day, Chloe and I started growing distant, and it really bothered me. But I couldn't let her bully Mona for no reason, and I really loved having her around. Then one day, I was studying in my room when I heard loud voices from Chloe's room. How dare you block all my credit cards? You can't stop me from spending my dad's money.
Oh, yes, I can. I'll make sure you never see a penny of your dad's money again. I can make things very difficult for you, Chloe. You better get your act together.
Are you threatening me?
Yes, I am.
I saw Mona storming out of Chloe's room and I slipped in. What was that about? That witch! I just took my friends out shopping the other day, and now she's blocked my credit cards, saying I have no right to waste Dad's money. Who is she to stop me when Dad never did? She has control over all his money, Natalia, and I wouldn't be surprised if she runs away with all of it. She wouldn't. I can't believe you won't trust your own sister. I know I'm right about her. I felt Chloe was overreacting, but Mona really had no right to block her cards, and she had been threatening Chloe. It was a side of her I hadn't seen before. I was planning to talk to Mona the next morning when I got a call from Dad's manager. He told me that Dad had planned to auction off some of his stuff on his birthday, which was next week.
He wanted to raise money for a good cause, but now that he's unwell, I wanted to ask you if you wanted to go ahead with the auction.
Of course, we'll definitely do it if that's what Dad wanted, but what exactly should we auction? He told me Dad had wanted to auction some of his collectible designer watches, and I thought it was a great idea. I told Chloe about it, and she wanted to honor Dad's wishes too. But when we went to his room to get the watches from his safe, we were shocked. The safe was broken, and Dad's entire watch collection was missing. So were all his gold and diamond cufflinks. How is this even possible? No one has access to Dad's room except you and me. And Mona. I felt ashamed of myself for thinking she could be a thief, and I wanted to get rid of any doubts. So that day when Mona was out, we searched her entire room. We didn't find anything in the drawers or cupboards, but suddenly, I looked under the bed and found her suitcase, and it was full of documents and all of Dad's stolen stuff.
What are you two doing in my room?
I guess it's our turn to ask questions. What's all this stuff doing in your suitcase?
What's this? Whose watches are these? I've never seen them before. Mona, just stop. The proof is right before our eyes. I can't believe you'd turn out to be such a lying witch. Chloe was right all along, but I refused to believe my own sister because I was such a fool. Natalia, I'm not lying. I don't know how. Save your arguments for the police. Soon enough, the authorities came and arrested Mona. It broke my heart to see her being taken away like this. I'm sorry, Natalia. I know you guys were close. I'm sorry for not believing you. Chloe and I grew closer again and life went on. I missed Mona, but I was too mad at her for betraying my trust. 5 months passed and one day, I woke up to the most amazing news ever. Dad was finally out of his coma. Chloe and I ran to the hospital, and seeing him awake and smiling was everything.
Dad, we missed you so much.
Oh, my angels. I'm sorry you had to go through such a tough time alone. We weren't exactly alone, Dad. Aunt Mona came to our rescue. She did? Really? Wow. She's always loved you both, but after I cut her off, I didn't expect her to come take care of you.
She's always loved us? You cut her off? What do you mean? That's when Dad revealed that when we were born, Mona doted on us and was always around even when our mom had no time for us.
Chloe, you were such a cranky baby. And sometimes Mona would stay up all night rocking you in her arms. But when your mom left, I cut all ties with Mona too. I told her not to be in touch with you girls, and she respected that. But she always sent you your birthday cards.
But Dad, Mona stole all your watches and cufflinks.
What? Are you sure? I mean, that makes no sense. She runs a successful company in the US and is really rich herself. She's definitely richer than me.
That left me stunned. Suddenly, I noticed Chloe's face went white. I told Dad to rest and signaled her to come outside. Chloe, spit it out. Okay, I framed Mona. I paid Dad's manager so that he would call you about the auction, and I also paid a servant to hide all that stuff in Mona's suitcase. What? How could you do that, Chloe? How could you send an innocent woman to jail? Because I hated Mona. The day she walked in and hugged you, I felt myself go crazy with jealousy. With Dad in the hospital, all I had was you. But then she came along and you started loving her more than me. Tell me the truth about the credit cards too. Why did she block them? Because I spent a lot of money. I blew $50,000 and she got an alert on her phone and tracked me down to a club. And she found me smoking with some friends. I can't believe this. No wonder she was so mad at you. You're a horrible person, Chloe. Mona left her life for us, and you got her arrested for a crime she didn't even commit. I told Dad everything, and we rushed to the police station to withdraw our complaint. Mona looked angry to see us, but when I told her the truth and apologized, she started crying and hugged me.
Mona, I am so sorry about all of this. If you want to take action against Chloe, I understand.
No, I don't. This family has been through enough, and I won't put Chloe through more. I forgive her. Chloe was really ashamed and apologized a lot, but we still had trouble trusting her so soon. And Dad insisted she get into therapy. You need this, Chloe. Your insecurities drove you to do some really crazy things. But just trust that you're not alone and you have a family that loves you. And you're my twin. No one could ever replace you. Mona stayed with us for a few more weeks till Dad recovered completely. And then he announced that he was taking all 4 of us to a vacation in Switzerland. One day, Chloe and I were out shopping, and when we returned, we found Mona and Dad kissing. We saw nothing. You guys carry on.
No, wait, come in. I proposed to Mona, and she said yes.
Are you girls gonna be okay with that, Chloe? Chloe looked stunned, but then she hugged Mona. I joined them too, and in that moment, I knew that going forward, our lives would be perfect.
Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall.
Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress?
Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota.
And you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened. So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks. What about exercise 9, my good ma'am? Are you mocking my accent? Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent. To the principal's office, now! I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean. Kiana, stop with that British accent right now. I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely, and to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome, which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying, and some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face. Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend. In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her?
How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with?
Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there.
Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important.
Come in.
My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help.
Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before.
Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boy since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed. Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot. Oh, I'm so sorry. Dang it. I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you.
Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American?
Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you.
Actually, our breakup was mutual, so
I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped, thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date.
Really?
You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favorite. But it's my gift to you.
Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt, the music was too loud, and when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings. Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car. I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here. He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine. I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger. Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills. I'll win you a tiger just like this. I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever. Sorry that you think I'm so cringy. I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him. Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, alright, I did mean it, but... You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you. Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway? Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates. That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other. Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend. One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu. Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup. But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick? I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask. Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him? No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him. I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine, I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was gonna leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister, but she wasn't serious and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other, we just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly, it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on.
All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it.
Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature, I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore.
What? I'm not allowed to talk to him now?
Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right?
I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him?
Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do. Break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony.
Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly?
Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned.
Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What?
I wanted to make a friend. Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So, if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day, when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle. Hi, my name is Demelza. Please like and subscribe. My first memory of Mom is of her voice. She'd sing lullabies to me every night, and it was the most beautiful sound in the world. The minute she stopped, I'd start screaming for more. By the time I was 1, I could hum every lullaby perfectly. Dad would play the grand piano, and I'd jump onto his lap and press the keys, delighted by the sounds I made. On Dad's 30th birthday, there was a grand celebration at our mansion. In the middle of it, I climbed onto the table and started singing the birthday song. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daddy. Happy birthday to you.
When I was finished, I looked around in surprise to see grown men crying.
Oh my God, she has the voice of an angel. I always had a feeling Demelza was gifted. I'm so proud of you, darling.
My parents hired the best musicians and vocal coaches for me, and there was no stopping me after that. At every party, I'd put on a show for our guests, and I'd make them pay me too. My life was perfect until one day when everything changed. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad had just returned from a business trip, and I stopped short when I saw a scrawny little girl get out of the car too. She was trying to hide behind Dad, but he gently pushed her forward.
Demelza, this is Isabel. She's your sister, and she's going to live with us now. Will you take care of her?
I looked into her scared, dark eyes and immediately took her hand. Always. But the day Isabel walked in, a dark shadow was cast over our happy home. That evening, we overheard a huge fight between my parents.
You've broken my heart, and now you've brought a reminder of that to live with us? She can't stay here. I won't raise a child that isn't mine. She has nowhere to go. Her mother's gone. I know you hate me right now, but please, don't take it out on her. She's just a kid.
I didn't want Isabel to hear this, so I said, "Come on, I'll play something for you. What's your favorite song?" I didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. Mom hated Isabel. She pretended like Isabel didn't even exist. But Dad and I adored her, and we more than made up for Mom's ice-cold attitude. But in the 8th grade, we got some news one day that turned our worlds around. Dad had been in a terrible car accident, and he was gone. We were all devastated, but Mom just shut herself up in her room for weeks. One night, I was reading a story to Isabel when Mom suddenly barged in.
"What are you doing in my daughter's room? You're just a poor maid."
Mom, are you okay? She's not a maid. This is Isabel, remember?
How could I forget her? Everything bad that's happened to us is her fault.
I stared in horror at Mom as Isabel started to cry.
Pack your things first thing in the morning, Isabel. You're going to be sleeping with the maids now.
What? No, she's not going anywhere.
Either she goes to the maids or the orphanage. This is her last night here.
As Mom was leaving, she suddenly pounced at Isabel, grabbed her stuffed bunny, and threw it in the fire.
No, my mom made that.
Isabel cried for hours, and I hugged her to sleep. What had happened to my mom? The very next day, Isabel was shifted to the maids' quarters and made their helper after school. I was scared she'd be sent away, so I didn't fight with Mom, but I'd sneak food to her and help her with her homework at night. And at school, we could always hang out together. But one day, I was really surprised to see Mom marching into the principal's office. "Mom, what are you doing here?"
"Oh, I'm here to withdraw Isabel from school, of course."
"You can't do that. She has to go to school."
"Why? She's never going to be anything but a maid like her stupid mother. You don't need an education to sweep floors."
As she turned around, I grabbed Mom's wrist. "If you make her drop out of school, I will too. And I'll tell everyone why." "Are you sure you want everyone to know how you really treat Isabel, Mom? Dad would be so disappointed in you." Mom looked shocked, then angrily pulled her arm away and left. I'd won this little battle, but God knows what she'd do next. Things weren't great at home, but at least I had Eric. He was my boyfriend for 2 years and was just crazy about my voice. One evening when I was on a date with him, I suddenly started getting calls from Isabel.
"Come home, right now."
I ran home to a scene of complete chaos. Mom was tearing apart Isabel's room. What's going on?
"Your dad's watch is missing, and I'm going to search all the maids' rooms. And when I find it, I'm kicking out the thief for good."
Just then, a servant came from another room, saying it was under Mom's personal maid's bed. Mom looked completely shocked to find out it was her, but she threw her bags out instantly.
Some days later, it was Isabel's 13th birthday, and I snuck into her room with a cake. When she blew the candles out, I asked her what she'd wished for. I wished your mom was dead. Isabel, you don't mean that. She's my mom. Isabel stayed silent, and I got up to leave. I'd never seen that look of hatred on my little sister's face before. In the middle of all this drama, I had a huge audition coming up. A prestigious music academy was looking for talent from different schools, and being selected would be a dream. But 5 days before the audition, I woke up with my throat hurting. I called out to the maid, but to my horror, my voice was gone. Mom rushed me to the doctor, who diagnosed me with laryngitis. What he said next left me shocked.
Your voice will return to normal soon, but this is the end of your singing. If you strain your vocal cords too much, you could lose your voice permanently.
I just couldn't believe it. On the day of the auditions, I slipped into the auditorium with Eric, feeling devastated. I wanted to be up on that stage more than anything. And then one of the judges said,
"The last performer is Miss Isabel."
Wait, what? Isabel stepped onto the stage and started singing.
You made me insecure.
I was stunned. Her voice was beautiful. The judges gave her a standing ovation and said they'd be in touch with her soon. As everyone started to leave, I caught up with her. Isabel, that was amazing. But why didn't you tell me you could ever sing like that? She brushed my arm off angrily, her eyes blazing. You never asked. You just assumed that you're the only one with any talent. But I guess that's something we both got from our father. It makes you unhappy, doesn't it? Why would you say that? I've always had your back, Isabel. Yet, I've been living as a maid in my dad's house for years. And you did nothing. You think sneaking me food makes up for how I'm treated? No, it doesn't. All it does is make you feel good about yourself. Isabel, I tried. You should have tried harder. I hate you, Demelza. As she stormed off, I felt heartbroken. As Eric walked me back home that evening, suddenly a cyclist came charging straight at him. I pushed Eric out of the way just in time, but he landed on the pavement, hitting his head. I quickly called an ambulance, and after hours of waiting at the hospital, we were shocked to get the news. Eric was in a coma. The doctors were hopeful he'd wake up soon, but weeks turned into months, and before I knew it, a year had passed. I was almost done with high school, and Isabel was in her music academy on full scholarship, but we never spoke anymore. One day when I went to see Eric, I was shocked to see him sitting up in bed. "Oh my God, you're awake!" He gently pushed me away.
"I'm sorry. Who are you?"
"Eric, it's me, Demelza, your girlfriend."
"Can you sing?"
"Yes. Well, I used to, but then I got sick and had to stop, remember?"
"No. I just know that my girlfriend sings beautifully. I couldn't move or see all these months, but she'd talk and sing to me often, and I could hear her. I know her voice, and it's not you."
Suddenly, my blood ran cold when I heard someone behind me. "Babe, that was me. You could hear me?" "Isabel?"
Yes, it's you."
She ran forward and hugged him, and then they kissed. Suddenly, I just lost it. I pulled Isabel by her hair. "Are you completely crazy? You've been visiting my boyfriend and singing to him? Tell him you're lying."
"I am not. He's mine. Let me go, witch."
And suddenly, she pushed me viciously and I went flying into a trolley. I attacked her and we went crashing straight into the machines. And the next thing we knew, we were both thrown out of the hospital. I turned furiously to Isabel. "We're done. For good. You've become a hateful monster. I don't even know who you are anymore. But you're definitely not my sister. Finally." And with that, she left. I went on a very long walk to clear my head. And by the time I got home, Isabel was gone. The next morning, Mom discovered a lot of things were gone too, including Dad's watch. "I'm going to report her to the police. I'm going to—" "Mom, just stop it. She's gone. That's what you wanted since you first saw her, right? And so what if she took Dad's stuff? It's hers too. Let it freaking go." A year later, I went off to university to study music. If I couldn't sing anymore, I could still play. In my final year, I was leaving the campus one day when I stepped on a newspaper.
It had Eric and Isabel's face on the front page with the headline, "Billionaire to tie knot in 2 weeks." Well, good for them. But just a few days later, I walked into a coffee shop, and to my shock, I saw Eric there. And he was kissing a blonde girl that definitely wasn't Isabel. I just walked away. It wasn't my problem, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And when her wedding day arrived, I just couldn't not do anything. Even if she hated me, she was my frickin' little sister. And that's how I found myself bursting into the church and running like crazy down the aisle. Hold it! This wedding can't happen! As Isabel turned to look at me in horror, I ran straight at her and hugged her. I held onto her tight as she squirmed and shrieked. OMG, you psycho, get off me. I love you, Isabel. I'm not going anywhere till you listen to me. As Eric looked super mad and everyone stared at us, she dragged me off to a small room. What do you think you're doing, Demelza? Isabel, you can't marry Eric. He's a cheater. I saw him kissing a girl the other day. I swear, I'm not lying. You think I don't know about that? Well, I do, and it doesn't matter. I stole your man, and he'll take care of me. At least I got rid of you and your psycho mom, so just buzz off. Isabel, listen to me. You're just angry right now. I'm so sorry about everything. Mom was unbelievably cruel to you, and I should have fought harder. You deserved so much better, and you still do. Don't marry this jerk, please. Why do you care? Because you're my little sister, and I miss you so much. I had 2 things that I loved the most, my voice and you. I lost my voice for good, and I don't want to lose you too. Please forgive me and come with me. Oh, Demelza, I'm so sorry for all the horrible things I did to you. I thought I wanted to marry Eric to tease you, but I now realize that everything I've been doing in my life was to not end up alone. I just wanted to belong to someone. You belong to me. You're my family. I made a promise to Dad to take care of you, and I will, always. And with that, we hugged each other and walked back to our home. Family always comes first.
Hello, I'm Jessica Harlenborough, and I belong to a family of great detectives. My father was James Harlenborough, whose father was Hardy Harlenborough Jackson Jr., whose mother was Janet Harlenborough, who was the first one in our family to hold the badge and wear the uniform. The legend goes that she once defeated a whole family of bandits on her own with nothing but an empty revolver. And since then, she has inspired my father's father, and me to grow and become the seekers of justice. And soon, the day arrived when I got to use my true skills. One day, on my way back from the bathroom, I saw James Heartthrob in the hallway, the guy my friend Lily Larkins had a huge crush on. He walked secretly to his locker with a suspicious brown package in his hands, which he placed inside after making sure no one was around him. After that, he walked away. But as a responsible citizen and the head of the Student Welfare Association, I followed him to a corner as he made a phone call, and I heard every word.
I secured the package. Good job. We will execute our plan tomorrow at noon. If everything goes well, we'll not only succeed in our goals, but we'll also leave enough money to be comfortable for the rest of our lives.
As soon as he ended the call, he looked sideways again. I made sure I was hidden from view. Then I noticed him take out a pair of glasses with a golden frame from his pocket. He clicked on them, and a holographic display of a building appeared in front of him. It looked super familiar, but I couldn't quite place where I'd seen that building before. What was he planning to do there? After staring intently at it for some seconds, James put the glasses back into his pocket and walked away quickly. As I was still processing everything, Lily suddenly popped up from behind me. Hey, Jessica, what are you doing? Come on, we need to go. The football match is about to start, and James Heartthrob is leading the team. I can't tell you how excited I am to see him play. Yeah, I'm doing nothing. Let's go to the game.
While I walked to the fields with her, I kept thinking about that package. After a recent security scare, all students' bags were checked at the gate, and it would be difficult to bring in a package wrapped up like that. And who was James talking to? I was sure in my bones that something big and evil was about to go down, and I had to stop it. Halfway through the game, while Lily was busy cheering for James' heartthrob, I snuck out of there and made my way to James's locker. Having noticed the password earlier, I unlocked it, and the package was there. But to my disappointment, it was empty. But the brown paper wrapping outside had information about where it had come from. Taking out the pen from my pocket, I noticed the address and the name of the sender. Just then, I heard some footsteps approaching, and I ran across the corridor and hid behind one of the classroom doors. It was James Heartthrob again. He took his phone out of his backpack and went back to the same corner as before.
Hey, listen, we'll have to postpone our undertaking from tomorrow to the day after. I have a date with Lily Larkins. She is so into me. I can't miss this. Our plan is ironclad and will still work no matter which day we carry it out. I'm sorry for this, but she's really hot.
Now I had another problem to deal with. My best friend from childhood was about to fall prey to a possible criminal. I couldn't let that happen, and apparently now his evil plan had been postponed by a day. But to stop him and save my friend, I needed to find out more information, and I could use some help. Later that night, I asked Lily to come over to my place with a phone book so I could try looking for the address and name I'd noted earlier. Of course, I told her we were just making prank calls. She wouldn't believe me if I told her all my suspicions just yet. We sat at my study table with the telephone near me. Lily kept telling me the cell phone numbers, and I kept pranking them in a manly voice. Hello? Yes. Is this Jack Trades? I'm Heartthrob. James Heartthrob.
Oh my God, why are you using his name? That's so funny.
Most of the calls just led to dead ends, but when I made the final call...
Hey, James, what happened to your voice, man? You getting sick or something?
No, just some allergies. I'm still your man, a man with a plan. You know, that evil plan we were gonna pull off the day after tomorrow?
Yeah, but what's so evil about it? Are you sure you're fine? Or have you lost your mind already because of that girl you were going on about? How hot is she?
You stay away from her! No, just nothing. See you day after tomorrow, man. Peace out. I hung up the phone to find Lily staring at my face. What the heck are you going on about? Nothing that makes sense. That's why it's a prank, silly. I bet this guy's as confused as you are, and we'll be thinking about it all night. Okay. Anyway, I don't care, because the only thing I can think about is my date with James Heartthrob tomorrow. How will I wait until then? Oh my God, it's killing me. Yeah, you've only mentioned it about 10 times already, but are you sure about this? I mean, you barely know the guy. That's the point of the date? We get to know each other? Yeah, but is it worth the effort? James Heartthrob is very good looking, but guys like that are usually quite dumb. Do you think he'll be emotionally and mentally mature? It's too big a step. What are you going on about? How is a date a really big step? You know I've been in love with him since the first day he walked into our school with his backpack and cool jacket. What love? Don't you think you're going a bit fast there, young lady? You can't talk to me like this. You're not my mother. Don't you dare talk back to me. I don't have to sit here and listen to you. I'm going home. Fine, go away. And then she picked up her phone book and stormed out of there, slamming the door shut. Ugh, teenagers. I probably wasn't gonna learn much about his evil plan by crashing their date, but I just didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone with Lily. So the next evening, I went to the restaurant where they were supposed to meet and entered through the back exit into the kitchen. I found a storage room with extra uniforms and quickly changed into a waitress's outfit. Then, I discreetly walked out into the restaurant area, scanning the room like a hawk till I spotted my targets. I was skilled at disguises. I was sure they wouldn't recognize me. I was walking over to them when suddenly some customers at a table stopped me.
Hey miss, we've been waiting for someone to take our order for a while.
Sure. I'll just send someone right away.
Why can't you take it? You're not doing anything.
I gritted my teeth, forced a smile, and whipped out my pad and pencil.
Can you tell us today's specials?
Look, I have short-term memory loss. I can't remember any of this stuff. Just select something from the menu.
How are you even a waitress? Fine. How about this side salad? Is it good?
It's amazing. Great choice.
What's it served on the side of?
I guess on the side of your plate. Are we done here?
My family hasn't even ordered yet. Get us another waitress. You're useless.
I told you that 5 minutes ago. I walked off and went back to my mission, annoyed that I'd lost precious time. As I got close to Lily and that heartthrob, I pretended to be working when I felt someone tug at my skirt. It was the annoying customer's kid.
You didn't take my order?
Not now, kid. Go away.
I'm hungry, you witch. I want a piece of chocolate cake.
Just buzz off, will ya? I pulled my skirt away from him, and he suddenly dropped onto the floor and started bawling loudly.
She pushed me. She pushed me so hard.
Oh my God, you little liar. Jessica? The entire restaurant was suddenly staring at me, and I got thrown out within seconds by the management. Lily and James followed me outside.
What the heck just happened back there? Why are you dressed as a waitress?
Because I work here, or I did before I got fired.
Since when do you work here, and why?
Since today. It was my first day, and my last day. And why? 'Cause I have bills to pay.
I'm sorry to hear that. Here, take this tip. Hope it helps a bit.
And then he handed me $100, just like that. I hadn't even waited on him. I guess he had plenty of money from all his evil ventures. And now that I was face to face with him, maybe I could make him give away something about his plans. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you. You must be rich. And I guess you'll be very rich soon if your trades go well, eh? You know what I mean, huh?
I really don't.
Oh, come on. Are you really saying you're a jack of all trades and a master of none? What does that even mean?
Wait a sec. Are you talking about Jack Trades? Do you know him? Are you a friend or a girlfriend?
No, I don't know any Jack Trades. I just remembered. I have a movie to catch in 15 minutes. I'll see you tomorrow, Lily. And with that, I ran off. Wow, this guy was cunning. Instead of giving anything away, he'd started questioning me instead. As I was walking down the street, I passed by a building and then suddenly stopped in my tracks. I slowly walked back to face the building from the front, and then it hit me. Texas State Bank. That was the building that had been in the hologram. And then it all clicked into place. James Heartthrob was planning to rob Texas State Bank with Jack Trades as an accomplice. Of course that would make them super rich. But I was gonna get him. Oh, I was gonna get him good. The next day, I was at the bank 5 minutes before noon, but I walked in to find James and Jack already there at the bank manager's desk. They seemed to be having some intense conversation. What if those two were holding the manager hostage at gunpoint? Or he could even be an accomplice. Just then, James Heartthrob got up from his seat and reached into his pocket. And I couldn't wait anymore. I rushed towards them and threw myself at James, tackling him to the ground.
Ow! What do you think you're...
Shut up, James. Just then, I spotted another accomplice carrying a gun, and I tackled him too. His gun went skidding across the floor as I sat on him and tied his hands behind his back while the receptionist called the police. I thought James and Jack would try to make a run for it, but they were just standing there looking shocked. So, James Heartthrob and Jack Trades, I believe you can now tell us all your evil plan.
What evil plan?
Your plan to rob the bank? What else? You got the package from this Jack Trades, giving you the holographic projection of this bank, giving you all the escape points. You two were banking on getting very rich, weren't you? Banking. I made a clever pun. Anyway, were you holding the manager hostage, or is he in on it too?
What? Jessica, you've got it all wrong. That device is our creation, and we were going to ask this bank official to give us a loan to fund it. The device was for demonstration.
What? That's it?
Yep.
That's when I realized that the guy under my foot was, in fact, a real robber. And James Heartthrob was not guilty. But to save me from further embarrassment, the cops came in and took that guy into custody and gave me a badge of honor. And the next day, my photo was in the newspaper as well, with the headline, "Schoolgirl Solves Her First Case." So it all worked out for the best. Next day, I went to school and saw James Heartthrob closing his locker. I walked up to him. "Hey, James, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to."
Accuse me of a crime?
I don't know what I was thinking. He was looking at me with an amused face.
You seem to have a wild imagination, and you're super nosy. But tackling a guy with a gun was pretty brave, actually. You're interesting, Jessica Harlanborough, and you're forgiven.
Well, thank you. That ended the conversation. Did you see any sparks here between us? James swears he felt some at that point, but I really didn't. Also, it turned out that James and Lily didn't enjoy their first date and decided not to go ahead with the relationship. We all graduated high school, and some years later, I became a detective. No surprises there. Also, I reconnected with James Heartthrob. We dated for a while, and then we got married. As for Lily, she was our maid of honor. And yeah, some things went wrong at the wedding, and I accused her of sabotaging my big day out of jealousy. But it turns out she had nothing to do with it. Yeah, that was awkward, but our friendship is still strong. Ironclad, unbreakable, uncrackable, unscratchable, if you will.
My best friend Kyle is an eccentric introvert. He doesn't know how to talk to people. He's unfriendly and says things that most people find offensive. I'm his only friend because I've learned that he has a good heart. The reason I stick around is that I know his story. He's incredibly rude and impulsive, but it's not his fault. What Kyle lacks in social skills, he makes up for in his love for sneakers. And it's a good thing that I love sneakers too, because it's the only thing Kyle talks about. He started a sneaker club at school. It's a club that focuses on discussing the latest on the sneaker market. There were 4 people in the club, including myself and Kyle. Then Kyle put together a manifesto where everyone had to make sure their sneakers were spotless at the meetings, along with a few other crazy ideas. The club was just the 2 of us after that. Most people give Kyle a rough time. He isn't interested in listening to them, and he comes across as arrogant. I'd love to tell people about his condition, but his parents don't want anyone to know. We don't want people to treat him differently, they say. You see, not even Kyle knows about his condition. The only reason his parents told me was that when we were 10 years old, I'd had enough of Kyle and his selfishness. His parents heard me arguing with Kyle, saying that I'd never be his friend again. On my way out the house, they stopped me and very reluctantly they explained, "Please, don't abandon Kyle, Spencer," begged his mom. "You're his only friend. I know he's not always the nicest person, but there's a reason for it." They asked me to promise not to tell anyone. Kyle had an accident when he was very young. Ever since then, he's been different. It's as if the part of his brain responsible for understanding people stopped working. Please, don't abandon him. After that, I agreed to stay. I finally understood Kyle's mood swings and his selfishness. Kyle lived in a bubble, one that was only big enough for his parents and I. But what about his sneaker obsession? I asked. Where did that come from? His parents shrugged. The doctor we went to go see after Kyle's accident told us that sometimes when one part of the brain is damaged, another part of the brain kicks into overdrive. The part of his brain responsible for creativity is running fast, and its only focus is sneakers. Kyle's parents are not the type to interfere in his life. They didn't ask for much, and they always made sure that we had snacks and plenty to do. But when Kyle turned 16, they asked me for a big favor. The older we get, the more we worry about Kyle, said his dad. Once we go, who's going to look after him? I froze. They must have seen my expression because they started laughing. No, Spencer, we don't expect you to look after him. We want him to have someone. Not now, but one day. With the way he is, he'll never learn to talk to girls. You may not believe this, but he responds to you, since you've been his friend. He's learned to do so many things he refused to do before. Would you be able to help him talk to girls? We're not expecting miracles, just a start for now. I thought about what they were asking. It would be tough, but I agreed. I felt sorry for them, and even more so for Kyle. I started thinking about him when he was older. I mean, who would put up with him the way he was now? I needed to help him. I knew Kyle wasn't going to make this an easy task. There was only one way that he was even going to consider looking at a girl. She'd need to love sneakers as much as him. It took me a week, but I found 7 girls that fit this criteria. I struck up conversations with each of them. I invited them to the sneaker club. 4 said they'd come. Only 2 showed up. Kyle was happy to see 2 new pairs of shoes in the sneaker club. The girls were impressed with Kyle's knowledge. But 30 minutes in, Kyle started in on the rules of the club and one of the 2 girls left. My hopes were evaporating fast. To my surprise, Taylor agreed to the rules. I'm tired of people thinking that clubs like these are excuses to goof around, said Taylor. I think rules are great. With the sneaker club happening only once a week, I needed more ways for Kyle to interact with Taylor. She was incredible with him, patient, understanding, and completely crazy about sneakers. I tried planning trips to the movies and a picnic, but Kyle wouldn't agree. I needed something bigger, and it arrived in the form of a sneaker competition. One of the world's biggest sneaker brands, Apollo, was holding a contest to collaborate with a lucky fan on a new sneaker design. The winner would receive a patent for their shoe and the royalties from the sales. I couldn't have asked for a better way to get Kyle and Taylor working together. Excited, I pitched the idea to the sneaker club. Kyle didn't even let me finish speaking. Let's do it, he said. We'll need to put in extra work to get this all done, said Taylor. I arranged to have these extra sessions at Kyle's house. His parents were overjoyed to see Kyle working with a girl. I made excuses to give Taylor and Kyle more and more alone time, fetching food and getting drinks while the 2 of them worked tirelessly on the sneaker project. It was great hearing them speaking. Kyle was even starting to ask her questions, and there were even moments when he wasn't rude. Kyle was learning to speak to girls. A week before the contest deadline, we ran into a problem. The sneaker club had to narrow our 3 final designs down to 1. Taylor and I were happy with any of the 3, but Kyle wouldn't budge. They're all so perfect, he said. I won't choose, and you can't make me. Up until then, I'd thought of Taylor as nothing more than a girl that Kyle would become friends with. But Taylor showed Kyle so much patience during this difficult choice. She placed her hand on his shoulder with such tenderness that even Kyle calmed down. Kyle, they're all great decisions, she said to him. So why don't we pick one to show them now? I know they're gonna love what we do. Then we can show them the others. How about that? Kyle smiled and nodded. The next day, we submitted our design. Then we waited and waited. It was only 2 weeks, but it felt like a year. 3 weeks later, we got an email from the company saying that we'd made the top 5. We were overjoyed. Taylor hugged me and then hugged Kyle. I had to laugh. It was the first time a girl had ever hugged him. It looked like a bus had hit him. He didn't know what to do with his hands, but he smiled. I think she likes you, Kyle, I whispered to him when Taylor left. We've got to get back to work, said Kyle, flustered. The sneaker company invited us to their head office to meet with them. The next step was the interview process. Taylor and I reminded Kyle to be polite. We met the chief design officer, introducing ourselves and telling her that Kyle was the genius behind our brand. She was a stylish lady, and her taste in sneakers was impeccable. The meeting was going well until Kyle started blurting out all kinds of crazy things. We tried to get him to stop, but the damage had already been done. At the end of the meeting, the CDO asked to have a word alone with me. Your friend's eccentricity is great, but I can't have him leading your team. He's rude. The public will hate him. We'll have to make you the team leader. I didn't like the sound of that. Kyle and Taylor drove the designs. I was basically an observer. She wouldn't listen to me. Think about it. Let me know in an hour, or I'm replacing your team and throwing out your design. I told Taylor and Kyle about our decision on the drive home. While I felt guilty about it, they didn't mind going along with the CDO's plan. As long as we win, I'm fine with that, said Kyle. I called the CDO and agreed to her terms. But I still felt guilty about it all. A week later, we were called into Apollo's production office and briefed on what would happen next. They had a recording crew follow us around. Their focus was me. It was a classic reality TV deal. It turns out they were about to turn it into a major show. For 2 weeks, these cameras followed us around and filmed our design process. Kyle was his normal self, but they edited him to seem kind of normal. Taylor loved the spotlight and she was a natural. Remember, we're the sneaker club, she said at each recording, reminding all the viewers about our personal brand. The grand finale arrived and we won the contest. They made out a giant check with my name on it and gave it to us at the award ceremony. Taylor's smile withered at that. It didn't say the sneaker club. I couldn't help but feel guilty about that. If a check with my name on it was bad, things were about to get worse. 2 days later, I got an electronic message to say that $4 million had been deposited into my bank account. Immediately, I pulled the team together and hired lawyers to set up the sneaker club as a company. The money was split equally between us, along with an agreement on all future royalties. I thought I'd fixed everything, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The real trouble was ahead of us. The PR demands, advertising campaigns, interviews, and guest appearances began. Luckily, it was our summer vacation and we could attend every function. After a month of this, Kyle had had enough. He had upset just about every TV host. Taylor and I had done our best to smooth things over, but the tension in our team was building. Eventually, Kyle quit. Soon enough, Taylor followed. I chose to stay. Ironically, now I really was the face of the sneaker club. The interviews now became about why Kyle and Taylor left. The public had seen conflict in the team, and that's what they wanted to hear about. Kyle's a genius, I told the reporters. They called him rude and arrogant. He's not. I wanted so badly to tell them, but I couldn't. I promised his parents that I wouldn't tell anyone. Eventually, though, it became too much. The media painted me out to be a saint under the terrible dictatorship that Kyle created. I couldn't stand all these lies. While on a break from the press tour, I visited Kyle's house. He didn't want to see me. I didn't mind. The truth was that I wasn't there to see him. I sat down with his parents and spoke to them about what was happening. I have to tell the media, I said. They're turning Kyle into something that he's not. I have to tell them the truth. They listened patiently, but still they shook their heads. That's not a good idea, said his mom. Kyle's doing just fine the way things are. I don't think he'll be able to handle the whole world knowing. At that moment, I realized that this had nothing to do with Kyle. This is about you. You don't want the world to know that Kyle's different. That's not true, said his dad. But I could tell he was shaken. The world doesn't need to know about our son, and I think it's time that you leave. I refused. Everything was beginning to make sense now, and if I was irritated with the media and the press, I was disgusted with Kyle's parents. You're ashamed of him. We're not ashamed of him, said his mother, tears pooling in her eyes. We're ashamed of what we did to him. She asked me to sit as they gave me the whole truth, the real story behind Kyle's condition. Everything was fine until Kyle was 3. He was a kind, gentle little boy, but we'd spent 3 years with him every day. We needed a night out. You have to understand, we just wanted one night out, a chance to be adults again. So we hired a recommended babysitter and worked up enough courage to leave our son for a few hours. We went out to dinner, watched a movie, and enjoyed the quiet. When we got home, the babysitter was asleep, and Kyle was laying at the foot of the stairs. He had fallen down 2 flights and hit his head several times on the way down. We rushed him to the hospital, praying that he would be okay, but he was never the same again. Spencer, we still blame ourselves for trusting that stupid babysitter. It's our fault that Kyle is the way he is. We're terrible parents. Kyle's father consoled his wife as she cried. Besides the doctor, you're the only person we've told. We don't need people to know about our failings as parents. So if you tell anyone about Kyle's condition, you will not be allowed back into this house, said his father. And we will tell Kyle you betrayed him. Understand this, Spencer. We will do whatever it takes to protect our son. No one can know what we did. Most of all, Kyle. He'll hate us for what we did to him. The interviews started up again, and they were hard to get through. I was torn between letting the world know and losing my best friend. Because that's what he was, my best friend. The thought of losing him hurt, but the thought of people thinking he was a monster hurt even more. Tell us the worst thing Kyle has ever made you do, asked the interviewer in a live interview. I was done with the lies. Kyle's the best thing that ever happened in my life. But I don't expect you to understand that. He's got a condition. He fell down the stairs as a kid, and the parts of his brain responsible for socializing don't work. He's a great guy. He just doesn't understand people. And who could blame him? Everyone's out to get him. He is loyal, trustworthy, and most of all, he's honest. The interviewer was speechless. But I couldn't stop. I told the interviewer all about Kyle and Taylor and how they were the driving force behind the sneaker club. It was a relief to tell the truth, but I knew that it would come at a cost. My phone beeped. It was a text from Kyle's parents. You're no longer welcome in our home. I knew then that I'd never see my friend again. but I would have done it again in a heartbeat. A day later, there was a knock on my parents' door. It was Kyle and Taylor. They were smiling. "After watching your interview, my parents told me everything," said Kyle. "You know how long I've been beating myself up for being different? Wishing that I could be like you, normal, like everyone else. Since last night, I've been doing research on conditions similar to mine, and it turns out I am kind of normal. And I don't blame my parents. Mistakes happen." He gave me a hug, and so did Taylor. From that moment on, the Sneaker Club became more than just a sneaker company. It became a voice for all the people who are different in the world. The CDO of Apollo loved this new angle and opened the door to Kyle and his eccentricities. The interviews were different now, and the world was far more accepting of my friend. Kyle's obsession was still shoes, but he had a new one too, learning about his condition. Not so that he could fit in, but so that he could help other kids who are different. Taylor was his biggest fan. Kyle's parents eventually forgave me and themselves. The truth is that they were protecting themselves. They were afraid of what people would say about them when they found out. The funny thing was that people supported them. Mistakes do happen, and in some ways, it was meant to be. Kyle wouldn't be the sneaker genius that he is today if it wasn't for that fall he suffered when he was 3. Sometimes our greatest misfortune ends up being our greatest blessing.
Looking into the sun is really painful to the eyes. But you know what's even more painful? Seeing cheerleaders posing and pouting in front of jocks. I just wanted to study in the gym, but I forgot there was an audition for the muse of this year's football game. Suddenly, I sneezed, and everyone turned to me. Dude, there she is. Even the way she sneezed is so pretty. I think we found our muse. She's gonna be perfect for the team. The biggest brat in the universe, Candace, had a violent reaction.
Excuse me, are you guys blind? This peasant is not even a cheerleader, and look at her messy hair and cheap clothes.
But the point is, she's still the prettiest. Candace looked at me with murder in her eyes, and it was my signal to run. But she ran after me and pulled me by my shirt.
You're just our stupid maid's daughter. Always remember that.
I reached for her arm and twisted it away. At least I'm prettier than you. Always remember that. And I flipped my hair and ran again. I knew I was gonna pay for saying that, but it was worth it. Hi, my name is Stellar, and I just wanted to have a peaceful life with my mom. But it's impossible if you live with billionaire brats from hell. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom had been working for a super rich lady, Mrs. Branson, since I was a kid. In return, she gave us a cottage next to the mansion and paid for my tuition at a private school. She might sound like a generous lady, but she actually did all of this because no maid could put up with her besides Mom. She was mean and rude, and I hated her to the core. She had twins my age, Candace and Julian, and they were as bad as their mom. Thankfully, Julian had left for boarding school 7 years ago, but I still had Candace to deal with. Candace had always been jealous of me because I was prettier and smarter than her. And because of what happened in the gym yesterday, she forced me to do all her homework. One night while I was studying, I heard loud voices outside. I wanted to check what it was and saw Mrs. Branson yelling at Mom in front of her guests. How dare you serve us with silver utensils? Where are the gold ones? Did you steal them? She made us feel poor for a second, Mom. It was traumatizing. As Mom was apologizing nonstop, Mrs. Branson just kept on humiliating her in front of everyone. I so wanted to punch her fake lips, but Mom gave me a look to behave. I didn't do anything then, but the next day I sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled the hottest chili powder in the world onto their soup. A few minutes later, I was grinning from the balcony as both witches ran around the mansion with burning tongues. I felt so pleased with myself, but Mom was furious. Mrs. Branson fired the cook because of what you did. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom. I know it was you. How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of trouble? But those two are just horrible. We have to put up with them at least until you graduate high school. There are just a few months left. Please. Ugh, fine. But a few days later, Mom fell down the stairs and broke her ankle. She couldn't walk for some months, so I had to take her place, which only made Candace happier because she could boss me around even more. She made me do the stupidest tasks, like painting hearts on her nails and braiding her boyfriend's long hair. And when Mrs. Branson informed me that Julian was coming back, I just knew that things were about to get worse. After cleaning up his room, I felt so exhausted that I sat down on his couch to rest for 5 minutes, and I dozed off. When I woke up, I saw a guy with the most beautiful green eyes staring right at me. Was I dreaming? He looked so majestic.
Hello, Buttface. Did you miss me?
Buttface? That's what Julian used to call me. Oh, you're here. Sorry, I got so tired that I fell asleep.
Seems like you were having a very interesting dream. Was it about me?
Yeah, I dreamed that I was punching your liver.
Still feisty as ever. Why are you in a maid's uniform? Where's your mom?
She had a small accident, so I'm replacing her, temporarily. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot to do. Later that night, as I was serving their dinner, I noticed Julian's eyes following me everywhere. He even purposefully brushed his hand against mine. What was up with this jerk? And why had he turned out so fine? One night, I saw Mrs. Branson throwing out one of her branded bags in the trash just because it had a small stain. After making sure that everyone was asleep, I sneaked out and took it. But when I told Mom, she got so scared. What if she finds out that you stole it? You know that woman. She'll make our lives hell. Technically, I didn't steal it because she'd already thrown it out. If the bag was alive, I'm sure it would prefer to be in the hands of a cute owner instead of rotting in the garbage, right? I will never win against you. Exactly. The next day at school, we were in the middle of an exam when suddenly the girls started squealing. We all turned to the door to see Julian peeking with a smile. What was he doing here? Suddenly, he waved at me and blew me a kiss. My tummy did a weird flip. As soon as he left, Candace elbowed me in the ribs. My brother's just fooling around, so stop dreaming. You're not his type. Oh, trust me, he's not my type either. It didn't matter even if he was. I had to stay away from him because being involved with Julian meant trouble. One day, while he was working out in the living room, he suddenly called for me.
Do you think my muscles look hard enough? Or should I work out more?
To be honest, they were a work of art, but there was no way I'd tell him that. I think you should get a life, sir. He just grinned at me and laid down on his back. He then asked me to hold down his feet and started doing crunches. I held my breath when I realized how close our lips were when he sat up. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Excuse me, but are you flirting with me?
Am I that obvious?
If you think you can add me to your list of girlfriends, you're mistaken.
You're really amusing. Too bad you lost those chubby cheeks. I can't call you Buttface anymore. Should I call you Sweetface now?
Wow, that is so cringy. What school did you go to? Wattpad High? He just chuckled and reached for my cheeks to pinch them.
You're so cute, especially when you blush.
It's a blush of hatred. Anyway, I still have a mountain of laundry to do, so bye. I left before things could get weirder. I did my best to avoid him at school, but he was always doing silly things to grab my attention. And one of my friends suddenly started pestering me. Hey girl, I saw that hottie from the other class flirting with you yesterday. Are you guys like a thing? Ew, yuck, no. I don't date players. Okay, that's amazing. Maybe I'll ask him out then. I suddenly found myself grabbing her by her hair. Don't even think about it. My friend was totally surprised by my behavior, and so was I. I realized that I was actually having a crush on Julian, but I would never admit it, ever. A week later, Mrs. Branson hosted a grand New Year's Eve party at the mansion, and I helped the kitchen staff serve the food. I couldn't help noticing Julian staring at me the whole evening. It made me feel excited for some reason. While I was washing the dishes, someone suddenly breathed down my neck.
Wanna get out of here?
Your mom's gonna kill me.
So you're scared? Where's that fearless little girl who used to kick my butt?
And I was sold. We sneaked out and slipped into a sports car. Where are we going?
Wherever fate is taking us.
I was so confused when he brought me to a grass field. Why are we here exactly?
You'll have to wait for it.
As we sat on the car's hood and waited for whatever it was, we started talking. Why do you like racing so much? It's too dangerous.
Racing makes me feel like I'm flying, like I'm alive and free. How about you? Do you still want to become a nurse?
Of course. Remember when you stole my stethoscope when we were kids?
It was just so cute how you ran around and listened to random people's heartbeats and tummies. Oh, look, there it is.
Suddenly, the night sky was filled with the most spectacular fireworks.
I remember you wanted to see those New Year's fireworks so badly once when we were kids. But you missed it because Candace and I locked you up in a bathroom. Yep, you both are horrible creatures. I'm sorry about that. I was a dumb kid.
I felt butterflies as we watched the fireworks in silence. I closed my eyes and just enjoyed the colors behind my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw him staring at me. He was leaning in closer when suddenly my phone started to ring. It was Mrs. Branson. "Your mom is calling. We need to go back. Can we make it in 10?
Try me."
He winked at me before stepping on the pedal, and the next thing I knew, I was screaming as he drove like a maniac. The party wasn't over yet when we got back home. As we sneaked in from the back, we suddenly saw Mrs. Branson walking towards us. Just then, Julian pushed me down to my knees.
Why can't you find it? Are you blind?
I immediately got what he meant, so I started crawling around pretending to find something.
Stellar, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here? I dropped my ring, Mom, and I'm asking her to look for it.
Mrs. Branson seemed to believe us. I was so relieved. But later that night, as I was clearing the mess, I almost fell back in fright to see her standing behind me.
Do you really think that I have no idea what you're up to?
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
Stop with your acting, Stellar, and don't forget your place in this house. You're a maid, just like your mom, and that's all you'll ever be. Stay away from my son.
I'd already expected this to happen, and I started avoiding Julian as much as possible. I couldn't afford to get us thrown out while Mom was unwell, but it was hard, especially when I found out Julian had fallen really sick. After making sure that Mom was asleep, I sneaked into the mansion and into his room one night. He seemed to be having a really high fever, and he looked so vulnerable as he slept. I stayed by his side for hours, but just as I was about to leave, he suddenly pulled me down towards him and kissed me. I got lost for a few seconds, but then I quickly pulled away. That was a mistake. I shouldn't even be here.
It's not a mistake. I really like you, Stellar, and I hope you feel the same.
Stop liking me, Julian. We won't work out. I'm not the girl for you. I won't fit into your world, and your family will never approve of us.
Please stop thinking about other people. Just tell me how you feel.
I chose not to answer him and walked out, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. A few days later, Candace and her friends were having a pool party, and I went out to serve them drinks. I saw Julian was with them, and one of the girls was literally all over him. The sight made my blood boil. I slammed down the tray and turned to Julian. "Excuse me, sir, but can you please come to the kitchen for a moment? I need to show you something." He looked confused and followed me.
What is it?
I grabbed a tray and tapped it on his head. "Stars. Can you see them?"
I can only see a jealous girl, but you're the one who told me we won't work, Stellar.
"So that's it. Now you suddenly don't have feelings for me? You're just a player, Julian. One day you're kissing me, the next day you're flirting with some—" Just then, he gently pushed me against the wall and kissed me, and this time, I kissed him back. I couldn't stay away from him anymore, and we began dating in secret. We started sneaking out at night and driving around, and we had the best nights of our lives. But then one day, he looked at me seriously and said,
"I'm tired of seeing you secretly, Stellar. I just want to let the world know that I'm dating an amazing girl like you.
But I'm just a maid, and I'm sure it will be a huge problem with your family."
I know it's not going to be easy, but I'll find a way. I just need you to trust me.
"I do trust you." A week later, Julian's dad came back from abroad, and Mrs. Branson held a huge party for him. During the event, I looked around for Julian, but he seemed way too busy with his guests and didn't look my way once. I didn't think too much of it, until Mrs. Branson stepped on the grand staircase in the hall and asked for everyone's attention.
"Since we're all gathered here tonight, I can't wait to share some amazing news. My son, Julian, and our business partner's daughter, Casey, are engaged. Cheers to the lovely couple."
I stared at Julian in complete shock as he joined his mom, with the girl who'd been flirting with him by the pool. And he looked so happy. How could he do this to me? Feeling dazed, I was leaving the room in tears when suddenly, Candace stepped in front of me with a smirk. "Oh, I warned you. You're not his type. Not every Cinderella gets her Prince Charming." Just then, I turned red with rage. I was still holding a tray of appetizers, and I slammed it in Candace's face. Everyone gasped and stared at me, and I left as fast as I could. I ran back to our cottage and started packing our things. "We have to leave, Mom." "But why? What's happening, sweetie?"
I can't stay here. Not another minute. We'll be thrown out anyway, so we might as well go ourselves. I cried as I told her everything, and she started helping me pack. As the cab drove us away from that mansion, Mom took my hand. We should have left years ago, but I was too weak. I just let us suffer without doing anything. What will happen to us now? No, Mom. You're so strong for putting up with everything for me. Don't worry. We're gonna get through this together. We had enough savings to rent a cheap apartment, and I also sold the branded bag I'd taken from the trash. It was actually worth a small fortune. With some money to go by, we both started looking for jobs. Mom fully recovered soon and started working as a hotel maid, while I worked as a waitress. I also applied for a scholarship to a nursing school, and luckily, I got in. I studied and worked hard for 5 years and was finally an intern at a huge hospital. One day, I found a bouquet of roses in my hospital locker, and I hated myself for wishing it was from Julian. But it wasn't. It was a patient I'd taken care of some time ago, Enrique. He admitted he liked me and asked me out. Enrique was charming and sweet, but I told him I was too busy for love. But boy, was he persistent. He kept showing up and asking me out in the funniest ways. And after months, I finally decided to give him a chance. One evening, as I was stepping out of my apartment to meet Enrique, I bumped straight into someone and apologized. When I looked up, I saw that it was Julian. What? What are you doing here?
Are you going out on a date? You look lovelier than ever.
Are you freaking kidding me? You're not even ashamed to face me after what you did? And now you're flirting with me? Just wow. I wonder what your wife would have to say about that.
I didn't marry her. I didn't want to spend my life being miserable. I also cut ties with my family.
Do I look like I care? It's been 5 years, Julian. Please, just get lost. Before he could say another word, I walked away, shaking with rage. I wondered if he was telling the truth. But even so, he broke my heart in front of everyone, and I could never forgive him for that. Julian had somehow gotten a hold of my number, and he kept texting me to meet him once. But I kept ignoring him. One day at the hospital, we received a patient who'd been in a bad car accident. And when I looked at the patient chart, my heart leapt into my throat. It was Julian. I rushed to his room and took his hand as tears streamed down my cheeks. He suddenly opened his eyes and started talking. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop.
You have to listen to me, Stellar. Mom threatened to put your mom away in jail for stealing if I didn't break up with you. I knew she really meant it. So I agreed to do something that would make you hate me and drive you far away. I was young and weak, and I thought I was doing the right thing. But now I've cut off my family and made something of myself. And there's no point to anything if I don't have you in my life.
Gosh, you wanted my attention? You have it. Just shut up and be strong for me right now, okay?
Only if you say you love me, because I do.
I'll see how I feel after a few dates. So you better get well soon, you moron. I bent down and kissed him on the lips, and his blood pressure shot up from excitement. I was born with long, shiny black hair, blue eyes, and pink, rosy cheeks, just like my mom, or that's what everyone told me. I never met Mom. All I had were pictures of her that my aunt and dad showed me, and she was beautiful. You should enter her into beauty pageants. She'll win every prize, just like her mom.
Maybe. I want her to be a weightlifter, just like me.
Dad was a weightlifting champion until he was informed that he had weak kidneys and was forced to retire. That was when he opened a cozy little fast food restaurant to make ends meet, but it wasn't doing very well. Hi everyone, my name is Arden, and I am the She-Hulk of Germany. Please do like and subscribe before I continue. Both Dad and Aunt began deciding my future even before I could say my first words. And so I found a way to make them both happy, and myself too. I began participating in pageants and wore the prettiest gowns, spoke well and smiled gracefully, but the best part was, I got to show everyone my unique talent.
I can lift this heavy stack of books easily.
Everyone was amazed with how effortlessly I, a 6-year-old, could carry weights. As I grew up, I got stronger. I even began to lift actual heavy weights on stage by the age of 13. It became my dream to keep training so that one day I could make it to the Olympics. My beauty pageant wins made me very popular in school.
Almost everyone loved me, except for a few who picked on me and would call me Hercules just because I gained some muscles. Honestly, I didn't mind, and it was like a compliment for me. But one time, I saw them pick on a new student, Troy. He was always quiet and was smaller than all the other guys. Hey, go pick on someone your own size. Oh, does tiny Troy need a bodyguard now? What are you gonna do? Well, first, if you want to talk to me, you should meet my eye line. I was pretty proud of myself. Soon I even began receiving letters and small little gifts congratulating me when I won competitions. It looked like I had a secret admirer. One evening when I got home, my dad and aunt looked so worried. I asked Dad what was wrong. He just brushed me off saying it was nothing. It's not nothing. We're running out of money and your dad's treatments are getting more expensive. And whose fault is that? You're the one who doesn't save and spends every penny. You even spent all of Arden's competition money. It was for her other competitions. Please, both of you, calm down. We have to work together and think of ways to bring in extra money. They both relaxed a little and tried to think, but couldn't come up with anything. This was way worse than I thought. I couldn't let the restaurant close, and I couldn't let Dad miss his treatments because of it. I searched all over the internet for weightlifting competitions I could join, but all the ones I could find that paid were for grown men, not girls. So I decided to make my own. I passed out flyers all over town and made videos of me lifting dogs, tables, dressers, hoping that would make people curious enough to come. I told Dad, we can use the restaurant as the venue. It'll bring customers and we'll have a place to host the show. What exactly is the show? You're lifting dogs? I'll lift anything anyone can bring. But there's one problem. We need to offer prize money for people to compete with me. That'll be all the money we have. If we lose it, we won't. When I beat them, they'll have to pay me instead. Dad was very concerned, but he trusted me. If anyone can do this, it's you. I won't let you down. But the truth was, I was terrified. What if I lost even the little bit of money we had left? We had no other choice. And when the day came, many people showed up because they had loved my videos. Dad was making money without even trying, and of course, I was able to lift everything they brought, from more dogs to big weights, and even some of the people themselves. Not only did we make a bunch of money and save the restaurant, we got so much attention that I was given a scholarship at the best training academy in the country. And the best part, being at this training academy meant I would even get a chance to compete at the Olympics someday. Then, I got another letter from my secret admirer saying congratulations for the big win. I had no idea who it could be. One weekend while I was visiting home, Dad had asked me to move a table to the outside seating area. They made me do every chore that required lifting or moving heavy things. Just as I began moving it, a very good-looking guy ran up to me, and my heart did a little backflip when I saw him. That's new. Wait, let me help you out. This is very heavy. Oh, no, it's completely fine. Oh, not at all. You might end up hurting your back. Oh, but he did. I watched in amusement as he frowned and struggled to move the table around. I had to hold back my laughter, but I couldn't help staring at him. He was so dreamy, kind, and sweet. Really, it's fine. I can do it. Arden, I know how strong you are, but I don't mind helping. How do you know me? Oh, sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jude. I was at the same school as you, and my little brother was in your class. I've seen you at competitions. You're really amazing. Oh my God. He was so kind. Wait, what if he was my secret admirer from back then? Turns out, he was now a final year medical student and visited our restaurant often with his friends. Pretty soon, I began visiting home often just to run into him. We would talk the entire time he was there, and he always praised me for my achievements in weightlifting and pageants. Now I was sure that Jude was my secret admirer. It was tradition for students to throw a coin into the fountain at the Academy campus fountain for good luck. Of course, I didn't believe it, but there was no harm in trying, right? Okay, let's try this out. I wish to go to the Olympics. Making a wish to meet someone as good-looking as me? Who do you think you are? Arden, it's me, Troy, from school. Troy? Oh, no way! How'd you get so tall? I'm sorry, I mean, you were… Yeah, I was a very tiny guy. Turns out, Troy was a swimmer. He had a good glow-up, huh? But he was now very vain. He constantly looked at himself when he crossed a glass door or mirror and always praised his own good looks. He was constantly talking about how girls always get him gifts and food he likes. And he wouldn't stop talking about the amazing red car he was saving up to buy. It was so annoying. I pushed him in a bush to shut him up.
Oh, I see. You're jealous that I'm talking about all these girls.
Actually, I have a crush on someone else, so there. I could tell he was hurt, but he was too cocky. It would never work between us anyway. If you think what I did was mean, I should tell you what he did. Once he promised to give me swimming lessons. He said he would help me when I jumped in, but when I did, he didn't catch me. I started flailing my arms around and thought I was gonna drown when he lifted me up in his arms.
Are you all right?
All I could think about was how close our faces were to each other. I mean, I almost drowned, but I'm fine now.
Okay then, my arms hurt.
Saying that, he let go of me and I was back to struggling to stay up in the pool. What a jerk!
Just touch your feet to the ground. It's not that deep.
Well, Troy wasn't lying. When I stood up, the water came as high as my stomach, but I wasn't gonna let him get away with dropping me back in the pool. I chased Troy around the building for a good 5 minutes before he hid behind some random stranger. All I could see was red, but the minute I looked up, my jaw dropped. It was Jude. Jude, hi.
Wait, you know Jude?
The real question should be, how do you know him?
Looks like you met my little brother.
What? He's your brother?
Wait, is this the guy you—
Bye, Jude. I'll see you around. Troy had figured out Jude was the crush, and he was not gonna let it go. I begged Troy not to say anything to Jude, and even bought him food, held his towel at the end of the line at his swim practice, and even held a mirror for him just to admire himself. He finally agreed and even helped me by giving me ideas on how to get closer to Jude.
He likes watching football. Oh, and MSA videos too. So get to work if you want to have something in common with him. Ugh, man, he's so boring. I mean, look at me. I'm so smart and good looking, and I'm an athlete.
Wow, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You love yourself enough for 2 people. And Jude is just, he's perfect and handsome.
Ugh, gross. Stop talking about my brother. If it'll make you happy, I'll set you guys up on a date. But you have to focus on your upcoming competition first.
I agreed, and I was ready for my date with Jude. Except Jude didn't know it was a date. Troy bought 2 tickets to a movie and gave one to Jude and the other to me. I pretended that it was a coincidence. Jude even dropped me home and opened the car door for me as well. Such a gentleman. He said he would be busy for a while with his medical school midterms, but we should hang out again soon. I told him I would love to, and it was okay because I had to focus completely on the competition to get into the national team. I was so excited for the competition and even invited Troy, but Jude also came. I thought you were busy studying.
I have a couple of hours to watch your big competition. Good luck.
On the day of the competition, however, I was a nervous wreck. Dad, Aunt, Jude, and Troy showed up to support me along with my other classmates. It was a little embarrassing because of the sign they held up with my weightlifting face on it. All red and veiny. It looked like I'd explode. When it was my turn, I lifted the weight and heard cheers until I heard a scream and saw my dad faint in front of me. I left the competition and rushed him to the hospital. The doctor informed us that Dad needed to have his kidney transplant surgery immediately. Aunt and I rushed to get the money to pay for the surgery, but what the doctor said left my jaw on the floor.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Someone already took care of it. Your dad is already in surgery.
He then informed us that this person wanted to stay anonymous, but I was sure it was Jude because he asked me to forget about this person now and just stay with Dad. But I couldn't just let him pay such a big amount. But I decided to first help Dad recover before I thanked Jude, who was busy studying anyway. A month later, Dad himself kicked me out of the house and said I had to go back to the academy. And I'm glad he did because I got the best news ever. I was gonna get another chance to get into the national team. The new competition was in 3 months, so I trained and trained and trained some more and won. I was over the moon, and I texted Troy and Dad and told them the news. But there was one other person I wanted to give this news to, Jude. I rushed to meet him to thank him and also give him the news. I was shaking like a leaf as I walked towards Jude, but the minute I saw him, my heart shattered into a million pieces. He was talking to one of the prettiest girls I have ever seen, and they were smiling wide and holding hands.
Arden, hey, why'd you want to meet so urgently? Everything okay?
I wasn't paying attention to anything Jude said after he introduced me to the girl, his girlfriend. He said they'd been best friends since high school and finally, only a few days ago, confessed to each other that they were in love. That's when I realized our date really wasn't a date. He was just a nice guy. I spoke to her for a bit before I thanked Jude for paying for Dad's surgery. I couldn't tell him about my crush now.
Arden, it wasn't me.
When Jude told me who it was, I immediately rushed back to the restaurant when I saw him standing there, laughing and talking to my dad.
What's going on with you? Are you all right?
You paid for the surgery? Why? How'd you even get the money?
I can't believe he told you when I asked him not to. I was collecting money to buy the car I wanted. It's not a big deal, Arden. It helped with the
It is a big deal. Why did you?
It's because I like you, okay? I've liked you since you helped me back in school.
You were my secret admirer?
Yes, and always came to your competitions to support you. But I was too scared to talk to you in person. And then I saw how you spoke about Jude. You were falling in love with him. You were happy. I didn't want to come in between you two.
I wasn't in love with Jude. I was just attracted to him because I thought he was you, the one who wrote those letters. It helped boost my confidence so much. And I like you too, Troy. Just not as much as you love yourself. Troy and I began talking more about all of this, and weeks later, Troy asked me out on a date. Even though he loved himself enough for the both of us, I gave him a chance. And a month later, we began dating. He was there the entire time during my practice. And finally, after years and years of training, hard work, and competitions, I made it to a prestigious international championship and won gold. Everyone supported and cheered for me, including my biggest supporters, my dad, aunt, and of course, Troy. I even opened my own training center and now train young girls in weightlifting and still continue to compete. Hi, I'm Camilla from Brazil. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents were super rich. Just kidding. We were living in the poorest neighborhood in town. Mom stayed at home and Dad mowed lawns, and we had little to no money. Maybe I should have subscribed to this channel and tried to win $10,000. Hey, you should try that. Subscribe to MSA today, and you could be the lucky winner of $10,000 in just 7 days. Fingers crossed. But anyways, being poor didn't stop my parents from spoiling my younger brother Pedro rotten. You see, Pedro was a genius. By the time he was 8 months old, he could say his alphabet and count to 100. By the time he was 2, he was doing mathematical equations and solving puzzles.
Our baby is a genius.
He's going to make us so proud.
And what am I? Chopped liver? On my 5th birthday, instead of the princess house with the car and pool I wanted, Mom stitched me a doll from old clothes. We just don't have the money, sweetie. But Pedro received a brand new remote control car. Sweetie, we had to get Pedro something as well. That wasn't even the worst of it. Pedro was allowed to go to school, and I wasn't. My parents said it was because Pedro had a special gift, so they used all the money they had to send him to a private school for gifted children, and they couldn't even afford books for me to go to a public school. Life was so unfair. I felt so invisible. The only time my parents saw me was when they wanted me to do some chore around the house. Over time, I just got used to it. And since I couldn't read books to myself, or I didn't have a phone to watch videos, I started to sew to pass my time.
Camellia, what did you do to my curtains?
I fell in love with creating new things from old stuff, and I wanted to become a fashion designer. Because of how differently my parents treated Pedro and me, we never grew up close, and he always saw me as his slave, even though I was older than he was.
Clip my toenails, clean my shoes.
When I was 11, I begged my parents to send me to a sewing school. Mom, Dad, I deserve to be able to follow my dreams too.
They don't have the money to send you to some stupid sewing school when they're going to send me to the most prestigious college in the country.
I'm sorry, Camilla, but we have to support the child who has greater potential and will make the family proud.
With that, Mom and Dad just walked away as Pedro stood there with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh, I wanted to smack him hard. It was then that I decided I'd do whatever it took to get myself into a sewing school. I tried to get a job, but nobody wanted to hire an 11-year-old, not even as a clown for a birthday party. When I was 13, things looked as though they were turning around, and I finally landed a babysitting job. But when my parents found out that I'd been neglecting household chores because of it, they were furious.
I was grounded for 2 months, and Dad tore up all my designs that I had stuck on my bedroom walls over the years. I was devastated, but a tiny part of me refused to give up. I had to be smart. This time, when I drew, I hid my drawings under the floorboards of my bed, and when Mom sent me to the supermarket, I'd pass by the wishing fountain and take all the coins. Don't give me that judgmental look. But after 3 years of saving those coins, it still wasn't enough. Luckily for me, my life took an amazing turn when I turned 16, and that set things in motion for me. One day, while drawing in my room, I was so focused that I didn't see this girl peeking in at me through the window. Wow, that looks amazing! Ah! I toppled out of my chair and fell to the ground. The girl then did a backflip through my bedroom window and came in. Did the circus come to town? What do you want? Did my parents send you to spy on me? No, silly. I'm the new neighbor, and I didn't even let her finish. I just picked her up, threw her out of the window, and closed the curtains. As much as I wanted a friend, I didn't want anyone to know that I couldn't read or write. What would she think of me? But that didn't stop the crazy backflip girl. Over the next few days, she did everything she could to get my attention, even juggling 3 cats while she balanced a mug of water on her head. What a weirdo. One day, I decided to take a shortcut home because I had seen a lady with the most amazing outfit, and I wanted to get home and sketch it. Just then, I heard a man yell behind me.
Watch out!
As I turned, I saw a huge crane ball coming my way. I froze in place, but luckily for me, someone pushed me to the ground just in time. Girl, are you crazy? This is a danger zone. Can't you read? Oh God, I was sweating like a bald man in spring. Can you read? I sighed heavily and shook my head. That's okay. I can't draw amazing fashion designs like you can. Let's go and grab some ice cream. My treat. While eating the ice cream, crazy backflip girl, Sophia, told me that she had moved next door with her parents and older brother Harrison. Also, that Harrison was a rotten egg and always got himself into trouble. She also told me that her father lost his job after his boss accused him of stealing money from his office and then blacklisted him so no one else would hire him, while her mother worked as a maid for some rich lady. I told her that my parents hated me and wouldn't even let me go to school while they treated Pedro like he was a prince. What do they think this is? The 16th century? No girl left behind. Woman power! Over the next few months, Sophia taught me how to read and write. She was a great teacher, and I was a quick learner. Sophia's mother even supplied me with her old drapes to practice my designs on. As much as I loved my bestie, there was a downside of being neighbors with Sophia. Harrison and Pedro became best friends, and they'd go out of their way to make mine and Sophia's life a living nightmare. So we stayed out of their way as much as possible. But then one evening, when I was coming home after getting groceries, I saw 2 guys push some guy to the ground and grab his keys. Hey, stop it! The guys looked around, and I was shook. Pedro? Harrison?
Let's get out of here!
They hopped into the car and sped off. Was Pedro crazy? That night, I cornered Pedro in his room. What the heck was that stunt you pulled today?
What I do is none of your business.
You're my younger brother. Of course it's my business.
If you tell Mom and Dad anything, I'll tell them that Sophia has been tutoring you.
I couldn't afford to lose Sophia's friendship, so I kept my mouth shut and kept a close eye on Pedro. I found out that he'd been failing his subjects in school, and he was missing classes to hang out with Harrison and his goons. I was so frustrated that I thought my head was going to explode. Maybe you should start a podcast to ease some of your frustration. Talk to strangers about my story? That'll be weird. Sometimes strangers make the best listeners. That night, Sophia helped me set up an anonymous podcast using her phone. I went by the name Raven, and it felt so good to get so many things off my chest. But what felt even better was reading the comments encouraging me to follow my dreams despite my parents' unfair treatment. They even encouraged me to open an online store and set up a GoFundMe to get started. And soon, my clothes were being sold faster than I could make them. Yeah, I set up a secret workshop in Sophia's basement where I worked at night. Over the next 2 years, it was a roller coaster. First, Harrison was arrested for pickpocketing, and his father shipped him off to the Navy. When he left, Pedro got 100 times worse, and he was even kicked out of school. And he continued to hang out with the wrong crowd, and my parents always made excuses for him. But my life was super awesome. I saved up enough money to get into the most prestigious fashion school in the country. The only thing left to do was to send in my application, which required me to create any design of my choice. You've got this, bestie. I'm rooting for you. Over the next 2 months, I worked endlessly to create the most beautiful ball gown known to man. I needed to get into this school. I had something to prove to myself. A few nights before the submission of my dress, while at Sophia's, I saw Pedro enter her parents' bedroom. I snuck up to the door and peeked through the crack. I watched in shock as Pedro was stuffing his pockets with jewelry. Pedro, what on earth are you doing? Pedro gave me one look and jumped through the window like a frog. Sophia and her parents had been too good to me to let Pedro get away with this. I ran home, but when I opened the door, the confrontation did an Uno reverse on me. Dad glared at me as he was holding a necklace in his hand.
Camellia, why was this in your dresser?
As if on cue, Pedro walked into the room to examine the necklace.
Wait, isn't that Sophia's mother's?
You should know, since you stole it.
Pedro told us that he saw you take this.
I didn't steal anything. It was Pedro.
I just don't understand where we went wrong with you.
Me? Pedro's the one who got kicked out of school. Genius my butt.
We also found cash hidden under the floorboards. Where did you steal that from?
I froze. How did they? My eyes met Pedro's, and an evil glint flashed over his eyes.
That's my money. I earned it.
Stop lying, Camellia!
I think it's time to teach little Miss Fashionista a lesson that she will never forget. Pedro, bring the dress.
Dress? What dress?
The words stuck in my throat when I saw Pedro return with my submission dress. I watched in horror as Mom lit the fireplace and took the dress from Pedro. Mom, please, don't! You will learn your place in this family, Camellia. My mother threw my dress in the fireplace, and it lit up quicker than a barbecue on Independence Day. I tried to get it out, but Dad and Pedro held me back as I kicked and screamed. After a while, my dress was nothing but ashes. As an avalanche of tears ran down my face, I knew that my time in this family was up. I wanted to attack my parents and Pedro, but I decided to pack my bags and I went to Sophia's. That night, after bawling my eyes out, I did a live podcast and revealed to my listeners what I had just endured under the hands of my parents. This time, I used their real names. Yep, I was done being the nice guy. By the next morning, my parents were chased out of the neighborhood, and the rich lady Sophia's mom worked for pulled some strings, and she got me another submission date.
Bestie, this dress is even better than the last one. I have to admit, I really did outdo myself.
About 2 weeks later, I received a letter in the mail. Beads of sweat ran down my forehead. With trembling fingers, I opened the letter and my jaw dropped.
What does it say? I got accepted into the fashion school! Yes!
I felt as though I were on cloud 9.
Over the next 4 years while I was away at school, Sophia went to a community college. I worked hard and came out at the top of my class. I earned a junior position in a fashion company. I even convinced Sophia's dad to apply as a manager there, and he got the job. It wasn't long after they were able to move into a nice place. I was finally living my dream. One night, after one of the company's shows, I spotted my parents in the hallway waiting for me. What are you guys doing here?
I see you're a fashion designer. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud of you. Words I always wanted to hear my parents say, but I knew they weren't sincere. Why are you here? Dad shifted uncomfortably.
Pedro's in trouble. He and some of his friends got caught breaking into a bank, and we need money to bail him out.
And after everything you and Mom did to me, you think that I would help you?
Sweetheart, we're family, and that's what families do. They help each other out.
But where was my family growing up? Where were you when I needed you?
Are you going to help or not?
Not. Had you done your job as parents and parented Pedro instead of letting him wrap you around his finger, he wouldn't be in a jail cell now. As I looked across the room, I saw Sophia and her parents waiting for me. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy.
Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me?
Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, He'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him.
How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden controlled this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch.
Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her.
Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on.
Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her.
Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills.
Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and well, I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, because we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy.
Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door.
No, get away.
Leave me alone.
Help.
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. $40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead. We came because our parents have leukemia. Oh my God. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things.
Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes.
Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house. So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college.
Only the best for my daughter.
A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother.
So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date.
Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then.
He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guy started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself.
Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave.
Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face? He said he got hurt during football practice. Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision. What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Leslie, please. You're all I have. You've got mom and dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time.
Hi, I'm Kayla, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height.
Hey, how's the weather up there? The weather is great. The view, not so much.
When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team.
Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team.
As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my god. Just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me. And I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym. So I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was
weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire.
So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend?
Who?
Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been? And why aren't you answering my calls? Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship. Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend. You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks. Can you both take your crabby fights somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game. But you can't date her. Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me. I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend. I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too. Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye. Whatever. I'm here, right? I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi. But just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad. Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now. Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay. Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, this scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself, and right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment,
All that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. "Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked?" "Oh, you didn't see the list yet?" "No, I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week."
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. "What? I got selected?"
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad? We know.
Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, "Leave me alone, Kayla."
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Hey guys, I'm Amelia from Denver, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe first. I was 6 years old when I moved to my aunt's house with my sister Olivia, who was 4 years older than me. Olivia and I, well, we had sort of a bittersweet relationship. More bitter than sweet. We just didn't get along. Olivia drew an imaginary line between us because she needed her space but had no respect for mine. Like once, when I was dreaming of Justin Bieber, she woke me up to yell at me. "Your blanket's on my side of the bed. Move over." "Are you kidding me?" And then there were times when she treated me like her servant. "Amelia, go get my charger. Bring me a glass of water. Are you blind? Don't you have legs? Move your butt and get it yourself." Every time I'd answer her back, she'd look at me like I slapped her in the face, and then give me notes on how she was the best sister in the world. "I bought you a new bag from the dollar shop on 2012-2019. I saved you from the bullies when you were in the 4th grade. And when you were hungry as a bear on March 13th, 2014, I cooked noodles for you." What in the world? Oh, God. Wait, you forgot. You said good morning yesterday, so what now? Would I have to do laundry for you for a year? Man, you're weird. She was crazy, but she was also kind to me on rare occasions. Like when she gave me her Netflix password, even though I begged and pleaded for it for 4 years. She also gave me her phone when I asked her. Oh, she wasn't that generous. She did it because her boyfriend, Cooper, got her a new one. Even though we fought a lot, she was still always around. But after high school, Olivia started spending less and less time with me. She was busy partying with her friends. She would come home late almost every night. One time, it was very late and Olivia hadn't returned home. My aunt and I were worried sick. "Olivia, where were you? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Don't try to be my mother. Just mind your own business. Ugh, I waited for you all night. Look, the sun is almost up. This isn't right. So, I should stop living my life just because you think partying all night isn't right? Gosh, you suffocate me. I am leaving. She then began packing her stuff. She said she was going to stay with Cooper and that she needed to live her life the way she wanted to. Well, fine. If that's what she wanted to do with her life, so be it. Once Olivia was gone, I did miss her, but I channeled all my energy into studying. It paid off because I graduated from high school with awesome grades. Now, I needed a job to pay for my college fees. I found a job in sales, and after months, I was finally able to move out of my aunt's place. One day, when I returned home from work, I found a basket at my door with a baby. And right then, my phone rang. Oh, you got it, Mandy. Thank God. Olivia, where are you? Wait, is this your baby? Ah, yeah. Amelia, look. I have to go to Europe with my new boyfriend. I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to babysit her for just like 1 week. All the stuff you need is in the baby bag, and there's a diary too. Wait, are you crazy? You haven't shown up in 2 years. How do you think I'm gonna... She hung up before I could finish. I reached into the bag, and just as I found the baby's dad's number, Mandy puked all over the diary. No. I thought of taking her to my aunt, but then I remembered she was away visiting her friends. Oh God, I can't do this.
I was having a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I decided to go to the cops. My friend's sister left her baby at my friend's place and then ran away. What should my friend do with the baby?
It's not legal to keep a baby like this. She'll have to be sent to social services and they'll decide.
Social services? No. I couldn't send my niece there. And then I banged my head hard on the wall. As I stared at Mandy in horror, she began to cry and just got louder each second. Nothing was working. This was frustrating. My patience was running out. After multiple failed attempts, I finally found a solution. I did a silly dance for her that caught her attention. Finally, silence. But what happened next made me explode. Now, who's gonna clean this up? Of course, me. I cried really loudly and cursed Olivia for doing this to me. Your mother is I don't know why I'm being punished. Well, the next thing that made me worried was work. I had no other option but to take her along with me. I made a stop at the grocery store near my work to buy baby food. As I reached the cashier, I struggled to juggle the bag and baby in my hands. Please, do you mind holding her for a while?
Me? Okay.
To make matters worse, I had to cut half of my purchases due to my credit limit. But as if luck was on my side. Congratulations, ma'am, it's your lucky day. You're our 1,000th customer, and you get a voucher worth $2,000. What? What did you just say? Yes! Finally, something good happened to me. I took the bags and ran out of the shop, but then the stranger stopped me.
Hey, excuse me. Stop, please. Your baby?
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot about her. I'm a bad aunt, ain't I?
Ooh, thank God you said aunt. I was wondering if I can...
Before he could finish, Mandy started crying and I had to rush. Bummer. When I reached the office, I was surprised to see the stranger from the store there. It turned out he was our boss's son.
You work here? Oh, wow. I'm surprised that we have such pretty employees. And the youngest ones.
I'm sorry to have brought her here, but I'm still looking for some place to drop her off. Adrian was amazing. The guy was always nice to me, and as we started working together, he always praised my work in front of everyone, which made me feel over the moon. I was falling hard for him, but I kept my feelings about him under wraps. He, on the other hand, was pretty clear about how he felt for me.
I must say, you look lovely today. Amelia, you are loaded with work. Let's take a coffee break. Amelia.
One day, we were preparing for a meeting when Adrian took my hand and told me how much he liked me. I can't say no to my boss. I like you too. Everything was turning out great for me. Olivia had told me she'd be back in a week, but it had been more than 3 weeks and she was still a no-show. But luckily, Mandy and I were getting along just fine. It wasn't like she stopped spitting her food in my face, didn't cry, or stopped rolling on the floor. I just learned how to handle her better now. I even got her into a daycare when I was at work. Like all good things that don't last forever, this happy period of my life was also temporary. Mandy got sick and I didn't know what to do. I called Adrian and asked if he could drop us off at the clinic. He drove up in his Mercedes-Benz and took us there. Thank God it wasn't anything serious. On our way back, I invited Adrian over for coffee at my place. But what he said next surprised me.
You live here? It's so tiny. And untidy, too.
As he walked around, he stepped on a toy and screamed. Ouch.
Oh.
He looked pissed and threw the toy against the wall. I was shocked at how he acted. I'm sorry the house is messy.
It's not your fault. I was thinking you could always give her up for adoption. She was your sister's mistake, not yours. Or have her come back and take care of her own kid.
He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't sure about his idea. Mandy was my niece after all, and I loved her. The next few days, Adrian kept bringing up the idea of sending Mandy to social services. Even though I tried to contact Olivia many times, her number was off. Just a week later, I was having an amazing sleep when someone jolted me awake. It was Adrian. What happened? Is Mandy all right?
Yeah, she must be. But Amelia, you fell asleep during our presentation. What is going on with you?
You need to pull yourself together and give the baby to someone. Her dad?
He was right. When my aunt came back from the trip, I went to her house and asked her if she knew about Cooper. She gave me his number, and when I contacted him, he was shocked to learn that he even had a baby.
Oh my God. She looks just like me. My carbon copy. I can't believe Olivia hid this from me.
He then told us how Olivia had left him for another guy, never telling him that she was pregnant. I felt really bad for him. I couldn't believe my sister would stoop so low. When Cooper took Mandy away, I realized how much I missed her. Those tiny hands and feet, that toothless smile. Gosh, I wanted to hug her just once more. I busied myself with work, and it went well with Adrian. He gave me expensive gifts and would take me out for dinner every day. One time while I was out with him, I mentioned how much I missed Mandy, and he just snapped.
Mandy, Mandy, Mandy. It's always Mandy for you all the time. I'm sorry. Look what I got you.
I need to go, please. As soon as I was out of the restaurant, I went to Cooper's place, and what I saw there had me laughing. Cooper had a pacifier around his neck, Mandy in his arm, milk powder in his hair, and a rattle in his other hand. I'm sorry, but I can't stop laughing.
It's okay. At least I made you laugh.
Let me try.
Oh, you made her sleep even faster.
As he cleaned up the mess, I helped him, and we felt exhausted and hungry by the end. We ordered online, and honest to God, the food was 100 times better than the fancy restaurant Adrian loved taking me to. Right then, my phone rang. Think of the devil. It was Adrian, apologizing for snapping at me. He wanted to meet me again, but hearing Cooper's voice in the background, his mood changed.
You don't have time for me, and there you are with some other guy? Who is he?
I just couldn't handle his drama, so I hung up. Since I really liked spending time at Cooper's house, I went to visit Mandy and him almost every day. However, that didn't sit too well with Adrian because I had to face him at work too. One time, he invited me on a date to a fancy gala, and I reluctantly accepted. I wanted to finish things with him, and that could be my chance. But once I reached the place, his face twisted the moment he saw me.
Oh, God. Why didn't you wear the dress I gave you? Come on, let's go. You need something proper for this gala. I can't be seen with someone who dresses like this.
What the heck? Fine, you won't be seen with me from now on. Wanna know why? 'Cause you are one snobby, arrogant, and annoying jerk.
Oh yeah, great. You're making me the bad guy here? Who's cheating on me with Cooper? Admit that you like him.
His words hit me. I think I really had feelings for Cooper, and I was kinda cheating. Ugh, you are crazy. We're done, Adrian. Goodbye. Saying that, I left, and on my way home, Cooper called, and I told him everything that Adrian had done. Since I didn't have a ride home, Cooper insisted on picking me up. He parked on the other side of the road, and when I turned toward him, my heel got stuck in the wet grass and it broke. Seeing me struggle, Cooper rushed to me.
Uh-oh. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh, God, you're soaking wet. Here, wear this.
Thanks. It's just this stupid... Ugh. The next thing I know is that Cooper had me in his arms and carried me to his car. He delicately seated me. Oh my gosh, my heart was beating really fast, and I was sure he could hear it. I had never felt this calm and protected. Once we were at Cooper's place, I changed into dry clothes that belonged to him and snuggled next to Mandy. Can I crash here for the night, Cooper? I am too tired to go home now.
What? Yeah, you don't need to ask. It would be great if you could stay with us.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, I'd love to have you forever.
Oh, wow. He really liked me. I did a happy dance inside my head, but I just nodded my head. A few days later, I resigned from my job and even changed my number because Adrian was constantly calling me. In a few months, I moved in with Cooper and was living my best life. I loved Mandy so much, and being able to be with her brought me so much joy. Everything was going smoothly until one day, Olivia returned. And seeing Cooper and me together, she looked shocked.
Olivia, you? What brought you here? Finally got time to worry about your daughter?
I was looking for Mandy, but I didn't find her at your place, and here you are. Olivia, Oh, cut it out, Amelia. How are you feeling after betraying your sister? How could you say that to me? You left your kid. You cheated on your boyfriend and ran off with your new fling and never told him about his child. I am not the one betraying anyone here. It's you. Unbelievable. With those words, Olivia left. And even though I wanted to say so much more to her, Cooper stopped me, saying it wasn't worth arguing with her. Time passed and I didn't hear from Olivia again. Soon, Cooper and I got married and we were living the perfect life. But deep down, I missed my sister. On Mandy's 5th birthday, I was at the store getting her a gift when I spotted an LOL doll. When I almost had it, someone else picked it up too. Hey, I needed that. Oh, Amelia, it's you. Oh my God, it's been years. How are you? And is this for for Mandy? Yeah, she loves it. Olivia then handed me the toy and then Mandy called me from behind. Mama? Oh my God, she's grown up really fast. Can I hug her? Of course, you don't need to ask. You are her mother after all. Olivia then hugged Mandy and kissed her with all her strength. Mama, is this Mommy? Yes, honey, she is. Oh God, she knows me? Of course, I have always shown her your pictures. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia. You're the best sister in the whole world. The end.
One day, I was doing homework in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and found a strange man standing there. He had a creepy smile on his face and he smelled really weird. Hi, I'm Roger. I'm looking for your mom. Is she home? No, she's at her stupid job and she won't be back until midnight. I was starting to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me, but then he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket and gave me a $100 bill. He said he'd give me the money if I let him wait inside. So I let him in. The man sat on the couch and said, I know you don't remember me, but I know you, Emily. This was so weird. But before I could ask how he knew me, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the couch. A few hours later, my sister Olivia came home. All my sisters hate me because I'm smarter than all of them combined, but I don't care about their stupid opinions. When Olivia saw the man on the couch, she screamed, Who is that? She threw water on the man's face to wake him up. How dumb is that? The man stood up and said, Olivia, is that you? Oh my God, you were only 7 when I left. I'm your father, remember? What was he talking about? Our father was in the Navy. He left years ago. A few months after he was deployed, we got a letter saying that he'd passed away. But my dumb sister ran towards him and gave him a hug. Olivia said, Dad, I can't believe you're back! Olivia whipped out her phone and started recording. What's up, guys? You won't believe what just happened. My dad came back from the dead! Just then, the phone rang. I answered it. It was my high school principal, and she was looking for our mom. Since she wasn't home, I let Dad answer the phone. He frowned while the principal talked to him. They talked for a while. After he hung up the phone, he said, Olivia, did you really call your teacher a stupid cow? You can't talk to your teacher like that. Olivia said, Dad, can you stop? I already got earfuls from Mom. Ugh, I thought you were better. Olivia stood up and left. Dad asked me where she was going, and I said, she'll probably go and meet up with her shallow boyfriend, who only cares about her money and pretty face. Dad scratched his head, then asked me where the bathroom was. Inside the bathroom, doing her makeup, was Isabel. Being the oldest sister, she recognized Dad immediately. She said, Dad? Because of the shocking sight, Isabel almost passed out. Dad asked me what was wrong with her, so I said, oh, nothing. It's probably just her hormones. She's pregnant, you know. Dad was happy when he heard the news. He said, your mom and I got married when we were 19 too. Oh, Dad, I said. Isabel's not married. She just got knocked up by her boyfriend. Isabel woke up and got back on her feet. She said, Dad's home? What if Mom finds out? She'll send him away. Isabel was right. Mom shouldn't know because she had a new boyfriend. So Isabel and I thought of a plan. We would hide Dad in the basement in the meantime. Isabel told him, you can stay in the basement with Brad. Dad asked who Brad was, so I told him that Brad was Isabel's boyfriend. He was an artist, or so he said. Truthfully, he was just a wannabe musician who played dumb gigs at bars for dumb people. I took Dad to the basement. When we got there, Isabel and Brad were shouting at each other. Brad said, your dad can't stay here. This place is cramped enough for just me. Olivia replied, well, this isn't your house, is it? You have no choice. Brad said, look, it's either him or me. If he stays, I'm leaving.
Dad couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the door totally open and walked over to Brad. Then he shouted, "You can't talk to my daughter like that!" It was awesome. See, Brad had anger issues, but he was also very immature. Every time he and my sister fought, he would stay up all night and play his guitar really loudly, and he wasn't even any good at it. One day, they got into a fight, and I couldn't study for a test and got an A-. I was so mad at him. I told him off, but he called me a brat and said music was so much more important than education. Yeah, like I'm going to take life advice from a loser living in my basement. This was the first time that someone had put Brad in his place. I was so glad that we finally had a dad at home, but Isabel wasn't happy. No matter how many times she and Brad fought, she always defended him. She screamed at Dad, "Get out! You can't treat the father of my child like this!" Dad tried to explain, but she said, "He's better than you. At least Brad is here to watch his child grow up, unlike you." Even though he didn't say anything, Isabel clearly hurt his feelings. I could see the pain in his eyes. So I said, "Come on, Dad. You can stay in the attic instead." We made our way upstairs. Outside, I saw headlights coming into the driveway. Mom was home. I panicked. I said, "Hurry up, Dad." It was Tuesday, so Henry would be staying over tonight. Dad and I ran up the stairs just in time. I gave him some pillows and a blanket, some food and water, and a phone so he could text me if he needed anything. Dad asked, "How long do I need to stay here?" I didn't know, so I explained the situation to him. When we were told that Dad had passed away during deployment, Mom had taken it really hard. She was sad all the time and got fired from several jobs. Then, she had to give up 4 of my sisters for adoption because she didn't have the money to take care of all of us. She was really lonely until she met Henry. I said, "Dad, Mom is dating someone. His name is Henry. You know, your best friend." Dad was shocked and said, "Oh God, how could they do that to me?" I told Dad to calm down because Sophia was sleeping downstairs. She was always a sleepyhead. She was my youngest sister, and if she found out about all this, she might tell Mom. Dad said he understood and that he would wait until we were ready to tell Mom about him. Days passed, and it was getting harder and harder to hide Dad in the attic. My sisters were still mad at him, so they were no help. And Isabel's chatty boyfriend made it even harder to keep it secret. One day, we were eating breakfast with Mom and Henry, and Brad said, "Hey, what happened to your dad?" Luckily, Mom didn't understand what he was trying to say. She said, "He passed away years ago. Didn't Isabel tell you?" I kicked him under the table so he would stop talking, and he grinned at me, teasing me. I wanted to punch him. Ugh, so annoying! Suddenly, Henry stood up. He told us that he had an announcement to make. Uh-oh. Henry said, "Girls, your mother and I are getting married." Mom looked so excited. She was finally happy after so many years. But my sisters and I were looking at each other. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This wedding can't happen. After Mom and Henry left for work, my sisters and I went to the attic to talk to Dad. Isabel and Olivia were still mad at him, so I had to break the news. He said, "What? This can't be happening. She's still married to me. Girls, we need to stop the engagement." Isabel said, "And why would we help you? We had to be separated from our 4 sisters because you left. I will never, ever forget." Dad tried to explain that it wasn't his choice, but my sisters weren't listening. Olivia said, "It doesn't matter what happened to you. You can't come here after everything and pretend like nothing happened. You abandoned us, so we're abandoning you." Isabel and Olivia left me and our youngest sister Sophia in the attic. Of all my sisters, she was the only one who was nice to me. But that was only because I did all her homework for her, so she wouldn't flunk out like Olivia did. Because I was helping her with school, she promised she wouldn't tell Mom and Henry about Dad. But she also said, "Henry's a great guy. To be honest, I would rather have him as a dad. But whatever, what's your plan?" Dad and I talked, and we decided to find dirt on Henry. I never liked that guy. I always thought there was something fishy about how much money he had. The next day, I didn't go to school so that I could have enough time to discuss the plan with Dad. It was only me and him at home. Then I got a text from Jeremy. Jeremy was my boyfriend. But my sisters didn't know about him. I didn't want them to know that I was so into boys, too. I wouldn't be like Olivia, who always got cheated on, and Isabel, who got pregnant so early. No, I'm smarter than that. I read Jeremy's text. "I'm coming over. Let's eat pizza and watch a movie in your room." I ran to the door just in time to see Jeremy walking up the drive. He called out, "Hey babe, let's watch a movie, but only if you're done with my homework. I need to get an A or my mom's going to kill me." I told him that I wasn't done with it yet because I'd been busy with some family stuff. I added, "But I'll finish it tonight. Come in, I want you to meet someone." I took him to the attic to meet my dad. Thankfully, my dad was cool about me having a boyfriend. I think it was because we had bigger fish to fry. We told Jeremy what was going on. He said that if our hunch about Henry was true, he didn't want me to spy on him because it would be too dangerous.
He said that he'd do it instead, and I agreed. That night, Dad and Jeremy hid in the bushes outside the house to watch Henry through the windows. I found this out later, but they saw Henry carrying boxes to the basement where Brad was staying. Dad and Jeremy went down to the basement. They could hear what Henry and Brad were saying. Henry said, "Did the new shipment come in yet?" Brad said,
"Yeah, bunch of fake LVs are in boxes in the closet. They're gonna make us at least 20 grand, man. By the way, Isabel brought a guy here a few days ago. She said it was her dad. She wanted to hide him here."
Henry said,
"That's impossible. Their dad's my best friend, and he passed away while serving in the Navy."
After hearing this conversation, Jeremy got scared, so he ran up the stairs and left. From the attic, I watched him run down the street like he was being chased. Dad came back up to the attic and told me everything that had happened. Then, I received a text from Jeremy. It said,
"Your family's weird. We should break up."
I was so surprised when I read this message. I thought Jeremy really loved me. So I texted him back to ask him if he ever loved me, and he replied,
"Nah, man. I just needed you to get good grades."
It broke my heart. I started crying. So Dad hugged me and said that everything was going to be okay. While I was crying, the front door slammed downstairs. We heard Mom and Olivia shouting at each other. Mom screamed, "You're useless!" And Olivia screamed back, "That's funny. I didn't hear you say that when I was giving you money." I wiped my tears dry and went downstairs. Everyone was there while Mom and Olivia were fighting. My sister said, "I make a lot of money now. I don't need to stay here anymore." Mom said,
"Well, you're still a minor. I'm your legal guardian, so whatever you have, it's mine too."
Olivia said, "Not for long. I'm going to make Dad my legal guardian." Mom said,
"Well, Henry isn't your birth father, so that's not going to happen."
Before Olivia could say anything else, I pulled her aside and told her to calm down. But she got mad at me instead. She ran to her room and slammed the door behind her. When everyone had gone, Sophia said to me, "You should tell Mom that Dad's here before things get out of hand." I told her to stay out of the grown-ups' business, and she said, "Listen, you little..." But before she could continue, she fell asleep on the couch. I realized that Jeremy was right. My family is weird, but I wanted to fix everything. A few days later, when no one was home, I went to the basement to see what Henry and Brad were hiding. I opened the closet and found 10 huge boxes filled with fake designer clothes. For that many counterfeit items, a person could get at least a few years in prison. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming into the basement. I hid behind the boxes in the closet, heart racing. But then, I heard Olivia and Isabel talking. I sighed in relief. I was going to leave my hiding place when Olivia said, "I'm looking for my old suitcase. I'm moving out, and Dad's coming with me." What? I couldn't believe that Dad was leaving with Olivia without telling me. Isabel said,
"I want to break up with Brad because he's such a good-for-nothing loser. Can I come with you?"
Olivia said, "Of course, sis. You know what? We should take Sophia with us, too." Isabel asked if they should take me, too, and Olivia replied, "We'll leave her here. She's useless anyway." They laughed like evil stepsisters as they schemed to leave me behind. Weeks later, my sisters had completely moved out. After they left, Brad had no reason to stay in the house anymore. One night, I overheard him and Henry talking about moving the boxes somewhere else. I couldn't let them get away, so I called the police and told them about the boxes. They went to the house with a search warrant. While the police searched, Brad and Henry kept looking at me like they wanted to punish me for snitching on them. But I didn't care. I was happy to finally get rid of them. The police found the boxes and arrested Brad and Henry. When the police questioned Henry, he also confessed that he'd planned my dad's kidnapping so he could get rid of Dad, date Mom, and use our house for his business. Everything finally made sense. When Mom and I got back from the police station, we had some visitors waiting for us. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She just stood there staring at Dad, speechless. Dad said, "Hey, babe, I've missed you." She finally managed to whisper, "Is that really you, my love? How is this possible?" Dad took her in his arms, and she sobbed and laughed as he explained everything. Isabel said, "We heard what happened. Are you okay?" I was shocked to see her worried about me. I was even more shocked to see that she'd given birth to a beautiful baby girl. My sisters apologized for treating me badly and thanked me for being brave enough to call the police. Then Olivia said, "Let's leave this place and start fresh. We can be a complete family now." So Mom and I packed our things and moved in with Olivia, Isabel, Sophia, and Dad. We sold the house and used that money to start a new life. The best part of it all? We reunited with our 4 other sisters, and our parents are back together now. This is the family I've always wanted. I'm so happy with how things turned out.
Hi, I'm Angelina, and my story? It's kinda crazy. But please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends to subscribe now. My mom worked as a maid at the mansion of a wealthy family, and because she couldn't afford to send me to school, I went with her to work. By the time I was 8, I was helping her with small chores around the house. The owner was a really rich CEO who was never at home, and his wife was really self-obsessed. She left her daughter Maddie with the house staff to get beauty treatments so often that when Maddie was little, she called my mom her mom. I didn't mind because even though she was a couple of years younger than me, she was my best friend. One day, Maddie and I were just settling down to watch a movie in her room when someone flung the door open. It was Maddie's mom, and she did not look happy to see me. You girl, what do you think you're doing in my daughter's room?
Mom, don't talk to her like that. She's my friend.
Her mom gave me a glare and walked away. The next day, Maddie's mom called me to her chambers, and I just knew I was in trouble. When I walked in, she got up and said, I can see you're spending so much time in my daughter's room when she's at school. So I've decided to enroll you in her school too, and you can work afterwards. No need to thank me. Close the door behind you. School? I thanked her and went to tell Maddie the great news. She seemed excited too. But when we got there together, she asked me to walk a few steps away from her. And once she met her friends, she disappeared. What was going on? I found out soon enough. When I was sitting alone in the cafeteria at lunch, a group of girls walked up to me and put a big backpack on the table. You're Maddie's maid, right? She said we can ask you to do anything. After school, carry this to my car. I'll be waiting.
Take these assignments with you. I expect them to be ready by tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow morning, get me a latte and a donut. Here's the money. Keep the change. What on earth? I ran off to look for Maddie and found her in the girls' bathroom. Maddie, why are you telling people that I'm your maid? I thought we were friends. Oh, Angelina, of course we are, but only at home. I have a reputation to maintain here. And I can't mingle with someone like you in public. You get it, right? See you at home, bestie. She walked away while I stood there, shocked. Was this the same sweet Maddie I'd known my entire life? Maddie and her friends were always dumping their homework on me and making me run around for errands, and I was getting exhausted. I didn't even get time to study for a big math test and ended up with a big, fat D. Later that day, when Maddie and her gang walked up to me and handed me a list of errands for our party, I tore it up. I've had enough. You guys have hands, don't you? Do this yourselves. Oh, that's rich. Coming from someone as poor as you know I pay for your school, right?
Before I could reply, I heard a boy's voice behind me. Cut it out, Maddie. You don't pay for anything. Now buzz off before I tell Dad what a brat you've been. It was Dwayne, Maddie's older brother. I'd seen him around the house, but he mostly kept to himself. Maddie looked furious and stomped off angrily. Dwayne smiled at me. Sorry, she can be a jerk sometimes. Don't let her push you around. And since you're new here, let me know if you need help with something. Well, actually, there is one thing. Are you any good at math? Because I'm really sucking at it. He started tutoring me at home, and by the time 7th grade ended, I was getting straight A's. But my grades weren't the only things that changed. As I grew older, I seemed to be catching the attention of a lot of guys. One day, I wrapped up my chores quickly for a movie date with a really cute guy. And just as I was leaving, Maddie screamed,
Oh, Angelina!
When I reached her room, I wanted to pull her hair out. She had dumped every single pair of footwear she owned on the floor and handed me a toothbrush.
These are really delicate shoes, so take your time and clean them with this. I need them all by tomorrow morning.
How many shoes are you going to wear at a time? Can't I do the rest later?
Mom! Angelina and her mom might need to be let go.
I had no choice but to do what she said. My date got canceled, and well, this was the first of many. Maddie always found some way to ruin things for me, and slowly all the boys stopped asking me out. One day when Dwayne and I were studying, I caught him looking at me. What is it? You know Maddie is just threatened by you, right? Threatened? By me? Why? You're smarter, prettier, and so much nicer than her. You don't think she knows that? I could feel myself blushing hard. Just then, Mom called me to help with the dishes, and I floated away on cloud 9. A little later, Maddie appeared, throwing a letter on the kitchen table.
This friend of mine really likes you. God knows why. He's really shy, so he asked me to give you this.
And why are you suddenly being nice to me?
I just said he's my friend, didn't I? I'm not doing this for you. Just write a response quickly so I can hand it to him tomorrow. When I opened the letter, I felt really flattered, but also cringed a bit. Dear Angelina, or should I call you my angel? I wish I could talk to you, but your beauty just makes me speechless. I wrote back and kept an eye on her the next day to see who she handed the letter to. But she was surrounded by so many boys that it was impossible to tell. The next week, she gave me another letter. Hi, my angel. I think I have the courage to face you. Meet me behind the school tonight at 7 p.m. I was really curious about who this guy was, so I decided to go to the meeting spot. Half an hour went by, and it was getting chilly. Suddenly, Maddie and her friends jumped out of the shadows, laughing hard and recording me. You thought someone was interested in you? How dumb are you, maid? What? This was all you guys? Duh! Just because some losers asked you out doesn't mean you're something special. Gosh, you're so pathetic. Poor Cinderella, waiting desperately for Prince Charming. I was almost about to attack her when suddenly someone took my hand. It was Dwayne. He pulled me away and we started walking back home. I overheard Maddie telling her friends how she wrote those letters to play this dumb prank on you. She's so immature. She and I used to be best friends. I don't understand why she hates me so much. As tears poured down my face, Dwayne put his jacket around my shoulders, pulling me a little closer. I don't know why anyone would want to lose you as a friend. You are something special. Before I knew it, he leaned in for a kiss, and it was amazing. Even though the video of me waiting for a non-existent boy was making the rounds at school and everyone was making fun of me, I didn't really care. Dwayne and I had secretly started dating, and the next few weeks were bliss. Dwayne and I were making out in his room one day when suddenly Maddie barged in, looking down at her phone. The parents are out and I'm having a party. Can you invite some of your hot friends? Wait, what is she doing here? Angelina is my girlfriend, you idiot. Now get out. He shut the door on her face, and we heard a tiny crack. Do you think she broke her nose? Doesn't matter. She's been getting it changed at the plastic surgeons for years. We laughed and started kissing again when we were rudely interrupted again a little later. But this time, it was his mom, with Maddie grinning behind her. Dwayne, seriously? You know all the richest girls in town and you choose this maid? I mean, if this is only for fun and not public, then fine. Do whatever, but be careful. She's probably only after your money. Mom! Listen, lady. Dwayne asked me out. I didn't. And your money doesn't give you the right to treat anyone like garbage. If you want to be respected, you have to treat others with respect too. Just then, Mom came running, looking pale as a ghost. What have you done? How can you talk to Madam like that? Apologize right now. But I didn't. Needless to say, my mom was fired, and I was taken out of the school. When I was packing up my stuff, Maddie walked in and threw some old dresses of hers at me. Here's a parting gift. They were going in the trash anyway, so same difference. What happened to you, Maddie? Why did you turn into this awful person and just forgot that we were best friends? Oh, please. I was only bored at home, and you were hired to entertain me. And then you forgot your place. We were never best friends. We never could be. Well, good luck finding true friends then, Maddie, because the ones you have right now are just here for your money. And I never cared about that. With that, I picked up my bags and left. Dwayne kept texting me, but I didn't have the heart to reply. It was better this way, probably. We were worlds apart. Soon after, Mom found a job as a waitress, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet, so I managed to get a job as a cashier at a local bookstore. And one evening, Dwayne walked in. Angelina, I'm so sorry about everything my mother said. I really love you. Please give me another chance. I won't ever let her say anything mean to you again. The next day, I walked into the mansion, and before his mom could say a word, I stopped her with my hand. I'm not your maid anymore. I'm an independent girl dating your grown-up son, and you can't do anything about it. Her jaw fell to the floor as I walked into Dwayne's room holding his hand. We dated for the next few years, and I graduated high school. I started working at a local cafe, and the old lady who owned the place grew really fond of me. But one day, she suddenly passed away. I had barely registered the news when a man in a suit came into the cafe and asked for me. The owner has left the business to a girl called Angelina. Where is she? Oh my God, what? She had left the entire cafe to me? And with that, life changed forever for me and my mom. We both started working together and turned the place around. It became one of the most popular spots in town. One day, Maddie and her mom walked into the cafe, and a few minutes later, I heard Maddie screaming at a waitress. Are you stupid? So what if it's not on the menu? Just go ask your chef to make me a salmon salad. I walked over to their table, and their eyes almost popped out. Ladies, please leave the cafe immediately. We refuse service to ill-mannered customers. Oh, and you, another waitress, is allowed to talk to me like that? Call the management and I'll have you fired right now. I am the management, and I will have you thrown out now. As my staff escorted them outside, the humiliation on their faces was epic for me. With all the money I made, I opened 3 new cafes in the next 2 years, and by the time Dwayne came back from university, there were 4 more. One day, as I was leaving work, I noticed a bunch of paparazzi outside. Suddenly they parted, and Dwayne walked towards me with flowers and a ring. Angelina, will you do me the honor of marrying me? Yes, of course! All the journalists snapped pictures and cheered as we kissed. How does it feel being engaged to the richest boy in town? It's not a big deal. I'm rich too, you know. Dwayne and I flew away to a private beach to get married amongst friends. And Mom, of course. Naturally, his family did not come. We have our own home and 3 cats, and we're all very happy. I got my fairy tale ending after all.
Hi, I'm Zoe, and I'm from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Both my parents were born geniuses. My dad was a scientist at a pharmaceutical company, and my mother became the youngest principal in the world. So when I was born, they thought I'd be the next Einstein. But unfortunately, I wasn't even close. They'd try to teach me how to read and write, and I would shred all the books and papers to pieces.
Look at that, Mommy! Airplane!
Oh, that's my research for the last 5 years. What did you do, kid? Relax, honey. Look at her building planes from such a young age. She's no less than the Wright brothers. But Mom's bubble burst soon after when I turned 3. They bought me all the different puzzles in the world. But to their surprise, I broke them instead of fixing them. What is wrong with this child? I'm sick of her stupid activities. Sometimes I wonder if she's mine or...
How dare you? Don't blame it on me. It's your stupid family's genes that have her acting all weird.
Yep, they pretty much fought about it all the time until my little sister Susie was born. And unlike me, she was a genius. She could solve puzzles from a very young age and speak 4 different languages by the time she turned 7. And although I was low-key proud of her, she hated me for some reason. Once we had some guests over and she recited all the theories and laws proposed by Newton, word by word. Everyone was super impressed with her, and I said, "Susie, that was awesome. I could never do that."
Yeah, that's because you're a loser, Zoe.
Ugh, such a mean kid. Because of her excellent skills, she got promoted to 4th grade when she was just 7. When she joined my school, I offered to walk her to class, but she just pushed me away.
What are you doing? Get away from me.
But I'm just trying to...
Ruin my reputation? I don't want the kids knowing my sister is a failure.
Oh my God, what is your problem? I'm just trying to be nice here, but you keep on being a brat.
No one asked you to. Now get out of my face, loser.
Ugh, she was unreasonable. But why not? Mom had her back both at school and at home. But Mom would ignore my existence entirely, especially at school. Mom! How many times have I told you not to call me Mom in school? But Susie does it, and everyone knows she's your daughter. Yeah, that's because I'm proud of her. And about you, I'm just confused. Now off you go and stop wasting my time. This was it. I was gonna show her. There was an upcoming debate competition Susie was participating in, and I signed up just to tease her and Mom.
You gave your name for the debate competition? Are you crazy? Do you want to embarrass us that badly?
I want to win it and prove to Mom and Dad and you that I'm not useless. Are you scared?
As if. And you must be crazy to think you can win against me.
Well, I really wasn't sure that I would, but surprisingly, the judges felt that my points were more real and reasonable, and I won the competition. Both Mom and Susie's jaws dropped when they saw this. And the next day, I found Susie pulling stuff out of a girl's locker and stomping on it. Before I could even ask what she was doing, the girl came running at her angrily and pinned her against the wall. Hey, what do you think you're doing, punk?
Mind your own business, witch. I'm trashing my sister's locker, and I'm a little busy, so buzz off.
Your sister's locker?
I don't know who that is, but that locker is mine. And with that, she started pulling Susie's hair, and I couldn't stop laughing. She mistakenly broke into the girl's locker thinking that it was mine. That was hilarious. Just then, Mom arrived on the scene and pulled the two apart. And then she started screaming at me. You were just standing there like a moron and laughing? Why didn't you stop this bully? Why should I? Susie deserved getting her butt kicked. And you can defend your little princess yourself. Mom was furious. She gave the other girl detention and she suspended me for a week. Mom, are you crazy? You're suspending me for what? Laughing? And what about Susie? She started the whole thing. She gets no punishment at all? I don't want to hear anything. Susie is the smartest kid in the school, and she's being promoted to your class because she's a genius. Do you think I'll let you ruin it? How could my own mother be so evil? I stormed out of her office in anger. A few days later, Mom threw a huge party on Susie's birthday, and I prepared to get revenge on her. As I was getting ready, Susie came into my room and suddenly hugged me.
Oh, sis, I'm so sorry. I've been so mean to you. I realized you won because of your own smartness, and you're as smart as me. Please, forgive me for everything.
Really? What changed your mind?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe just because it's my birthday and Mom threw me this huge party and I realized how lucky I am to have everything. So you can have this one little victory. I feel generous.
Gosh, she was so annoying. I almost didn't want to go to her party now, but she dragged me off and I decided to let things go. But soon after I walked in, everyone was staring at me and started laughing like crazy. What was happening? Suddenly, I saw my reflection in the mirror and my face was all swollen, like I'd been stung by 100 bees. And Susie was cackling like a witch. I was certain she'd mixed something in my makeup. Susie, you psycho! I'm gonna kill you! I ran off to Dad's bathroom and grabbed his shaver. I came running back and pounced at Susie, knocking her to the ground. And I started shaving her head as she screamed. Just then, Mom came into the room and went all ballistic on me in front of everyone.
Oh my God, Zoe! What are you, an animal? What have you done to your poor sister on her birthday? You're grounded for life.
That's enough, Mom. You never listen to me. You just care about Susie all the time. Can't you see what she's done to my face? All she ever does is make me miserable. How can you be so blind? But she just looked at me blankly, and I knew it was useless to say any more, so I ran back to my room. But later that night, I heard someone screaming. I ran down to find Susie in the lounge, and all around her were broken picture frames, and on the wall was something written in red spray paint. Finish Susie off. Smarty Pants needs to die. Susie grinned at me and let out another shrill scream, and just then my parents came running in.
Mom, Dad, look what Zoe did. She ruined all our family pictures, and she wrote this on the wall. She hates you guys, and she hates me, and she wants to kill me. She's a psycho. She needs help.
What? These were all crazy lies. She was such an evil person. But Mom and Dad bought her lies and instantly took me to a doctor. There, he ran all kinds of tests on me and declared I had ADHD. It is an attention disorder where individuals can't always focus on things like other kids and have unusual motion problems. But it doesn't mean that she's any less smart. In fact, Albert Einstein himself was diagnosed with it. Well, I always knew something was wrong with me, and this explained all the reasons why I could never focus on my studies. I thought Mom and Dad would understand me now, but surprisingly, they looked at me like I was some kind of monster. Later, when we got home, I heard my parents secretly talking about me, and it just broke my heart. I never thought Zoe would be such a burden to our name, and now this weird disease. We're doomed. Maybe we should send her away. Yeah, you're right. It feels like she's not even our daughter. And with everything she did to Susie, we need to send her away. I couldn't believe it. How could they? After all this while, I tried to make them feel proud of me, and they thought I was some burden. I stormed in to confront them. How could you guys think of me like that? You call yourself smart and educated? Well, you're just mean and blinded by your love for Susie.
You can't even see all the things she's done to me, and you think I'm the psycho? Well, you'll regret it, and I hate you guys. I went to my room in tears, but this was it. I was proud of the way I was, and I wasn't letting anyone put me down. I started putting more focus into my work and taking some online classes on the internet to work on my issues. Soon, we had a big project coming for the finals, and I was preparing my best for it. Susie was being helped by Mom so that she could win the competition and then get the International Science Scholarship. On the day of the presentation, I was super excited. I went onto the stage and gave the best I could. But just as Susie got onto the stage for her turn, her model broke and fell apart. Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes, but Mom went all ballistic on her. What are you doing? Stop crying like a baby here. Just stop. She went on stage and grabbed her by the arm. Stop embarrassing me in front of everyone. Isn't it bad enough that you ruined this in the first place and now you... Ugh. But suddenly, Susie yelled, Mom, just shut up. Shut up. I did everything you asked for. I always tried so hard to be the best, and I failed this one time. So what? Mom was shocked and tried to hush Susie, but she pushed her away and left. I was shocked, but secretly happy that Mom was embarrassed in front of everyone. But later when the results were announced, Mom went all gaga hearing my name in the first place. She started hugging me and kissing me like crazy. She was such a drama queen. I wasn't buying her act for a second. Later when we got home, Mom went ballistic on Susie. Listen here, you stupid girl. I made you. You are what you are because of me. Learn something from your sister. Look at her. She's left you behind and won it. You should be ashamed of yourself, you ungrateful brat. No! You're a monster, Mom! Do you even realize how stressful it's been for me all these years? Always trying to please you guys so you won't treat me like Zoe? Well, yeah, Zoe is dumb. Dumb kids should be bullied until they decide to change. Oh my God, how can a principal say such things? You're absolutely horrible, Mom. Mom stepped closer to slap me, but Susie pushed her away. Stop it! I don't want this. I just want a happy family like everyone else I know. That's enough, Mom. I know what you guys did, and I know how selfish you people are. You don't need kids, you need robots who can work on your instructions and make you feel good about yourself. Zoe, how dare you? No, Dad, how dare you? You ruined both of our lives by putting us in this stupid competition and burdening us with your expectations. It's all your fault, and I'm not gonna let you do this to me or Susie anymore. Yeah, and we know who to contact if you keep treating us like that. Like child services, for example. And you will regret the moment you gave birth to us. And to me, she said, Oh, Zoe, I never wanted to hurt you, but I was afraid Mom and Dad might hate me too. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Please forgive me. It's okay, I guess. I just want you to know that I never hated you. And we have another chance to make up for lost time. I forgive you.